Hello, everybody. We are here for a very special live because we're talking X-Men. We're talking ranking every X-Men event and major storyline ever. Don't adjust your screen unless, of course, it needs adjustment because you're having a crisis. It is I, Crisis with a K. And today, for the first time ever on one of our Crushing Crisis live streams, I am having a special guest, and I want to make sure to fully introduce him to you all. So we first met each other on the Jay and Miles Explain the X-Men Discord server nearly a decade ago, which is hard to believe. Ironically, at that time, despite that location, neither of us were out as queer. Things change. He's one of the few people on the internet who has my endorsement when it comes to his X-Men opinions, even when we occasionally disagree. I was his first Twitter follower back before the Elon occupation, and he is president of the International WizKids fan club, of which I am also a dues-paying member. Please welcome to the stage an extraordinary X-Men fan, OneWheelChairX.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, everyone. I'm honored to be here. I can't believe I'm the first guest. But thank you for having me, Crisis. Very excited for this evening. A lot of hard work. I can't believe we've got 100 different stories to rank. It's going to be a lot. But yeah, thank you for having me. And that is the biggest endorsement as well, that you trust my X-Men opinions. We'll see if that changes after this. Yeah, I'm excited to get to it. So yeah, thank you.
Before James Abel yells at me, technically OmniDog was a guest one time on a stream that was just in the middle of the week, and I was like, let's get on and do something. But this is the first time there's ever been a planned, scheduled guest. Yeah.
And we planned this for a long time. This has been in the works for at least 13 months.
I think it's been since last March or April. Yeah.
It was long ago. So yes, this has been in the works for a long time. So excited to get to it.
And just to explain exactly what we're doing, we have gone through all of the X-Men direct crossovers and major storylines. It turns out that there was about 90 when we counted them. So we're like, no, we want a nice round difficult number to go through all of. So we got it up to 100 by saying, well, before there were direct crossovers, what were some of the biggest things that happened in X-Men? Let's count those too. And then we kicked off a couple of really boring Wolverine ones that we'd have nothing to say about. So that's how we came out with 100. All the names are in the description, but we are going to be ranking every single one. And we'll get a little bit more into that in just a moment. First, I just want to say hello to some of the early commenters who are here live. A Crisis event on Mutant Events. It's going to be so much fun, says Cruel Angel. Hello to you. Jade Rabbit asking what sort of events we are including, and that answer will be revealed as we go on. Kia ora to NZ Hawkstar, although this was last night that they said hello to me. We have D. Marcel, who unfortunately is not going to be able to join us live, but he might just catch up on 2x speed, which, given how fast the two of us talk, may be challenging for him. We have also Max Appelman here, who is excited because he actually has revealed to me privately, but I'm just airing his business as I do every week. This is really a show mostly about Max's life, that he's excited because he actually read a lot of these things. So he's going to have opinions where Superjob has only read 10. Logan Wayne is here. We always love to do a show when Logan Wayne is here. David M. Wiz, who may not be able to join live. I was going to say, I don't feel like I usually say hello to you live. Super Panda is here, and so is Valned. Let's give the Valned pause. Very nice. Edwin Billiot is here, one of our very regulars. The great Gonzo saying another banger, we hope. Hold on, the next one. Al's in the Barn, who I have to say I may have been unintentionally libeling and or slandering in past weeks because I know somebody else who has the word owls in their name. And I think last week I was like, I'm going to go hang out with Al's in the Barn right after this. That, my folks, my friends, was a lie. So I'm going to try to keep them straight. It's because we haven't bullied him yet into, hold on, where'd his name go? It's because we haven't bullied him yet into putting a profile picture. That's the only kind of positive, affirming bullying we do here is profile picture bullying. Huffster616 is here with a subject that he's had agita over, one of my favorite words. Yone Pauls is here, a user without an exciting name, although a very exciting profile picture. So you're going to have to name yourself. Reaper is here from across the lake pond. What are they? Waters, streams for me in Australia. Borifilio 8898 is here with some wonderful hair. LOCD, Daria, Nick N, Suspicious Sludwitch, who gave, when I rewatched last week to put in chapters and stuff, I laughed so hard at your comments. Please continue doing what you're doing. James Abel is here, says Murph, one of our very regulars. And hold on, I recognize that person. It's OneWheelChairX doing his mic check. And Jamie C47 is here as well. Oh, few other late breakers. Noah Manier, I've never said that name before, I'm quite sure, so welcome if this is your first time live. And Lance the Library, our very, very good friend. And of course, Pity Mile, I haven't seen in a while, and William Lee. Okay, before we start, you know, on OneWheelChairX, who we're going to say Wheels for short, because that's a tongue twister, and we know this is early in the day for me. My tongue is not warmed up. I'm going to go ahead and put the after party link in the description right now. While I do that, OneWheelChairX, why don't you talk about your channel and one of your most recent videos, which is a very cool deep dive.
Okay, so for those that haven't seen my YouTube channel already, I essentially talk about X-Men, which, if you couldn't tell already, well, there you go. I talk about X-Men, but it's, I guess, a bit more broad than just X-Men comics. I've done a few things on movies, TV shows. I got X-Men 97 coming up, but my most recent video was a deep dive on the relationship of Rogue and Gambit from their very first on-panel appearance together in X Factor issue 70, all the way up to the present in Uncanny X-Men issue, whatever it is now. And I literally went through every issue and documented each sort of major, important moment that happens from their first kiss, to their breakups, to the love triangles. And yeah, that took me about 2 months to make. So I'm glad it's done well. It is like 40 minutes long. So I guess if you watch a Krisis video, then that will be perfect for you, because all of these
you can watch it at 1/10 speed.
I know, and it was still be the same. So yeah, that's my most recent video. It took a long time, but yeah. So,
and what I love about the contrast is, although you do get on live sometimes and do ranks and things, which is kind of where this idea came from, but you do deep dives, which I kind of shy away from, because I'm like, that's what the guides are for. Don't put me on camera explaining, because I want to use my power of the pen being mightier. But you go there, and you've done some really, really cool deep dives. So please subscribe to OneWheelChairX's channel. That is his YouTube name, and check it out. It's also in the description of this video. Okay, I think we should get going.
Yes, let's get to it. We've got a lot to go through, so we might as well start.
Okay, now we are going to do this in reverse order from newest to oldest. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to say the name of the thing, and then we're just going to tackle it. That's the amount of planning that we have. So and I'm going to start them all out in the middle, and then we'll migrate them as need be. So this first one is Age of Revelation. It just ended at the first month of this year, and you have done some pretty extensive videos on this one. So what is this?
So this is essentially the X-Men 10 years in the future. Now, way back at the end of Krakoa, Doug Ramsey got transformed into the heir of Apocalypse Revelation. And this is just essentially what would happen 10 years in the future. And he essentially becomes evil, and he has this power to control anyone with his voice. And yeah, there's this whole mutant virus thing that's going about. So the land itself becomes a mutant, and humans are transformed into mutants as well. So it's very much like an Age of Apocalypse ripoff.
Now, what I liked about it was that I liked that the whole land was a mutant. I liked that it was like Age of Apocalypse, and it had like many themes. But to explicitly set it 10 years in the future is immediately telling me that it's not going to matter. It's like only one thing is going to matter ever. At least when something goes to an alternate reality, you're kind of like never sure what's going to get merged back in. And from what I read of it, and you read all of it, I did not. And I've read almost everything on this list. Everything I read was terrible. I cannot imagine this rising any higher than C. I would maybe give it a D. Where would you put it?
I am thinking D. I am thinking D, because I think the main story, which is written by Jed MacKay in Amazing X-Men and Book of Revelation, that's quite interesting. But there's like 17 different titles at the same time, and they're all only 3 issues. So there's nothing to really like sink your teeth into. It's just very bloated, and a lot of it is just unnecessary. So yeah, if anyone is thinking of reading Age of Revelation, you do not need to read the whole thing. That's just wasting your time.
Yeah, just go on Wheels' channel and watch this video. Don't read it. And I never say that. Support the comic books, but not this one. So I will point out that we each have 5 overrides on each other. So if one of us is like, that was uncanny, I don't know what you mean, we each have 5% of them, and we can lock in our own ranking. Hopefully we'll never come to blows. And if we're just one away from each other, we'll take the average. But if there's one that one of us feels really insistent about, we're going to do that. I saw a couple late breaking hellos. So I'm just going to say hello to Maclock. Oh, sorry, that covers your face. We gotta do something about that. Maybe you should be on the top. Okay. LOCD, Daria, who I already said hello to, but I'm always happy to say hello to twice. Novarg with his character L, and Halo Tangle. Oh, and Eds Martin, who I don't recall if I said hello to already. Okay, here's the next one. It's another pretty recent event. This was Giant Size X-Men, which was a number of Giant Size issues taking Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel, through the X-Men's history now that she's a mutant to encounter key points in their history, but also Legion was there and also time shenanigans, and also maybe she's changed in the past, but also maybe she's not. I will say, Wheels, I did appreciate this from the angle of like, how could I say this? Like now being queer, I enjoy going back and seeing old queer things that were my history, even if I knew about them already. So like watching Rocky Horror Picture Show now is a different experience for me. And I'm sure that Kamala, now knowing that she's a mutant, thought it was cool to go see the Dark Phoenix Saga, but the story was terrible.
And it was literally just repeated. Every issue was the same. Oh, I'm in a new place. Oh my God, I've got mutant powers maybe. Like that was it. It was, yeah. I kind of want to put it also, I don't know if we put something in F already, but
I'm happy to put it in F already. There was nothing happened.
Yeah, there nothing happened and nothing actually. And literally at the end, she gets her mutant powers, which is what we all know, which is from the MCU. So there's nothing groundbreaking that's happened. So yeah, if you want to put it in F,
we're being broadly supported here, but Jamie C47 and James Abel are like, shove it right down.
It just yeah.
Now we're still in the From the Ashes era. This was the first direct crossover across the whole line, such as it was. It was X Manhunt because Professor X was a prisoner, and then he wasn't, and then he went to space.
That didn't matter. It didn't even matter because they cancelled X-Files before that came out. So what was the point of this book? I would say this is. I also kind of want to put it in F, but it could go in D, but it's worse than Age of Revelation, I think.
Really? I was going to say maybe it's a hair better than Age of Revelation.
Maybe, but also like Xavier is all over the place. Like there's no one's writing him the same way, and it's so jarring and like, I don't know. We could put it up to you, but it's just not good.
Yeah, I will say, I think I waver a little bit because there was that one brief of good in the middle when it got really character focused about maybe Sage. And like in my mind, because I've blocked out all of the other issues, I'm like, oh, that one was good, but that was it.
And it was what, 9 issues? Like it was,
Okay.
Just not good.
There you go. And now we have one final post-Krakoa one, which was the first crossover in post-Krakoa, which is Raid on Greymalkin, which was a direct crossover with Uncanny X-Men and X-Men.
This is worse for me than X-Manhunt, purely because I think X-Manhunt makes this all irrelevant. Like it's just everything that happens in Raid on Greymalkin is completely contradicted by X-Manhunt, because in that they're fighting over the prison, but then they don't do anything about the prison, and they leave Charles in the prison because he wants to be in the prison, and then by X-Manhunt he's out of the prison. There's no, again, I think it was something editorially about he needed to be in space, but just from a story point of view, a complete waste of time.
And I want to move this actually down to F, because my recollection reading it, and the evidence is on the pull list, is the characters wouldn't even be consistent. Like Rogue would be angry at Cyclops for one thing in Jed McKay's book because he knows how to write comic books, and then this other writer was writing the other book, and then Rogue would be angry about something totally different. Okay,
it can put it B and F.
We've got a great start here, folks.
It gets better from here. It's gonna get better from here, at least.
Yes, X-Men, if you read it in reverse, gets better. I will say we didn't include Era of Apocalypse as an event because it was just a mini-series. Not every mini-series is an event. Plus, it's kind of just like the prelude to Age of... I would almost include that with Age of Revolution just a year earlier. All right, so now we've got a really big one, and I suspect we're going to spend more than 5 seconds on this one. So this is Fall of the House of X, Rise of the Powers of X, which encompasses pretty much every X-Men book that came out in the first half of 2024, except for X-Force and Wolverine. Everything else was a part of this. Cable, Miss Marvel, Mutant Menace, Resurrection of Magneto, X-Men Forever, Dead X-Men, the X-Men issues coming out at this time, the Iron Man issues coming out at this time. Folks in the channel have actually heard me talk about this many times over. How did you feel about it?
I looking back, I mean, I think overall I enjoyed it. I think Kieran stuck the landing with Rise of the Powers of X issue 5. I think the Fall of the House of X stuff written by Jerry Duggan was weaker, and at the time I was really not feeling it. But looking back, I kind of wish we were at that level of comics now. So there's positives there. I really love Resurrection of Magneto. That was like an amazing book there, as well as X-Men Forever. So I think it wasn't perfect. It's nowhere near like the heights of House of X and House of 10. But I think in terms of an ending, I think they actually landed the plane. They might just be missing a few wheels, if that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. There was stuff to really love. I think everything by Kieran Gillen was just incredible. That really carried the main thrust of the series to the end. So yeah.
I mean, I love the Gillen stuff. And honestly, what was interesting about it is because it's dealing with so many foes on so many fronts without spoiling who the foes are if you haven't read it yet. If you didn't really like one part of it, you still could kind of find joy in the other parts. So I was not as connected to the Duggan part of it, although I think it was better in Iron Man actually than it was in like the actual X-Men books. Yeah. But the Gillen stuff just delighted me, and it really resolved a lot of stuff. It resolved stuff from Gillen's first time around. I was just reading a 90s series, The Further Adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix, which I think is referenced in here quite extensively. So I'm like tempted to put it. I don't know if I could put it all the way at the bottom of B. I think it's got to be on C for now.
That I think I'm happy with it being at C. It's like there's stuff to really love, but there's also stuff that brings it down. So I think C is a perfect midpoint at the moment.
But I think I will eventually reread it.
Yeah. I didn't reread it either, but that's just because it's so recent to me, even though it's really not when you think it's been 2 years. But I just remember there was a lot I was really upset about at the time, particularly with Fall of the House of X. I just thought that was not good, but the Gillen stuff was just really carrying it to the end. So
could you or someone else please remind me? I know there is a way that on StreamYard I can, and you didn't miss it, Super Panda, that I can make the comments move us up so it doesn't cover everything. Does anybody remember where that is? Because I don't. Placement overlay. All right. Well, it's one of those things that eventually I'll figure it out, and then it'll just happen, and then we'll all be very happy. I don't care. You can look at Wheels' wonderful face, and we'll just cover me for a change. Okay. Now we're into Krakoa itself, and happening at the same time as that was the Wolverine finale Sabretooth War. That was in issues 41 through 50 of Wolverine by Ben Percy. We're not including the Sabretooth 2 series. They were separate. This is the actual event, Sabretooth War. So this is a great example of an event that was all in one title, but it was a big deal. It was titled, I Hate This. I think it was mean-spirited. It was all about just killing queer and queer-coded characters. And I don't really think the idea of lots of Sabretooths I could like kind of get into, but then for the end, they kind of all just got killed off and we didn't even get to play with any of the ones that were interesting. And then Wolverine wore a suit of armor. I'm like, what is happening here?
Yeah, I think that adamantium armor at the end, I don't get the relevant. Like I understand it's adamantium, but like what's the real like
what are we doing here?
So I agree. I actually think the Sabretooth mini and the Sabretooth and X mini before this are lots better. So I don't know whether
for sure, no argument whatsoever.
Yeah, that must be Ben Percy bringing down Victor Lavelle with this, because I know they co-wrote it, but I don't know. I don't really have any particular strong feelings about it. So
I mean, to me, this is like a D or an F. I think it was deeply unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing I just remember is obviously Akihiro just getting murdered in the first issue, and in a really gruesome way, which just felt, mean-spirited and unnecessary.
Right. I'm just gonna go ahead and put it at the top of F. I mean, it's got to be a little bit better than Raiden on Making, because at least consistent things happened.
Yes,
but All right, I hear that if I go to settings, here we go, shift videos up for comments and banners. Did it happen? No, it didn't. They just don't love me here on Streamlabs today. Okay, we're going to continue, but let's, Max affirming that we're giving it an F. Pointless,
Thank you,
stretched out,
Max.
mean-spirited nonsense. It's just a poorly written device for Percy to create Helverine, which I do enjoy. Okay, now continuing to move back through Krakoa, we have Sins of Sinister, which actually is really similar to Age of Revelation, and that it starts out looking 10 years into a possible future, but then it looks 100 years into the possible future, and then it looks 1,000 years into the possible future, and all these futures are kind of happening in continuity. I don't want to spoil the main device, but they very much count for somebody.
And it all leads to like Fall of X and the future. So there are ramifications in this. So it really, when you put Sins of Sinister and Age of Revelation next to each other, because they're both series that take place in the future, and they're all 3-issue miniseries, which is what Age of Revelation was as well. It really makes Age of Revelation look awful in comparison, because Sins of Sinister is just so much better. Not to be really rude about current comics, but really
you're gonna have to get over that urge here on this channel. But yeah, to me, you know, here's the thing I've been waiting to say about it, because I didn't read it live, so I haven't really gotten to say like my full piece about it, is it didn't even feel like X-Men comics, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It felt like some cool like 2000 AD kind of like weird British sci-fi punk comics,
well, it was
which
all
makes sense because it's Ewan Gillen and Spurrier. Yeah, who I often call the axis of bisexuals, because I know that Ewing and Gillen are bisexual. I don't know about Cy Spurrier, but he has bisexual energy. So I refer to the three of them together as the axis of bisexuals.
But yeah, I think this is just a really fun one. And it's also quite self-contained. So if you didn't care about reading it, you didn't it didn't take over the entire line. It didn't cancel every book like Age of Revelation did. It just kept to those 3 series. And if you wanted to read it, you could. If you didn't want to, you didn't have to. And I think sometimes that's the best way to go about an event. So
I think that is the perfect way, because it's kind of like, I love an event that's, if it's going to be alternate timeline or alternate history or something, I love if you can skip it and still see the impact it had on a couple of characters, and then it makes you interested enough to be like, oh, maybe I do want to go back and read that. And because of what this did for Sinister, I think it's really interesting that way. It's a very weird event, and if you're somebody who just likes reading like sequential monthly X-Men, it's very jarring, but I can't think of anything that was this different from the rest of X-Men for quite some time. I'm willing to put it at the bottom of B.
I agree. I was going to say, I think it should be in B at this point.
I would so far very aligned.
I would just say as well that we didn't include Fall of X in the list because we thought it was too big to be considered an event. It was more of an error. I don't know if anyone's questioned that in the comments, but just so you know, we thought that was too broad to be an event. So,
and we kind of avoided eras in general. Anything that was like kind of, not that this is X-Men, but anything like Dark Reign, where it was just a banner that was across books for a really long time, and the books didn't have any intrinsic relations to each other like they did for Fall of the House of X. We didn't count that. And then we didn't count anything that was just a number of storylines in a row in a single book, because at that point, we're just talking about a run. So you may be disappointed to find later that we don't have any of New X-Men on here, because there are some big story arcs, but they're just, none of them kind of is pulled out as its own thing. They're just all great story arcs. Yeah. Okay, as we continue moving back, now we are at Dark Web. So Dark Web was 2022, in the very beginning of 2023. It had an event miniseries. A lot of it was in Amazing Spider-Man, but then X-Men had an event miniseries, and it also tied in with Venom and Ms. Marvel, and it was kind of like an Inferno redux. I loved the idea of this event. I was like, let's do Inferno again. Let's involve Ben Reilly, because he's a clone and Madeline is a clone. Like, I remember as the promos were coming out, we were all hype. In execution, it's kind of just feels like a lot of people standing around and talking.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I didn't read I read like the first issue of Dark Web and the final issue, but I didn't read like the Spider-Man times. I just read the X-Men ones, because like Spider-Man's not my area of expertise. I think the Madeline stuff is fine. I guess it was okay, but again, I don't know, just there wasn't anything to love about it, you know. And I'm a big Madeline Pryor fan, so I was, you know, so excited to see what becomes of it. And like, nothing much happened apart from, I guess, the Limbo Embassy.
Yeah, I think Nick N nails it here with like, I wanted to love it. I love all the characters. There just wasn't enough meat to it. There was nothing kind of in the middle. And I think Jamie C is right that the tie-ins were good. The Miss Marvel tie-in by Sabir Pirzada was great. The Venom tie-in was good, but then the actual main books, kind of nothing happened.
Yeah.
And I mean, we'll forgive Wheels for coming out as being spider-phobic here. But I read all the Spider-Man stuff, and I still feel exactly how you feel. Is it better or worse than Age of Revelation? Because I'm feeling like C or D energy here, and I can't decide. What are you feeling?
I want to say it's better than Age of Revelation, if just because it's also. I think my main problem with Age of Revelation is it's just too big. Can we just appreciate 17 different titles at the same time
It
over
was
3 months?
52 issues or like 54 issues
in
in
3 months. In 3 months, and I read every single one. And maybe I've just residual trauma from that, but I so Dark Web is gonna be better for me because also Madeline Pryor's in it, and so that gets points, and she's not in Age of Revelation.
And the art was pretty good, and it was like well coordinated.
Yes.
I can't put it on C though because I don't feel like I don't know. Maybe later I'll relent, but
yeah,
I'm keeping it on D.
I'm happy with D for now. I'm happy with D.
Okay, Nick is affirming that it's better than Revelation. Also, I want to say a very special Crushing Comics welcome to Karen Charm, who I don't know that I've ever had watching my channel, but I'm a huge, huge fan. So I'm so excited to have you here commenting, Karen. Okay. All right, let us continue. Now, you know how I feel about this. So I'm going to just let you talk. Judgment Day.
I think this is the best event of the 2020s. For very, like the art beautiful, the story beautiful. All the tie-ins are all the X-Men tie-ins, they're important, necessary. Oh, such a good event. Oh, just love it.
I think I'm willing to put this out there that I think it's one of the top 5 Marvel line-wide events of all time.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah. I think does this go in Uncanny? I think it does.
Until something else makes us change our mind. I mean,
yeah.
Here's the thing that really I come back to again and again about it that is so pleasing. It's a lot of times when an event is headlined, Avengers and X-Men, Fantastic Four, whoever, you read the event and it's like they incite the event, but as the event goes on, you kind of just feel like they're the toys that got taken out of the toy box and they're not really essential. This event at every step really felt like it was important for the X-Men, it was important for the Eternals, and the Avengers, even though it wasn't as important to them because it grew out of their whole Celestial plot, it kind of was like, well, this can't be happening without the Avengers. And again, I love when Kieran Gillen kind of like, he's a very nice person, he's very kind, I'm not saying anything mean about him. I do love when he kind of redoes something that somebody else did badly, and he's kind of like, and this kind of felt like AVX, but not sucking. Like if you've all read AVX and you're like, I mean, it was fun to see them fight, but I wish there was a better story or the Phoenix made more sense. That's what this is.
Yeah, it's just so good. And again, the Valeria Sheety art is just so gorgeous. Yeah. I just love this event so much.
I loved of somebody else to affirm me because Logan Wayne was saying like a lot of people really didn't like it, which I just don't get. Like it's to me, I was like, and we know that I'm if you're the president of the WizKid fan club, I am like the chief Kieran Gillen apologist on the globe. So I'm always like, well, maybe it's just because I'm like that. But no, it was that good.
It was. Yeah. I'm glad we agree on that. It's just so good.
We have Edinburgh Pokemon saying Judgment Day really understood all the characters, and as such, it felt both consequential and gripping. There's our pull quote.
Yeah,
like
I feel like also it didn't sacrifice any characters' motivations. It didn't make anyone feel out of character, and we feel like a lot of events do that to make something happen. But
right, like they kind of like bend somebody to force it into round peg square hole.
Yeah, but everything made sense in terms of why the Eternals were doing what they were doing. And the X-Men and everything just it fit into place and just so good.
Well, Cliff, when I have you on the channel, then you can have an override. But until then, Wheels is in charge, okay? Wheels is driving this bus, and we love Judgment Day. So next, I've already seen some people in the comments saying they can't wait for this one. They've heard me talk about this. So Wheels, why don't you give your opinion on the event that kind of splits Krakoa right in the middle? It is the X lives and X deaths of Wolverine.
I don't know if this is too dramatic, but I felt this at the time,
On this channel, you're worried that
felt,
something's going to be too dramatic.
I felt like this was like, oh, maybe things are going, and that didn't follow through because Judgment Day happened. But I thought that this was like, oh, this is where Krakoa gets like bad. I was like, oh, this is not Jonathan Hickman's gone, and now we've lost the plot. I like X Deaths of Wolverine much more than X Lives of Wolverine. I think the Moira plot is more interesting, but I don't really care. I didn't care for the time travelness of it all. I don't care for Omega Red. I just yeah.
See, that's as an old school X-Men fan, the one part that kind of got me on its side was like, well, at least there's some good Omega Red stuff. I feel like he gets short. He's such a cool character. Again, I'm from the 90s. You weren't born. But he's such a cool character that like, and he just usually gets used as this like fist to like punch through a plot, that anytime when there's any kind of nuance to him at all, that makes me happy. That said, that's not enough for me to get this off the D tier, and it's dangling by the fingernails on to go on the F tier. Where would you put it?
I wouldn't say it's dang. I would still put it better than Age of Revelation and X Manhunt. I think it's more readable. But
can we agree Dark Web is more interesting?
Yeah, Dark Web is more interesting, and yeah, I think that for me the most interesting thing was the Moira stuff, and I think even that didn't end up coming to fruition in the same way either. But yeah,
there we go. Okay, Max saying it's the F lives and F deaths of Wolverine. Karen Charm saying Benjamin Percy loves to make a character so toxic, which is so funny to me. I can't say why, but I was thinking about Benjamin Percy recently and looking at his Green Arrow run, and his Green Arrow run is the most wholesome, lovable, fun comic book. And so that's what I thought I was going to get when he came to Marvel, but apparently it unleashed the beast inside of him when he came to Marvel. Edinburgh Pokemon saying Deaths was okay, Lives was a chore, big disappointment. Renzo Nove just saying hello. Okay, let's continue because we came to a pretty quick consensus on this. Okay, here's where I think we maybe diverge a little, but they've heard me talk a lot about Krakoa, so I'm going to you. Inferno, Hickman's Inferno to cap off his half of Krakoa.
I absolutely love this as a capstone to his run. I think this is so good. I remember picking each issue up as it came out. I remember obviously Destiny returning as sort of the main. That was such a surprise, and then the reveals in issue 3 with Doug and Warlock. That's all I'll say. Not to be too spoilery. I remember being so gagged. I was like, oh, and yeah, I just really, really love and the things and that one quote that Omega Sentinel says about like, and the reveal of all the stuff with Omega Sentinel. Just so good, and ties it into like past X-Men continuity and referencing it. And yeah, I just think this is a really good event.
Well, this is where we might get to see our averaging. We don't have to necessarily override unless you feel that strongly. So here's what I feel about it. I don't know why it was called Inferno, especially with Dark Web coming up, which was literally Inferno. Although maybe they didn't know that at the time. I thought the heel turn aspect of Moro, without spoiling it too much for people, it got so sinister so fast that I kind of felt like a little like, what is this even? I understood Hickman had to take it across the finish line, but I was just really confused. Like, oh, is this what was happening this whole time? Like, it felt like we needed like a whole extra year to get there. And then having finished it, I was like, well, what did Hickman really resolve here? Like, I was kind of looking for something that would feel like more of an end cap on his part of X-Men. And I will not dispute that it looks absolutely stunning. And B, that it's very fun to read. And there are a lot of really fun moments in it. But for me, it kind of like didn't achieve anything.
I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I guess you're right. And I feel like, unfortunately, a lot of what maybe things that are set up don't come to fruition here either. In terms of my main thing is, obviously, I feel like through the first half of Krakoa, Omega Sentinel was positioned to be the big bad of everything, and then Moira comes and like takes the place of that, and that's something that still bothers me to this day.
Okay, so if it bothers you, then it can't be Uncanny tier.
No, I wouldn't put it in on. I was thinking more like high B, maybe low A.
Okay, well, I was gonna put it on C, on adjacent to Rise and Fall. So I'm fine with it being at the bottom
I'll
of
put
B
it.
for
I'll
now.
put it at B. I'll keep it at B then. Yeah, I think it's better than Fallen Rise, but
I think when we get to like the good stuff in the 90s, we might find that it's actually a C.
okay.
That's what that spoilers, that's what I think may be the
We'll
case.
see, we'll see. But no, I just remember reading it for the first time and just being wow, like this is really good. I loved it. So
Now, I don't know if this is somebody you brought from your channel, but so far he has 100% correct opinion, or they have 100% correct opinion ratio. Like, man, because I don't remember talking about Edinburgh Pokemon, because I would probably have said Edinburgh if you weren't here, but not thinking about it. Like many X-Men authors, they just want the juice of Days of Future Past without the brevity, which is a huge mistake, which is like the most interesting. And I feel like we could do an
that's
hour stream on this comment. It's such a good comment that perfectly explains all of these things that we're putting low. And I would like to point out, we're not assholes. We like a lot of X-Men
yes.
comics. This is just what we've had to work with so far. There's 100. We've got to keep moving. So this, now I will say that I did not feel this was an event. And Wheels was like, no, it's an event.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it.
This
So
isn't a bit.
Wheels, you please educate the children why you feel the trial of Magneto, which emerged from the first Hellfire Gala in 2021, is event caliber.
I mean, it's an event because, well, first of all, in terms of editorially, they cancelled X Factor to make this book happen as its own thing, and I feel like it was very much set up as an event in terms of the mystery of who killed so and so. So do I think it lived up to that? No.
Okay.
I think the first issue is good, and then it slowly goes downhill from there. No, slowly, maybe not slowly, maybe quickly, but I just think it was, and this was another one of going, oh, well, I guess not everything in Cocoa can be great, but but I had some fun, particularly in the first issue, seeing the whole of the X Factor team have like this sort of bigger push, I suppose, in terms of like they're in an event as I consider it. But I think it does sort of lose its way because it becomes a sort of a big kaiju battle at the end, which isn't really relevant. So I know I wanted to include it, but I don't think it was like the best.
Okay, I do enjoy you. I do enjoy the backpedaling that's
Oh
happening throughout.
yeah,
Where you're like, well, the first issue was really good. I
and
will
then
say that X
yeah,
Factor 10 in the lore of the channel is ultimately the issue that made me quit doing This Week in X, which I love Lee
wow,
Williams X Factor, but they screwed her so hard in issue 10 that I think it's hard for me to be objective about this one because it just had the stink of editorial, like
yes,
putting their thumb on the scale a little bit too much. And this was just supposed to be the next arc of X Factor, but they were like, make an event, but that means wrap up your other arc first. So I can't really be objective because it was so upsetting to me. So you tell me what letter you want to put it on.
I think it should be in D, I think.
Okay, great. No objections. But I do think it's a little more interesting than Dark Web.
Yes, yeah, oh, yeah. I was going to put top of D, but I think the art from Lucas Wernick in the beginning is strong. This was like before Lucas Wernick
Was like a big deal. This is kind of part of what made him such a big deal. Yeah.
And then sort of unfortunately transitions to someone else because obviously Lucas Wernick can't keep up with the deadlines, and then the art gets worse.
And that's a factor in what we're talking about. Like if there's a book that has really inconsistent art, it's certainly to the quality. I will say, like, it's interesting. Philosophically, Lee Williams had a lot of really interesting things to say about X-Men. I wish she had been on Krakoa longer. I think she was one of the people like Spurrier who leaned into the philosophy of it and just had a lot, could have done a lot. And so I think I'm never going to like hate it for that, but I just found it a really hard read after that.
I mean, it does have some big ramifications as well in terms of what is set up at the end for certain things, and certainly in terms of remedying Wanda's relationship with the X-Men. I think those are those things. So yeah, there's definitely important things that are still relevant today, but it wasn't executed perfectly.
Max does agree that's an event because of the
Thank you,
impact
Max.
for a character. Jamie C says it would count, in my opinion. The editorial point Wheels makes is perfect. Plus, how it ends is quite big for that character. Lance pointing out that it's funny how I am so blunt and Wheels is not, maybe not as jaded about X-Men as I am at this point. And also they don't have a restraining order against Wheels yet. And so he's trying to keep the lines of communications open with Marvel so he can play WizKid in the live action. Okay, let's continue to the directly before this. We're kind of going month by month right now, but that was just what it was like. The first Hellfire Gala in 2021. Here's what I love about this. I love like a decentralized event where it still feels rewarding to read everything. Because even though these go in a specific order, you could have read any 2 issues, like any 1 issue and Planet Size X-Men still would have kind of told you the story. And I like that. And I like an event where it's still uniquely, each book has its own identity. And so it's like, there was stuff about the Shi'ar diamonds. There was stuff about what are the Hellions going to do? Like every book's still kind of at its own plot line, but they were all in this one place. And I just think it's really hard to do an event well like that. And this to me is kind of, I'm not saying it's my favorite event, but to me, this is kind of the pinnacle of editorial working well in Krakoa. Like this was like, oh yeah, this is what happened when they were all in their little Zoom meetings and Hickman was the head of Ags. They were capable of this. Plus the designs of the outfits were mind-blowing the first year.
Well, and then they had them on Entertainment Weekly. Like it was such a big thing. Like, and
yeah, marketing wise, it was perfect.
Yeah, I agree. I think I remember reading this at the time, and particular issues like Sword issue 6, because there were a few that were highlighted in red as like these are the pivotal ones. So it was like Marauders 21, Sword issue 6, X-Men 21, and then Planet Size. And I remember reading, I think it was the Sword issue, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like so incredible. Looking back, I sometimes consider this to be, I don't want to say the peak of Krakoa, because I think there are other peaks as well later on, but I feel like this is, as you said, is really a time where everyone's just firing on all cylinders, but doing it well together. And I feel like they didn't really have that after. I feel like we lost that at some point after this. So in some ways, this is a real high point for me for Krakoa.
Also, Planet Size X-Men to me, it's everybody loves to say it's going to be so big. It's going to be such a big comic. Very rarely in the scope of reading a comic do I feel like I'm hearing like orchestral music score, John Williams, or the spoke. I can't say it, but in the background, like ba 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 na boom boom. But like, and I really feel like Planet Size X-Men has that. I couldn't decide between A and B. Where are you?
I want to put it in A then. Okay. If you can't decide, I'm putting it in A.
Yeah, I'm happy when we're only 1 apart and like I can't decide if it's good or not to default to being good, and a lot of support. So far we've got the people with us. Max is saying that it was really fun, including the marketing. Edinburgh said continuing the yearly Hellfire event really messes with the sliding timescale, but it could just be monthly. It could just be like a monthly New Moon festival. It could be bi-weekly. We don't know. It could be just like, Beer Fridays for X-Men. This could just be happening once a week. The official presentation and implementing into the line chef's kiss, which I also gave it a chef's kiss. And Jamie C thinking that you're right. It was peak Krakoa, and Lance, who's not there yet, has heard great things about Planet Size for a while. Edinburgh can saying also that it's peak. All right. And Edwin, Araco forever. Okay. Let us continue now, moving backwards through Krakoa. We only have 2 more Krakoa, and then we're to beyond that. X of Swords, which we covered at length on this channel back in the day. I will say this, and then I will turn it over to you. It was originally supposed to be shorter, and because of the pandemic pause, they were like, ooh, what if we have more issues in it? And some of the issues, as a result, kind of were a little more sideliney than I think they were originally meant to. And yet, even if some of it annoyed me at the time, looking back at it, I think as a, what is it, like a 18, 19, 20 part crossover? 22. You're like, oh, keep going up. It's pretty successful for you have to struggle to find a 22 issue crossover at Marvel that's a direct crossover that's coherent. Like the bar is on the floor. Can you just make sense? And I think this got way over the floor. But what do you think?
I really love this at the time. I think looking back, sometimes when I reread it, I think some of the issues I'm like, this drags. I kind of want to skip this issue to get to the next one. But I think overall, I think this is just a lot of fun. Now, I know some people, the otherworldly, like mystical stuff might not be for everyone, but I thought it was just so much fun. Just so exciting, particularly with the introduction of all the characters from Morocco as well, like Iska and other characters like that. I thought it was just really good. Yeah, just
Yeah,
loved
I
it
mean,
overall.
I F with Otherworld hugely. I look because I'm a big Excalibur fan from way back. So like I love Otherworld. I mean, and the art was great.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to leave it on A. If not A, it's the best of the Bs here in terms of where we are now. Things will move. But I'm another like AB. I think Hellfire Gala is like a little bit tighter than X of Swords, maybe. I don't know. Where are you?
I could put it in the top of B, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, well, yeah,
I look at
top
it
of
more
B.
fondly now than I did at the time. I think at the time I found it really frustrating because when you were in it, it kind of felt draggy and there were like
Yes.
multiple issues a week. And when you have multiple issues in a crossover in each week, it's very easy to start comparing them and being like, well, we
Yes.
didn't need that one because we have this one.
Yeah.
But then to go back and read it all at once, I find it really pleasing.
Yeah, and it flows so well. Again, another point of where they're all firing on all cylinders together. Like, I don't think the current ex-writer office could accomplish such a feat. Not to be rude, but okay.
A lot of opinions on this one. X of Swords was fun, but halfway through it lost focus. Sasmurf saying it was where the luster of Krakoa wore off a little bit for me, but Edinburgh was saying it suffered just from the initial issues and also subverting expectations. Many traders expected a standard tournament art. Everybody really thought it was going to be the sword book. It was going to be the sword fighting tournament, and then that didn't happen. I think some people got upset about that. Lance Library saying it was too long. It was cool, and to me, my X-Men moment was great. Eds Martin saying I normally hate Otherworld stories and I enjoyed this. I feel like this hits the perfect zone where like everybody was still reading Krakoa, and so everybody's got opinions on it. Yeah. All right. So now, I mean, I don't know how long we need to linger on this, but we're at the beginning of Krakoa with House of X and Powers of X. Wheels, take it away.
I don't know if well, I'm just going to be controversial. I actually do think this is the best X-Men story ever.
Ever.
I think it. Oh yeah, and I've read most of X-Men, but I actually do think this is the like I just think it's like a perfect story. In most, I think there are some faults, but I think I can go back to this anytime and read the whole thing through, and it would still elicit the same emotions I felt the first time reading it. And yeah, like regardless of what happened to Krakoa, I think that story is still there, and it's still like, yeah, this is uncanny, and it's better than Judgment Day. That's what I would say.
At the time, my complaint about it was the fake out with deaths, which I won't spoil if people somehow haven't read Hoxpox yet, especially coming right off of a very death-filled run by Rosenberg, made me very angry. And also, you can't. Character deaths are so ephemeral at Marvel anyway that it's like anytime you have a character death, I'm like, sure. But then to have supposedly so many important characters potentially die really kind of took me out of it. Like that's my one dispute about it. That in that issue 4 and 5 of House of X, or is it 3 and 4, that if it was scaled down a little bit, I would have believed it more. But I also know that Hickman was going for like full on shock value so that he could do what he did in House of X5.
Yeah.
At the time, it made me so angry. I've reread it so many times since then. I don't know if as a standalone story, I can hold that against it anymore, because that was a very 2019 emotion I was having just been through the rain thing in Rosenberg's, which we're not going to talk about. You and me and Karen Charm are all going to get PTSD if we talk about it anymore. So, I will put it at the top of Uncanny. I do think it's tighter than Judgment Day. It's single author. It's braided together.
The artists, Pepe Larraz and RB Silva, obviously they had much more time to work on this than you would with a normal event. I feel like they started it way earlier, but like the art throughout, it's just everything is just it's just so good.
All right, folks, we have now survived the experience of Krakoa, and now we are going to prior to Krakoa. and the first thing prior to Krakoa is another homage to the Age of Apocalypse. This one is the Age of X-Men, and I'm sorry, I love to describe it. You'll hear me describe it the same way again and again. Instead of the Age of Apocalypse, which was a dire version of the world, this is a version of the world dictated by Nate Gray, where everyone is an incel. That is the theme of this event. Wheels, am I joking, or is that really what it's about?
It's literally that. Literally
No
that.
one believes me when I say
Yeah.
it.
No love at all. You can't have any love,
No
any
love,
relationships.
no touching, no affection.
No, not even family. There's not literally just individuals. Like, yeah.
But in that, it allowed us to really dig into like who some of the characters really were. And I hated a lot of this. So we're not talking uncanny. I'm not talking A tier. And I know some people really liked it, but like Leah Williams on Extremists, what she did with Psylocke and Blob and Jubilee in that book was life altering. Like it's one of the X-Men books I will always remember the sensation of reading. And I do think I kind of left this shipping Jean and Bishop.
Me too. I think there's such an interesting couple.
I was so into it. I was like, screw Jean and Scott. If Jean's gonna come back, I would Jean and Bishop all the way.
Yes, exactly. Oh,
I feel so affirmed right now.
I agree. I think I don't love everything. I think I didn't care for Amazing Nightcrawler that much. I think, and I didn't care for
what letter? Give me a letter.
C. But
I will not argue with C.
But below, yeah, because realistically,
it
didn't have much ramifications either. So
yeah,
I feel like...
and Magneto left. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but it should have had a huge impact on Magneto, which Al Ewing kind of sort of does something with in Magneto Resurrection, but it should have had a much bigger impact on Krakoa. But Hickman didn't. Daddy doesn't care.
I think the only thing really is like Apocalypse. I think the way that Apocalypse is portrayed like follows through into House of X.
That's fair.
I don't think that's really I think it's a bit unfair to be like, oh yeah, they're just following through from that, because I feel like that was. But yeah, there's not much ramifications, which I think there could have been. But
now we got so many comments on that, so I need to bring that up. First of all, Max saying Hoxpox to me manages to leave you with a very singular feeling of hope of what's possible going forward that made me so excited to read whatever was going to follow it. But now we're going to talk a little bit about Age of X-Men. The way it intentionally alienates the reader and makes you question if Xavier is really Xavier. We're still talking about Hoxpox. The reveal of Resurrection. You have new gods now. Absolutely incredible. All right, now we're going to talk about Age of X-Men. I never read Age of X-Men. Age of X-Men says Karen Charm was mostly good. Prisoner X and Gen Next. And loving Extremists. Edwin Billiot said it had great art. I love the look of Jean. The story was just okay. Jamie Singh saying, First, I thought I liked this, and then I remembered I was thinking of Age of X by Carrie. And then a lot of people who clearly have not read the event because they had no idea about Jean and Bishop, which I love. And now they're like maybe into it. And Suspicious Sludge saying for that couple, get them both a great time and they vibe well. So apparently we're changing lives here, Wheels. We're changing lives, and people are going to read Age of X-Men, and they're going to know now because they think I'm joking that it's about the age of the incels, but it's never been a joke.
No, it literally is his whole thing. Yeah.
Okay. Now we're right before that. We're at the end of 2018, an event that they called X-Men Disassembled. It was written by a crew of writers. I'm forgetting the third one right now. It's Kelly Thompson, Ed Brazon, and
Matthew Rosenberg.
Oh, and Matthew Rosenberg. And it's kind of like all the X-Men are finally together. Jean is alive. Cyclops is dead. And so Jean's kind of leading everything. And everything kind of falls apart because Apocalypse and Legion come back.
Yeah.
This was... It's hard to separate this from the fact that Age of X-Men happened after it. And we debated if we should put them together or not. Yeah. But it's kind of its own unraveling of the X-Men separate from that. I think it was pretty good, but it's not like memorable.
No, yeah, I think at the time it was exciting. I remember the like promo image of like X-Men Disassembled and seeing everyone together. But I don't think it's it's just fine.
Yeah, it's a
There's
just
nothing.
fine X-Men
Yeah,
story. It's good art. The characters are good. Kelly Thompson never really goes wrong, but
yeah.
it's not memorable in any way.
Mm,
I think it's better than Age of X-Men itself.
yeah, I'll take that.
But it doesn't have the scope of
Mm,
Fall of the House of
no.
X. Okay, so we really do
Yeah.
largely agree again on recent stuff. Okay, here's one where we might have to go to couples counseling. You made me put this on here. I was like, I don't even think it's worth talking about the return of
Well,
Wolverine.
I just thought we should put it on there because I feel like if we're including Death of Wolverine and Hunt for Wolverine, we have to include this as the same thing. But I don't disagree with you. I also hate this book. I just wanted
Oh
to
yes,
talk
okay,
about how I
great.
hate this book. Like, what was the point of this absolute waste of just awful, awful, awful.
Well,
Hot
here's
claws.
it. The
Oh,
art is incredible.
mm,
The art, Stephen Niven drawing in the style of Barry Windsor Smith. I mean,
mhm,
yes, sold. But yeah, how do you have all the warning. This is not like the
mm,
when he dies because of the return of Wolverine.
yeah,
It's not like when he dies where it's like, okay, we got to do this now because he's got to be dead for Secret
yeah.
Wars. They had years to plan for this. And
And
then the story it's just nothing. It's like he's back and there's people in space and
yeah,
that it just
what is it?
doesn't.
It doesn't feel relevant to like a. It doesn't feel like a. Oh yes, we're calling back on previous Wolverines or anything related to Wolverine. He's just fighting people in space, and like the villain is like I guess she has an interesting power, but you never see her again. And then there's the whole hot claws thing, which is immediately dropped. It's just a complete waste of time, and like they had so long to. They had
I know.
5 years to think of something better, and they didn't.
I was rereading it yesterday and I'm tempted to not put it on F. I really came in thinking it was going to be F, but the art is really good. Is that enough to save it from F tier?
I would put it in F, but if you want
Okay,
to put it
well,
in D, if you want to put it in D,
no, if
then you
you came
can.
in strong in your opinion that it's an F, I'm not going to let the McNiven art sway me. It's very pretty.
Yeah, but it's just not well written.
You're having none of it. You're like,
No,
okay, Crisis, settle
just
down.
just not good.
Okay, let's see. So next, as we continue backwards, extermination. We have to make sure to say the names because we know they're really
Yes.
small. So extermination, weirdly, Cullen Bunn had been writing the young teen time displaced X-Men for like a few years at this point. But then Ed Brisson just suddenly gets to write the finale of them, which I
Yeah.
remember Bunn being like a little bit put out about at the time. But also this launches the subsequent arc of X-Force by Brisson and also introduces my favorite character, Table, which is my portmanteau for Teen Cable. This was, I mean, I hate the Teen X-Men. This was cool.
Oh, okay. I like this. Yeah,
Oh
I like
boy,
this.
that was, I feel like I hurt you.
But I
noticed the
don't hate the
pain.
Team X. I don't hate the Team X one. So,
Okay.
but I enjoyed this. This is like earlier Pepe Larraz art as well for the most part. So, that's if you want to see how he progresses from this to
But
Hoxpox
what did
starts
you
there.
think about the
Um,
story?
I thought it was interesting in terms of, I guess, well, there's a little spoiler, like they have to be sent back in time, and uh, young Cable turns up. It is very much a case of like resetting the board, though. If you look
Yeah.
back at it, it is very much just resetting the board. Certain characters get taken off. I think it's of a decent send off, though. At this point, they'd been together, they'd been in the present for 6 years.
Yeah.
I think it's a decent send off, though. I enjoy it. I don't think it's anything groundbreaking, though. But
So generally, it feels like when we say it was fine but not groundbreaking, it feels like we're talking about C. Generally, yeah.
yeah,
But is it? And I think that just by being next to Return of Wolverine, I'm like, well, here's something they had a chance to plan for,
yeah,
or not. Who knows how things happen in the X office? But it was actually, like you said,
yeah.
it was coherent. Like
It
it made
was,
sense. It was like, oh, we're bringing in new elements, but they connect to the old elements.
yeah,
It makes sense why they've got to leave now. It ties. It
yeah,
kind of just felt like
yeah.
somebody actually put some care into it.
And they really like thought about how are we going to finish this without losing the impact on their adult selves
Which
with
was
the
quite clever.
yeah. Yeah,
I
so
debate of it if it's above Disassembled in Age of X-Men or below Disassembled in Age of X-Men.
I would put it above,
Okay.
but just a bit. Like there's not much in it, but maybe just because it's a
Yeah.
more coherent story, maybe.
Nick N saying it pissed him off. And James giving a good reminder that there is going to be an after show. Even if this goes for 5 hours, I will at least come on for a little bit after. If Wheels is still awake, Wheels can come.
Look,
be on the after show.
It's a bank holiday tomorrow in the UK, so I don't have anywhere to be.
Okay.
You know.
And Cliff is affirming that we're putting it above, and Yarne is affirming my forehead curl today. Unless you made Wheels as many forehead curls, I don't know. You could be talking about either of us. You can be specific about your compliments, or you can try to make your compliment so it sounds like it's about both of us, and we will also appreciate that. Okay. So mustache comments, probably ones that I'm not going to be looking for to apply to both of us, because I think I covered mine pretty well today. Okay. Let's continue with so we split this up. I think I requested to split this up from the Return of Wolverine. This is the Hunt for Wolverine, which was 4 different 4-issue miniseries, all with different characters who care about Wolverine doing absolutely nothing. And then one shot or 2 one-shots of absolutely nothing. The one interesting thing in this is Tom Taylor, maybe Wheels will disagree. The 1 and 2 interesting things. Tom Taylor implies that Sinister has like faked someone being a mutant. And then I guess, spoilers, the answer is himself, sort of. Like you can kind of fan wank that by reading Xbox. But then the other interesting thing is in the Madripoor stuff, we finally get Betsy into her original body, but the art in that was so low, and it was supposed to be Chris Bachalo,
not good.
And he couldn't do it. And it's like, if Chris Bachalo had done that series, it would have been like an all-time great, super memorable, everybody rereads it all the time series. But they got like the most weird, dull, angular fill-in artist. I mean, no hate, but it was the wrong vibe for that. It was all the X-Women. If you have a book with all the X-Women, you need like Olivier Coipel level. You need like R.B. Silva level gorgeous if you're gonna have a book of all the X-Women.
Yeah, and the other thing about the Mystery Madripoor book, which is the one where things with Betsy get resolved. My main issue with the art, which I don't think is that good, is also that the villains they fight are all wearing they look identical, so you can't tell the difference between the X-Men and the villains, because they're all women as well, dressed in the same kind of outfits. Like literally, you can't tell. And So I mean, I think about the other miniseries. There's one with like Sabretooth and
with Dakin, where they're Dakin, where they're just in a
fighting
town.
zombies.
There you go. We're in a town. 4 issues.
And then there's one with Cypher and Daredevil where Cypher gets addicted to the internet, which is just awful.
Cypher's porn addiction. I do enjoy that one.
Do you? I hated that.
So it sounds like you're around what letter right now?
Maybe F. Maybe F or maybe D, but only for the Mystery Madripoor. But the thing is with Mystery Madripoor, you only need to read the 4th issue. The rest of it isn't necessary.
Yeah, that's the thing for me that puts it on F. It's 18 issues, if I'm doing my math correctly. And there are literally one issue plus 1 panel that matter out of 18 issues. Okay.
Yeah.
Max saying we are both absolutely beauties and we're an ideal ayahuasca rotation. I don't know if you can do an ayahuasca rotation the way you can rotate other things. I don't want to say any words that'll get us demonetized, but I would have to ask about how the mechanics of that work. Okay. As we continue back through X-Men's Resurrection era, which is 2017 and 2018, we combined 2 here. This is Poison X and your face is already telling you how you feel. Poison X and Venomize, which was X-Men Blue under the direction of Cullen Bunn interacting with Venom, which he was also writing at that time. And then there's like Venoms from space, but they're like white Venoms, but they're bad. And then they get on you and then you're a Venom.
Pretty much. Just I remember reading this at the time. Well, actually not reading this. I was collecting X-Men Blue at the time it was coming out, but I stopped around this point. So I didn't read this as it was coming out because I just didn't care about Venom. Cullen Bunn has this thing for Venom, which I just don't like. And so, I mean, I think there's interesting things for Jean, and literally that's it. I think.
Yeah.
But it's so confusing because poisons aren't venoms; they're like anti-venoms, but they're like
right. That's what's so weird because they're not.
No, but they look like venoms. So
here's the one thing I'll give it that to me makes it not an F. I enjoy when somebody has the X-Men play with some other franchise and it feels like it's relevant to both of them. It's not like the other franchise just got invited to an X-Men story. It's like a story that it matters that the X-Men are there, and it matters that the other character is there. And for that reason, it's not total garbage. I think if you just want to read some fun, goofy comics with X-Men and Venom, it's fine for that. But I would not put it on the C tier because it is not a good story. But I can't put it in the F tier because there's nothing intrinsically wrong about it.
Yeah, it's just not to my taste at all, really. I like,
Now,
as I said, I just don't care for Venom.
Now, is it better than X Lives F Deaths of Wolverine?
I feel like I'd be, I feel like I'd be more inclined to reread X Lives, X Deaths.
Okay. Is it better than Age of Revelations?
Oh, that's difficult.
100 issues. 50
I'm gonna say, you know
power.
what? Yes, because you can read through it in an afternoon, and whereas Age of Revelation takes you weeks. No, so I'll keep it above, I think.
And here's the thing: I bet if I handed that whole Poison X venomized thing to like Kid Krisis, who's like a kid who just wants to see cool stuff, she would love it. Like it's definitely a comic that like kids can read it. Whereas I think a lot of these other bad comics, even a child would be like, what is going on here? But I do think there's a certain amount of fun. Okay, that's as much as you'll ever hear me defend it. Here's a mini series that was sort of an event because we'd been waiting for it to happen for 15 years. This one is Phoenix Resurrection, or the Resurrection of Jean Grey, which is by Matthew Rosenberg. It was happening at the end of 2017, the beginning of 2018. It comes right before X-Men Red. And we discover Phoenix has just been hanging out in a diner on the psychic plane, and she just needed old man Logan to go in and flirt with her, and she would have lived again all this time. That's the only ingredient we're missing. Wheels, your thoughts on this?
I mean, I
love when you start when the pitch of the noise that you start with is a fantastic indicator of how the conversation is going to go.
I remember at the time being very excited when this was announced because as long as I'd been reading comics, the adult Jean Grey had been dead. So this was like the first time I was going to read adult Jean Grey. She was, as I was reading comics at the time. I think it's better than a lot of the other books going on at the same time. In terms of like X-Men Gold was happening at this point, and this is miles above X-Men Gold.
I wish X-Men Gold could stand next to me while I do everything. Maybe it can stand next to me the next time I go swimming. I mean, there's all sorts of, with X-Men Gold as your benchmark, the moon is within your grasp.
Yeah. So I think there are some fun things. I think because part of this bubble thing that Phoenix is in, she's with all like the dead X-Men and dead characters in her lives. So it was fun to see references to that, like Annie Richardson and things like that. But I guess it's not really that. Like I guess Jean comes back. Spoiler alert. But that's sort of it. And again, it is Old Man Logan at the end of the day coming to the rescue. But she does have that cool moment with Cyclops that, like, I think there are some cool moments for Jean and Scott at the very end with that. But it's just not that major. I remember I convinced you to add this to the list. So but I don't think
so. Where do you put it since you convinced me to add it to the
list? Maybe either the top of D or the bottom of C. I think it's.
I would put it on the top of D because for something, again, if they have 15 years to plan for something, I want something better than they walk one day. There was a reason to walk onto the psychic plane, especially because we're eventually going to get 10 years prior to this. And we're going to talk about Phoenix War Song and Phoenix End Song. When you had that as your setup and you wound up here, then I have some thoughts. So I'm leaving it on the top of D. Okay. Neither one of us have had to use an override yet. We need to really say the names loud and clear. Okay. I was originally going to have the scrolling banner for the names, but it's just too many things for me to click all at once because we do have a number of overrides. Maybe I could just put the current name in the banner. I don't know. It just seems like a lot of things for me to mess up. So let's say loud and clear that this is called Mojo Worldwide. And Mojo Worldwide was the first direct crossover of the Resurrection era. So it was 2017. All the books had just relaunched. X-Men Blue and X-Men Gold were on a bi-weekly ship schedule. And Blue was the teen X-Men, Gold was the main team. And they hang out and do some Mojo Spiral stuff. Wheels?
I remember I literally reread this earlier today. I sort of sped through it, and I actually enjoyed it more than I remember. But again, there's nothing groundbreaking. It's just essentially Mojo puts all the X-Men to relive other X-Men events. It's very meta in that way, I suppose. Um, so I guess it's like, ooh, fun reference. But
And you can hear the fun in your voice while you say that too. It
yeah,
really
so
comes
much
through.
fun. So yeah, nothing groundbreaking. But I guess it was nice to see like the Teen X-Men and X-Men Gold interact. Like at the very start, they like play baseball, which is something Mark Guggenheim loves to have the team do because that's all they do apparently, play baseball together.
Yeah, well, any kind of nachos of Claremont's that are still around the office that he could rewarm, he was really into.
They were stale at that point, but
Yeah,
yeah.
quite.
So yeah, I don't know. I
I
think
mean, it's deep. I mean,
yeah,
let me ask you, in your speed read, were you having any fun? And I'm not
not
trying to bully
really.
you. If you had
No,
fun,
no,
don't let
I
me.
wasn't. I was just like, oh look, it's Teen Jean dressed as Madeline Pryor. Oh, it's Storm in her Asgard outfit. Oh, it's like it wasn't. I was just like, oh, it's not as bad as I thought it was, which is not a really
Hmm.
good statement. So
I'm getting D vibes from
yeah,
you
this is
right
deep,
now.
but I think it's worse than Phoenix Resurrection. Um,
I
maybe,
have to put it below Trial of Magneto because at least Trial of
yeah,
Magneto like had a point.
had a point, and this doesn't have a point, and no one again. X-Men Gold should be banished to the waste of time.
I agree.
Yeah, like it's truly the worst, maybe the worst book ever. Because it's just so forgettable. Like I would
Somebody
read,
on Reddit was like saying that they liked the omnibus, and I'm like, and it's usually somebody I really agree with, and I was like, but their point was kind of like, well, it wasn't objectionable. I'm like, yeah, but you have to think like, which is great now, but is that all you're looking for from
yeah,
X-Men? Is it not being able? I have to move it below Dark
yeah,
Web too. I'm
no,
sorry.
that's
Just
fine. Yeah,
okay.
that's fine.
Now this one I spent some time rereading today because I kind of forgot all about it. This was Weapons of Mutant Destruction. It was a crossover early in the run of that Resurrection Weapon X book, which was written by Greg Pak, because Greg Pak was also writing Totally Awesome Hulk at that time, which had Amadeus Cho as Hulk, who now is called Brawn. And the thing I remembered about this, reading my notes, that makes me look at it kind of fondly. First of all, the art was pretty good. But second of all, it was, even though Weapon X wasn't X Force, it was kind of X Force. And Amadeus Cho had all the power of the Hulk, and we hadn't really seen him deal with the ramifications of what it meant to be that powerful. And we've seen Hulk make so many hard decisions over the years, whether Banner's in control or not. And what happened here is like he's coming up against this team of killers. It's like Sabretooth, Old Man Logan, Lady Deathstrike, Domino. And they're like, well, the answer is obviously to kill this bad guy, because they're like making more Hulks and more Wolverines and Adamantium and whatever. And Amadeus Cho is like, so it really reminded us that he's like a kid, and that this X-Men world is so different than the worlds of most of the other heroes at Marvel's, who don't have to like deal with this level of stuff. So that's what I was reminded of reading it yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's for me. It's just a fun, I guess, crossover. It's not too serious. I guess it's sort of silly because it just is like Hulks and Wolverines, and as people have said, it leads to Weapon H, which is a Hulk Wolverine, which it's just the epitome of silly, I think, to me. So yeah, but I think it was fun, and I definitely enjoyed this more than Mojo Worldwide.
Oh, for sure. I would
So
have trouble putting it on D tier because it just didn't
no,
suck.
no,
But it's not memorable.
not
I mean, I
no,
literally did not remember what it was
yeah,
about. So
yeah,
C.
yeah. See, I'm happy exactly where it
Okay,
is there.
great, wonderful. Some people, Superjob think it's one of the worst titles that they've ever heard, and Edwin does not remember it at all. But Nick said it did give us Weapon H, or H for those of us in New Zealand or the UK or another Commonwealth country. And James wrote saying, I actually like the Weapon H series. WMD was fun. Okay. And it's again, C. D is like, please don't speak to us or our children ever again.
Yeah,
C is kind of like, okay, you can
you,
exist.
yeah,
Yeah.
you
Okay.
happened. Yeah.
Speaking of things that happened, Wheels, is there anything you can say about Inhumans versus X-Men? I'm learning it's the tone of your initial noise and how red your face turns the second that I announce what the next book
Um.
is.
Uh, there are two moments I like in that entire book, and that is Emma testing her diamond form off a cliff, and Dazzler versus Black Bolt. and that's it.
That's it. It
It's
just
F
didn't make
tier.
any sense.
Yeah, I didn't even need to reread it because I remember reading it at the time, and the pure venom, the pure anger, just and like
Would you say there were
Emma,
flames on the side of your
yes,
face? Like,
flames on the side of my face. I like, and that Emma costume at the end. I know they immediately got rid of it, but like, like if yeah,
but you were
F.
offended.
I was, yeah, it was like the worst thing in the world. Like, oh my,
The
ugh.
thing that gets me about it is there's something so, and again, I will compare this to Judgment Day, which did all of this perfectly. Judgment Day taking the Eternals, I think I said externals earlier, taking the Eternals and saying they have a cultural practice, that's a problem. And it's a problem for this other culture. That's such an interesting story hook. But to start with this idea that this cultural practice that is so important to the Inhumans is killing the X-Men, and then to have this be what comes out of that. The one interesting beat they play is like that the younger kids from all of the franchises get together and they're like, hey, what if we didn't kill each other? What if there wasn't a genocide? But it's just so poorly considered. I just can't decide if it's better or worse than that giant size X-Men nonsense with Kamala. It might be better than that purely for the Dazzler scene.
Yeah, maybe because the other thing that really bothers me is that throughout the whole thing, Medusa's like they're fighting, and like Medusa at the time is like leading the Inhumans, and Storm is leading the X-Men as a whole, and they're fighting. And then at the end, she's like, "Oh, I didn't know they were killing everyone. Oh, you should have just said, and I could have done this." And it's like, well, that was like it just was so just so awful for everything. Though part of me, Loki, not to get back to current stuff, but I feel like at least in those days, the X-Men would fight against bad things that are happening, whereas now they just let them happen. So there is some merits to the
read them, drag them.
2017 periods.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jamie affirming that it is in fact the worst of all time. Edinburgh Pokemon saying it is the intolerable garbage. So it seems like everybody's on our side here. And Artunism came in late, but would have at least argued for us to get X Live Deaths of Wolverine up to a C. Maybe in the future we'll figure out how to give chat an override. But first we've got to talk about something that immediately precedes that, which is the death of X, which explains why Cyclops had been mysteriously still missing for all of post-Secret Wars up until this point. It's just, is this Donny Cates? Who wrote?
It's
Lemire?
Jeff Lemire.
Oh, well, then it's F tier.
And Charles Soule, I think they wrote it together.
Jeff, there's the F's right in the name. It's F. Or is it Charles Soule? It doesn't matter because it's terrible. But Wheels, what did you think?
I just didn't care for it. Also, rereading it earlier, I forgot that there is Inhuman stuff happening as well. It's not just an X-Men book. There is stuff about the Inhumans going on at the same time, and it's like I don't care. I don't care about the Inhumans. So I think this is F tier as well, but higher than Inhumans versus X-Men. I think it is slightly more interesting and a bit more in character for things. And I think they could have done something really interesting with Emma in terms of her return to villainy and like why she'd have gone villainous. Because I assumed, I guess spoilers for a bit of spoilers for this, is that Cyclops is like sort of dies in this book, and I assumed that she had like taken some of his like memories, and like that was why she'd become evil, because she would been like infected by Cyclops in some way, but that nothing happened.
I had that same feeling at the time. I remember reading it and being like, wait a second, so like this it almost could have been like the best Emma comic ever if it like really leaned into like, so what does this mean for Emma? What does it mean for her to have misled the X-Men for as long as she did? What does it mean for her to take on this responsibility? Does that mean she's bad now, even though like there just was so much potential texture there, but it didn't go anywhere, and they didn't even like fully deliver. But even if there was another series right after this where she was the lead, I would have been like, oh, we're really delivering on it. But she's not really like even super in any of the comic books at
absent then until IVX, I think.
So I'm happy. I maybe am willing to say it's better than Raid on Graymakin, because
we could do that, because Raid on Graymakin is just and again, I think not everyone's out. I don't think the characters are out of character yet. Whereas I think in Raid of Grey Mountain, everyone's just, who are these people? I don't know. So yeah.
Death of X is rubbish, but not quite as offensively bad, says Jamie C. And also, I don't think I've said hello to Ryan, but he is here playing along. He does not really know a lot of X titles in this period. Edwin Billiot saying it was just bad. Okay, so now you can talk about this because I'm going to come in with a very specific opinion when you're done. This is called the Apocalypse Wars. It's kind of like Fall of the Mutants in that it was 3 totally separate stories in 3 totally separate titles: Extraordinary X-Men, All New X-Men, and Uncanny X-Men, all of which had to do with Apocalypse, but really had no interplay between them because this was right around when X-Men Apocalypse, the movie, was coming out, which is a movie I apologize for. When we could do X-Men movie rankings, and I am an X-Men apologist, X-Men Apocalypse apologist. But Wheels, tell me about this comic book.
So, so as you said, it's 3 separate stories. I think the Extraordinary X-Men, which was like was the flagship with Storm, they were going into the future. The All New X-Men team, which was the Teen X-Men, they went into the past, and then the Uncanny X-Men team were dealing in the present with some Archangel stuff. And they all are just really, it's really bad.
Okay,
It's just
great.
really
So
bad.
that's an
It's
F.
really bad. Yeah, it's really bad.
It's
I
really
remember
bad.
there is,
And
I
it's
have
a lot of the art
yeah,
even good.
yeah. It's just, and it doesn't like. I think Colossus becomes a horseman at one point, and then they spend the rest of the book after this event dealing with that, but it doesn't really get dealt with, and like that. Yeah, I just remember reading this particularly because I remember being in hospital at the time this came out. I remember leaving the hospital to get the comics every Wednesday and reading them and being like, "Oh, this is really bad."
No.
So,
oh boy, yeah, it was. I don't think we have to
yeah.
devote a lot more. I will say the Uncanny arc probably not as bad as the rest of it. So now we've jumped to the other side of Secret Wars 2015. We're in the Marvel Now period at the last event of Marvel Now. And we're only 1/5 through the books right now, so we're things are going to pick up a little bit. This is Black Vortex. It's a huge crossover between X-Men, Guardians of the Galaxy, and like all of the cosmic characters. Nova, Captain Marvel. Yeah, Wheels.
I don't really have any strong feelings towards this. I think the Black Vortex idea is cool, I guess, and I think some of the desires of people getting their Black Vortex abilities, because it's like this weird like artifact that like gives you your best self or gives you a power up. I can't really remember the.
Yeah, it was kind of like the thing you really want in like the worst possible way or something of that nature.
So I think that's interesting, but like it just actually is quite big. Like there was so many different. It was like All New X-Men, Guardians of the Galaxy, Nova, Star-Lord. Like I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I've not got really strong opinions about it.
Nick N really saying it had potential, it was wasted. For me, it was kind of like, okay, so we've kind of done this. It's Siege Perilous, it's Macron Crystal. It's like this kind of artifact in space which does things for you. We've kind of done it. And I did enjoy that there were some aspects of characters deciding if they wanted to go through it or not. And then other characters being like, well, I don't think you should or shouldn't. And like that plot beat, I think it keeps it away from F because I do think there's some good character stuff in it. But I don't even think it makes it up to C for me because it's just so forgettable.
Yeah. It's really in that point of just before Secret Wars. So it just is completely lambasted because it was like late 2014, early 2015. So it's completely overlooked because of Secret Wars happening right afterwards. I think All New X-Men has like 2 issues and then it's cancelled because Secret Wars happens. So it really gets.
I'm totally comfortable.
I'm happy with that because it's just forgettable.
Well, now as we continue our trolling through Marvel Now, we have Axis, which is X-Men Avengers Axis. And as the lore goes, it was supposed to be just the final arc of Rick Remender's Uncanny Avengers, but then it got turned into an event. Everybody gets inverted. It's the Red Skull, it's Doctor Doom, etc., etc. I hated it at the time, but not hated it because it was like terrible, not like Inhumans versus X-Men level of hate. It just was kind of like, what are we doing here? Did we need 9 issues for this? Like it just felt very inflated. That said, there's interesting stuff that happened. Like Rick Remender was doing interesting things. The Red Skull stuff is interesting. Sabretooth as a good guy is interesting. The Superior Iron Man came out of this. So it's kind of like, is it a C? Is it a D tier for me? Where it's kind of like, I don't hate it, but it's certainly not good.
Yeah, I'm of the same opinion. I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't know if I really care too much about it as a whole. I will say, in terms of Wheels lore, this was the first event I read as it was coming out.
Wait, hold on. Lore alert. We have a lore alert. We
Oh,
have Wheel of Lore
yeah.
happening live here on the channel. I had to get the
So
lore
this was
out for the lore
the
lore.
first event I read as it was coming out. I remember like November 2014 and picking up that first issue. So yeah, but I don't care about it too much. I think Red Onslaught is an interesting visual, but
But is it more interesting than Black Vortex?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I would
Is
say
it
yes,
better
actually.
executed than Trial of Magneto?
I don't know,
Okay, well then
really.
we're gonna leave it
Ooh,
there.
yeah, it's just
So, as teased earlier, now we're in 2014-15, and we're talking about the death of Wolverine, which had been teased for all of Marvel now that his powers were kind of declining. But in one of those switcherooskies, up until this point, is being written by Paul Cornell, who's not doing a very good job of it. And I like Paul Cornell, just bad fit with the character. But then Charles Soule kind of comes in out of nowhere and writes the death of Wolverine. I did reread this yesterday, and it maybe is a little bit better than I remembered. Like, again, really good Stephen McNiven art and a really interesting tie to the original Weapon X program. And it's like, if he's got to die in some way, it actually, I still think it's not great, but I think in terms of a way to kill Wolverine, it was certainly satisfying.
I agree. I actually think this is a really solid, like, just a send off. Like, I think, and it has Charles manages to like include bits of Wolverine history. There's stuff with Viper, Lady Deathstrike, Kitty, Sabretooth. There are things there. So it feels like an all right send off. I guess I'm sure they probably just did it the way he dies is probably there because it's an interesting an interesting visual.
Yeah, it was meant, it was there to be visual.
So yeah, I think this
I'm
is
happy with it on C. Like, I don't have anything against it. I wouldn't tell anybody, like, don't read it.
Yeah.
But it could be a D.
No, I would, because I was thinking, well, no, actually, I was going to say B, but I actually think no, it can't be a B. So I think C. I'll fight to keep it at C.
No,
I don't
I'm
think it's
happy.
D.
For me, it's like right in the middle. Like,
Yeah.
it's a tolerable series that I found that I did not have a bad time rereading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now we are going to keep moving backwards. We have another Bendis-driven crossover. This one is Guardians of the Galaxy and X-Men, The Trial of Jean Grey, in which the Shi'ar become aware that Teen Jean Grey is alive, and they want to preemptively put her on trial for things that her adult self previously did 30 years prior in our time, but only a few years prior in continuity, including genociding the broccoli people. Wheels?
I like this. I don't know if people know this. I actually do enjoy All New X-Men and Uncanny X-Men by Bendis. They were the first books I read as they came out. So maybe there's a bit of nostalgia there. But I enjoy this. I think it's an interesting concept as well in terms of let's deal with, well, there's a young Jean Grey who will maybe commit these crimes in the future. What will people say about that? And I think it has I want to say interesting ramifications. I think it does have some ramifications for Jean herself, and Jean really is the main character of All New X-Men. I think this is fun. Obviously, this is just Bendis tying it in with Guardians of the Galaxy, which he was writing at the same time. So yeah, I
The
would
letter that you're leaning towards is
B. I think I'd put it at the bottom of B.
okay. Here's our first true disagreement. I, of course, hate All New X-Men. I hate Bendis writing X-Men. I hate Imminent's art because of how it is colored. To me, there's nothing redeeming here. The idea of the story is interesting. Like, and I think that if you play out what would happen with the teen X-Men in the current day, the Shi'ar having an opinion about it makes sense because they always have an opinion. They had an opinion at the beginning of Grant Morrison. They had an opinion during the end of Grey's. Like, they're always going to show up when there's some kind of potential Phoenix haver because that's like, their big genocide was related to Phoenix. In execution, all I remember is that she was in manacles at one point. Like, I don't remember, and I think the whole story can be summarized in the title that Jean Grey was on trial. I don't think anything actually happens. And so for me, that's a D because nothing actually happened. So you've got a choice here. You could let us average it to C, or you could use one of your overrides.
Ooh. Oh, I don't know because there is stuff that happens. I mean, she gets her like pink psionic form, which I thought was
She
a fun.
becomes Terra from Final Fantasy 6. That's true.
I mean, I don't get that reference, but yes.
The
So,
comments, they'll know in the
okay.
comments. Yeah.
Ooh, you know, why not? You know what? We've got 5. I'm gonna do it. I'll do
And
it.
you seem like you really like it. Like
I think it's fun. Yeah, I think it's
okay.
fun. Um,
All right, we have an
look, we
official wheels override. So you tell me exactly where you want it on the B
I
tier.
want it exactly where it is now. I
Okay.
think
All
we
right.
can, and we'll, yeah. We've got 5 each.
Well, now you've got 4, but
I've
yes.
got 4 now, but
Okay. And by the way, we can, folks, use overrides to make things lower. If we think it's actually terrible, we can do this. I'm not gonna please do not override it. Terrible JVC.
Sorry,
No, reels, no. Sledwich, dude, game show. Oh, game show sounds. Okay. Well, there you go. It's been overridden. So we're gonna move a little bit backwards. And here's one that I had to reread to try to remember what it was about at all, which is X-Force and Uncanny X-Force Vendetta. Basically, Cable and X-Force had Hope and Cable on it. Uncanny X-Force had Bishop on it, and they had unfinished business from like the 2010 era when Bishop genocided the entire future to try to kill Hope because he thought Hope was a bad idea. Having reread it yesterday, I still can't say that it was about anything, but it did have some good art. And in the end, Bishop's character needed repair and it got the job done. But that's the best. To me, that's like a low C. There's nothing objectionable, but there's nothing memorable.
I mean, it's quite forgettable. I think Uncanny X-Force as a book at the time was not the best. I think Cable and X-Force was. I think Cable and X-Force was better. And I agree. I think the main important thing was the thing about trying to redeem Bishop. But I also didn't like the whole plot in Uncanny X-Force because it was all about like the Mummadry and that, but not how Grant Morrison had envisioned it, and it was just So
does that move it down to D for you, or does it stay on C? Because I could go either way. I don't have a strong opinion.
I would put it actually in D because is it really relevant at all? No.
But I still would put it higher than Phoenix Resurrection because at least it came away with like. I mean, we don't have to fight within a chair. If you want to put it below, I'm not.
No. We can keep it there, or we'll keep it there. Exactly, leave it exactly there. That's fine.
There or there.
There. After Trial of Magneto.
Great. All right. Well, now let the hits continue because now we're much earlier in Marvel now with Battle of the Atom, the premier direct crossover between all of the X-Men major flagships at the beginning of Marvel now. I'm going to tell you now, Wheels, I don't really like this story driven by Bendis.
I
people come from the future and then it's a problem and then nothing because nothing ever happens in Bendis comic books. Wheels, tell us about what tier you would like to put it on.
I don't think this is as good as that Guys and X-Men story. So I would actually put this in C. I'd maybe put this. I'd put this between Death of Wolverine and X-Men Disassembled.
Oh, well, I'm going to save you the further deliberations because this is going straight to the F tier with my first override of the show. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry, Demi Lovato, because I just can't with this book. I don't like future nonsense and the future to just invent a whole other future to do nothing. And then, there's just nothing there. There's no there at all to it. So F, that's sorry. We got to hear your opinion and now the children know, but I knew that. I always knew that was going to be my first override to use on you. Jamie C's like, yes, violence. Okay. Bendis X-Men has a lot of fans and a lot of critics, and that is represented here on the panel today, Ryan. Okay, now, technically, this happens before Marvel now, but in continuity happens just a pinch, a scotch after AVX. It's called Extermination, but this time with an X, not spelled properly. And this puts an end to 3 titles. Marjorie Liu's run on Astonishing X-Men, an actual ongoing title for Age of Apocalypse. Bet you didn't remember that was a thing, folks. And then also my favorite of the 3, Dazzler's Extreme X-Men by Greg Pak. I'll go first because I remember reading this as it was coming out. this is really satisfying. But if you've read all three titles, there's a lot of really interesting things going between like Nightcrawler being from the Age of Apocalypse universe and Dazzler's on this mission to like avert bad Xavier's from happening. Like it's a rare book that where three titles have to get canceled, and it actually does the job of canceling all three of them satisfactorily, which usually when three books kind of end, it just feels very slapped together. It's really satisfying. Is it a satisfying crossover to read on its own if you weren't in love with all those books as I was at the time? I would guess, as Wheels is about to reveal, possibly not as satisfying. I don't know. What do you have to say?
I mean, I love Marjorie Lee's Astonishing X-Men.
Oh
and
yeah,
I really enjoyed the Extreme X-Men. I didn't read the Age of Apocalypse book before, or I tried to, but I just couldn't get into it because I don't care about the humans. I don't care about these random humans. I guess it's an interesting idea, but it's just like another like alternate dimension book. I think it has some interesting. I think it has an interesting because it follows up because then Marjorie Lee follows it up with that Iceman arc. So Astonishing X-Men doesn't end with
which is really cool.
So it carries on, but yeah, that's
I can't
really
put it
cool,
on D because it doesn't suck.
Okay.
Were you gonna make it a D?
No.
I'm not gonna put it on B because it's just not relevant in the lore. It's a C. It's one of these ones that's fine.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of C. It's at the bottom of C.
I might think it's better than WMD.
Okay. I'll take that.
Okay. I will point out we're only a quarter of the way. This is Avengers versus X-Men. You all know it. You all have opinions on it.
Ooh.
You've heard mine on many occasions, but let's hear from our guest, OneWheelChairX. Tell us about the tier you're putting this on and why.
I would put this on. I'd put this on C. I don't know if that's controversial. I think, yeah, the sort of. I think they've actually been building up to the conflict between Avengers and the X-Men. That's fair enough. I don't love it, but also I think there's some. I think the Phoenix Five are cool. I think that issue written by Hickman, I think Avengers vs X-Men issue 6, where they do sort of heal the world, is like a really good issue. I think it has a lot of ramifications. And I think if you go a bit more smooth brained into it and just like, oh, it's like X-Men and Avengers fighting, then there's fun. And I think as well, if you read Kieran Gillen's Uncanny X-Men alongside it,
yeah, that really enhances it.
Really fills things out. I mean, I don't care about the Avengers side of things and those tie-ins, but yeah, so I'd put it in. What did I say? Did I say C?
You said C. So here's the thing. We all know how much I hate this, but looking at it from the perspective of like, if somebody who doesn't know X-Men super well is going to look at our list and like decide some things to read over the summer, I can't put it in F because I think if you're just trying to enjoy comics, it's enjoyable. I don't think the story makes any sense. I don't think the characters make any sense. I don't think the Avengers have anything to do with the Phoenix Force. They've never cared in the past. Maybe the Shi'ar should have been there, but they kind of deal with that in Secret Avengers. But all that said, it's still a fun story. And on the level of like, if I gave it to Kid Krisis, would she be entertained? I know she would be. So I can't, even though I hate it, I can't put it on F. I'd be tempted to put it on D, but I'm fine with putting it on C. And I do think it's better than some of the other things we have on the C tier.
It's just, it is fun when you just don't think about, oh, does this make any sense? There is like fun to be had with parts of it.
The commenters, I will say, if they got an override, this might be where they rioted. Because Nick N says AVX needs to rot in hell. Logan Wayne is booing. Edwin Billy says it's a waste of paper. Logan Wayne saying the only good thing was JR's art. And if that was the only good thing, then we're really in trouble. Jamie C 4799 says get it in the bin. AVX is a D, says Edinburgh. And saying the Avengers were in because they were cops. And Nick N saying because they came off as assholes. So I think chat would like us to put it on D, but we both said C. So That's chat can just have some feelings about this one. So now we are prior to AVX, and this is a tidy little crossover between Kieran Gillen's Journey into Mystery and Abnett and Lanning's New Mutants. It is called Exiles. I reread it yesterday, and it still doesn't make any sense to me at all. I don't understand why it existed. It was the worst part of Kieran Gillen's Journey into Mystery. DiGiomenico's art, which I really, really love, usually just looks absolutely awful the way it's colored here. And Abnett and Lanning just had no plan for 25 issues of New Mutants. Really, truly none.
Yeah, this is just so forgettable. Like, I think if I hadn't thought about, I would have not included this on the list. We really had to think about it and then include it. So, like, yeah.
I have trouble putting anything with Gillen's name on it in F, but I do hate this. Where were you going to put it?
I would put it in D, but that's more because I just think it's like forgettable. I don't find it offensive in that way.
And it's more clever than Manhunt.
Yeah. But again, it doesn't have any lasting ramifications or anything. Like, I don't think anyone is rushing to reference Exiled in their work.
I feel like Gillen just was like, oh, since we were having a court mandated crossover, I do have this one plot thread that like we could use. Like, it feels like very random. Okay, well, now we're truly in it because we're talking about 2011's Schism by Jason Aaron, a 5-issue miniseries that had to fabricate a lover's quarrel between Cyclops and Wolverine that yielded a lot of good comics that came after it. But this makes no sense on such a deep level. Their fight doesn't make sense. The Hellfire. Here's the thing. If you're going to divide Wolverine and Cyclops and make it this big of a deal, you're going to do it using the kid version of the Hellfire Club, like with a bunch of 10-year-olds. Like, I know that Aaron was going for a thematic thing of like, kids are attacking us, but we use kids as soldiers. But Aaron was doing such an elegant plot about that in Wolverine's own title at the time that I think if he had just used the real Hellfire Club, my hatred for this knows no bounds. Yeah. This is low F for me.
It really undermines X-Men as well, like that they're all beaten by 10-year-olds. In that way, I mean, I guess the X-Men, but like that they were so divided because of a bunch of 10-year-olds is kind of crazy. Also, with the return of Quentin Quire, which I don't care.
So I'm getting F. I'm hearing F.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say, I think there were some interesting things with Oya that using her as like the
kind of fulcrum. She's sort of the midpoint. Of,
I think
like,
that was an interesting thing to look at, but. Again, I think their whole like debate is just a bit useless.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's fun to read, honestly. The one good part of it is they had some really good artists on it.
Yeah.
But it's just everybody's so out of character. And I think when a story's unpleasant and they're out of character, for me, that's like, why would we ever go back to? It's easier to just think, oh, they had a breakup than to like actually think about what happened.
The reasons as to why,
Artunism saying it was manufactured BS plot-wise, and Logan saying it was so awful. Artun pointing out he loves Quentin Quire, as do I, and has a soft spot, and that's really the only soft spot any of us have for that. Okay, so this was not a crossover, but it was a lengthy single story. It is the Dark Angel Saga in Rick Remender's Uncanny X-Force, which starts around issue 7 or 8 and runs right up until Schism because it ends at issue 18, and then issue 19 is sort of like a Schism result. I just spoke about this at length like a couple of weeks ago in my ranking every X-Men omnibus. Everybody knows that this is, in my opinion, the best X-Men story. Where do you come in?
I mean, I recently read the Uncanny X-Force omnibus, so I read that in this, and I like blitzed through it. It is just so good it is such a good story. I wouldn't say it's the best X-Men story ever, but
is it the best Psylocke story ever?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're a Krakoa lover, so you love a lot of Psylocke stuff to happen in Krakoa.
Yeah, but
but at the time, you have to think at the time she had not had a good story for like a while, and then to read this where she has all of the agency was like really a big deal.
I mean, this is 100% uncanny. I just don't think I would put it above Hoxpox.
But you would put it above Judgment Day? That's hard for me.
I don't know. I also don't know because I feel like it is a great story, but Judgment Day has more scope. There's so much more going on. Or I feel like it's a bit like
And I do think that Dark Angel Saga kind of requires you to have some kind of opinion on Age of Apocalypse, even if you don't know it really well. Whereas Judgment Day, really, it's like you don't have to have read Avengers or Eternals. It kind of just gives you it all. So I'm fine with that. It's absolutely uncanny tier, no question.
100%. 100%.
The chat is like, as they said when I did the omnibus stream, it's got uncanny right in the title. Jana's Lost saying they've got to reread the Dark Angel saga. Nick N saying, whoa, but I'm not sure. Oh, so look, there are foul portions of Remender's X-Force, but I am totally with it for the first half. The second, I think the foul things happen in the second half. Okay, let's continue because that was quick. So this is the one I had to reread last night because I didn't quite remember what it was about. This was X-23 and Daken Collision. It was kind of the first time that these two children of Wolverine had met. And it was right before the X-Line was kind of like gathering everybody together a little bit more. So there were a lot of characters that had never really interacted with each other. And so they interact in Madripoor. X-23 is sailing on a pirate ship with Gambit for some reason. Daken is in the process of taking over Madripoor. It's written by Marjorie Liu. It is Wheels, what did you think about this one?
I thought this was fun. I don't know if I have like a particular strong opinion about it either way, but I enjoy Marjorie Liu's X-23 and I enjoy the Daken series that's happening at the same time as well. But I don't know if I have any particular strong opinions. It's fun. It's nice to see them meet up, and it deals with like the facility and Laura's like history in an interesting way. But again, I don't really have any strong opinions, so I'll go with wherever you put it.
I want to put it on the B tier because I just have so much affection for both of these series. I think the art was really good. I actually was reminded last night rereading it that Ryan Stegman did the interior art. It doesn't look like his current style at all. It's like really kind of round and supple and developed compared to his like really sinewy style that he does now. But I just don't think I don't think enough happens in it to put it on B. I do think it's really interesting to set Lara and Akihiro against each other for the first time. And for that, I do think there's some significance in that. I just don't think it's quite enough of a blockbuster to put it on B, but it's very well executed. So I'm going to put it at the top of C, I think, or maybe right. Yeah, I think top of C for me. I don't know. Do you object to that?
No, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that.
All right. Yeah, really good. If you love these characters, it's in both the X-23 omnibus and the Daken omnibus. But if you love them and you're always like, ooh, what would it be like if they meet? It's just a really satisfying, fun crossover. Like nothing negative about it. Now, here's something pretty small and minor. It was an annuals crossover. It's called Escape from the Negative Zone. It happens just as Kieran Gillen has taken over Uncanny X-Men, but he doesn't actually write it. And it's a crossover between Uncanny X-Men, Generation Hope, and Steve Rogers' Super Soldier that happens just before Fear itself. For me, this is kind of like, it's kind of just like a nothing, whatever. Like D tier, it's fine. A kid would like it. Hope gets to meet Captain America, which I think is important to AVX.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing right with it either.
I completely agree. I mean, this was the one thing I'd forgotten about, and I literally had to speed read through it about 20 minutes before the stream. And I managed to get the whole story by just speed reading through it. There isn't much to it, apart from, I think, as you said, Cap and Hope meeting, which I think is important for AVX, because I think it really sets up their relationship.
Yeah, I do think that there's certain things that if you want to make AVX more palatable, there's certain stories you can read that will kind of be like, oh, okay, so this didn't totally come out of the blue. And I think this is one of those stories.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, now we're getting into some stuff that we're getting into things that now people think are classic, which is crazy to me because to me it was not that long ago. This is Age of X, is written entirely by Mike Carey. It was a crossover between his X-Men legacy and also he takes over New Mutants for a few issues between Zeb Wells and Gillen writing it, and then later Abnett and Lanning writing it. It seems like it's an Age of Apocalypse riff, but actually there's something a little different, which I would hate to spoil, other than to say Legion plays a big role, and so does Maura McTaggart, which with the changes of Hoxpox makes it read completely differently.
Yeah.
Wheels, I love this.
I also love this. Yeah, so good. Just all of my, I mean, I'm a real big fan of X-Men Legacy. So I think, yeah, this is so good. I think it's so interesting as well. The different takes on the characters, and I think as well the reviews to the end as well are just real like.
And it does that thing that I said earlier that I love, where even though it kind of takes you to an alternate something, we won't say quite what, it has real impacts for the characters who
Yes.
choose to let it impact them. So it has
Yes.
impacts for Rogue. Cyclops is kind of like, I would prefer it didn't have an impact. Whereas Frenzy is like, actually, it had a huge
Yeah.
impact on me. And I just think that is, it's so smart. Like,
Yeah.
how you must be really smart to be able to write that. You know, I just, Mike
Yeah.
Carey.
Oh,
So it's an
so
A for
good.
me. I
So
mean,
yes, I was.
unqualified A, not
Yeah.
best ever, but like as good as it gets without
Yeah.
being best ever.
Yeah. I was going to put it in A as well. I
All right.
think, yeah, so
We
strong.
do to just say farewell to Edinburgh Pokemon, who apparently, if I start an hour earlier, has time to come and hang out. And Colt Dog, yes, I did some research, and it's Dakin with a soft A, not Dakin. It's actually an actual word in Japanese, which in the context it's being used for the character, I think is a slur technically, but he's owned it. So I'm allowed to say that I'm queer, and he's allowed to say that his name is Dakin. Okay, let's continue back. Now, this is one that I fought to put on because it felt like an event for me, even though it's just an arc of a book. It's called The Fall and Rise of the New Mutants. It is what happens directly after Second Coming in New Mutants. It's written by Zeb Wells, who at the time everybody loved. And it kind of is an Inferno sequel where it kind of follows up all the original New Mutants are together, including Ileana, and it kind of follows up on a lot of the ramifications of the original Inferno for them and kind of the mess that got left behind that nobody fully addressed. I was riveted when this was coming out. I couldn't believe how good it was. I was like, how is this not like this to me struck me as an arc that could have been a line-wide event, but I'm happy it just got left in its own comic book because it's Cannonball was great, Danny Moonstar was great, Ileana was great. It just really was like a great showcase for who these characters have grown to be. Now, had you actually read it before I put it on the list?
Yes, I've read
So
Zeb
how did
Wells'
you
New
feel about
Mutants.
it?
I really love this. I think it's a really good end cap to Zeb Wells' run. I wish he'd continued writing the book after this. But there we go. I do think, yeah, I think this is really good. I love how it ties up sort of the magic plot, and a major magic plot, really, from like the
Yeah.
sort of creation of her character. And I think it is really well. I think as well, it also ties really interestingly into Age of X. I think, yeah, I think this is. I know a lot of people don't like Zeb Wells' Spider-Man, but like Zeb Wells writing
His New
X-Men,
Mutants was incredible.
yeah, literally, yeah, incredible. So I
And
would,
Jamie C agrees with us. I can't quite give it an A because it's not like a
yeah,
all-time great, but it's to me, this is like the definition of why
yeah,
the B tier is here. It's like stories that
yeah,
I fucking love that just are
yes.
not like all-time great stories.
I agree that I'm happy with it being there.
Awesome. Okay. Now we come to one that perhaps we'll think of a little less fondly. I don't know yet. This is Curse of the Mutants. It was the new status quo that started immediately after Second Coming in 2010, where the X-Men were going to be more integrated into the rest of the Marvel Universe after not really being that for the past 5 years. And so, of course, what says integration with the Marvel Universe more than X-Men versus vampires? So that happens for the first 6 issues of X-Men 2010. There's also a number of one-shots and tie-ins. But I think we're mostly talking about the main vampire arc in those 6 issues and like the direct one-shots that go with that, like the Storm and Gambit one-shot, which I do love. This to me is kind of like the definition of is it C or is it D? It's like fun to read, and it did have lasting like ramifications for Jubilee, but it's kind of just like very corporate told me to make an X-Men book.
It's very much like, oh, Twilight is the big thing happening right now.
Yeah.
We should do a vampire book. I think there are some crazy like things that are said, like when Cyclops says to Dracula, "I think you should follow your heart." That's so crazy. I
I mean, I don't know what else we need to really say other than as Karen Charm just brought up, the Chris Bockello draws the Storm and Gambit issue, one of my favorite Gambit issues of all time. I mean, it's hilarious. It gets their relationship right. Did he write it too? I can't remember who wrote it, but it's really, really great issue. And if you love Gambit or Storm or Chris Bockello, you absolutely should go and read it because it's like just a truly, truly delightful single issue written by Chuck Kim, who I truly could not tell you who that is. So look, I said it was kind of one of those between C and D's. So you've got a tie break. Is it a C or is it a D?
I'm gonna say, I don't know. I'm gonna say D. I'm gonna say D, I think.
So how far down on D are we going with this?
I think the top of D maybe.
Oh yeah, I agree. Because
Just
to
like
me, it's
yeah,
coherent. There's nothing wrong with it. It makes perfect sense. It's just kind of there.
yeah, yeah. It's just then it happened. I mean, I don't like Jubilee as a vampire, but it happened, and we had to live with that. So
Well, now we're 2/3 of the way. So now we're cruising, and we're cruising along to one
ooh.
that Second Coming. I mean, they've heard me talk about this many times over. You're my guest. Wheels, tell me about Second Coming and your feelings on it.
So Second Coming is the line-wide crossover of the X-Men in 2010, and it's the return of Hope as a teenager, and them fighting against Bastion, who is attempting to kill Hope and prevent that from happening. There are some major ramifications in this series. Some characters die. I think this is one of the best. To be
I
fair,
think this is the best X-Men direct crossover of all time.
I wouldn't go that far,
Okay.
but
Direct meaning
uh,
individual series interspersing with each other in a reading order. So there's no event. I mean, there's like an issue number 1, but it's just like all. You're not willing to go that
think
far.
it's up there. I think it's up there, but I don't know if it would be number 1 for me.
For me, this is either the top of A or Uncanny. So where are you?
I want to say I could put it in Uncanny, but it'd be the bottom of Uncanny.
Okay.
I think.
I we'll see what else pops up on Uncanny, and if it feels like we're putting a lot of things on A that are better than it, but then I might have to use an override later. I'm obsessed with this comic, and for me, it's a nostalgia thing because I was just coming back at that time, and when I read, I was like, "Oh shit!" Like this is how.
Yeah.
I was kind of like thinking all X-Men comics were going to be that good, and then they weren't. But it's if you want to read X-Men comics as like that really feels like a big action movie, and that like every single issue truly feels significant and has like a holy shit moment in it. Second Coming is at that level.
Yeah.
Jamie C, who has very good taste, is saying this is uncanny, very uncanny. Flasher giving it an 11 out of 10. Max loves Hope. Logan Wayne likes Second Coming. It would be hilarious if you used an override to move it up one place on it. Look, if I have overrides left at the end, there's no telling what kind of crazy bullshit I'm going to get up to. Okay, but right before that, literally it was coming out, just days before Second Coming, is X Necrotia, which is such an interesting event because it really was the culmination of everything happening in X-Force 2008, which was by Kylan Yost. But then it also kind of like does some things in New Mutants that are important, including bringing back some characters who we really love, and that also does some things in X-Men Legacy that's really interesting for Rogue, made even more interesting because of the Mora stuff. Here's why I like this, and I'm very flexible on what tier you want to put it on. But the reason I like it is because Selene has always been made out to be such a big bad, but I don't think anybody ever made her do anything. And this was the first time that I was like, yeah, like Selene is badass. Like it really felt satisfying that Selene finally was legit scary, and she felt like a cool final boss for that X-Force team. Really, Second Coming is their final boss, but it was almost like that was like the super secret boss, like at the end of the stage. But this felt like the final fight of the video game for X-Force. So I'm very flexible in tiers, but that's why I enjoy Necrotia.
I enjoy Necrotia too. I think the New Mutants and the X-Men Legacy stories are better than the main story a bit. I prefer them, but I do enjoy the I really enjoy the main series. I love Selene, so I think this is like a really fun camp time.
I love that you put it. I don't know if I ever would have. To me, it's like horror, and you're like, it's
horror,
quite
but
camp.
It's look, she's like just resurrecting all the dead people, and
so you're saying Selene is like the Dr. Frankenfurter of the X-Men? Is that like what?
Well, sure. Well, I guess. I mean that was just a means to an end, really, for her, to get big and blue. But so I think there's some silliness, like with that Eliphas character. That's like so silly. So I'd be willing to put this in like low A, high B.
Good, because if you said C, I was gonna have to pull out an override.
No. This is a lot of fun. And I think X-Force as we see with the omnibus poll every year, is like a really wanted book, and I feel like, yeah, it's a really good.
And I just think it's one of the, again, I give a lot of credit to a book that makes sense. Like it
Mhm.
pays off the things it says it's going to pay off. It keeps the promises it says it's going to keep. And I think Necrotia does all that. I would only put X of Swords above it because X of Swords is just so, it's the scope is so big.
Yeah.
But I
So
think
big
Necrotia actually executes maybe a little bit better than X of
Yeah,
Swords.
there's
Right. I would say if you like X of Swords and you've never read Necrotia, definitely read Necrotia.
read it. Yeah, I would recommend to anyone. I'd be like, yeah, read it. Yeah, just really good.
Ryan Williams says, was it Marvel's answer to Blackest Night? Sort of.
It happened at the exact same time, right? It was both in 2010.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is when Blackest Night happened. So.
Well, I've never heard you talk about DC comic books before.
I don't know that much. I have read like Green Lantern from 2004 to Blackest Night is something I have actually read.
Okay.
So.
Next, as we continue our trip backwards through the 2010 and 2009 of X-Men, this is Nation X. It's kind of an era, but it's kind of a story because it's what happens when they get backed onto Utopia. So Exodus Utopia just ended. Now they're on an island, and it kind of looks at how everybody's dealing with that. Cyclops is involved. Rogue is involved. It kind of ties a big bow around everybody. I love this, but here's the thing. I love Greg Land. I, at this point, was tolerating Terry Dodson, but it's got great Rogue content and it's got great Broclops content. And the Predator X story is really, really cool. To me, this is where Cyclops becomes modern Cyclops. Like he had it kind of been like teased for a while, but he really like solidifies into modern Cyclops here. I don't know. What do you think about it?
I agree. I don't know if people know, but I think Utopia is like maybe second to Krakoa the best.
Yes, I agree.
Era of X-Men.
Like, so, yeah, of course.
I mean, yeah. So I think we're mostly aligned on these things. I do really enjoy Nation X and the things happening. I don't love Greg Land as much as you do, but
who could?
But I hate it all the time. There is sometimes I can tolerate Greg Land. You know, it's not.
But I'm willing to put it low on B, unless you're saying it's an A, in which case I'm certainly going to go along with you. But to me, it's like it's not significant.
Yeah, I think it's B more because it is verging on that. It kind of is an error. It kind of is an event.
Yeah.
So I think B is an all right place. To
but
put it.
In terms of things that I personally am obsessed with, it's uncanny. I'm just saying
the Matt Fraction era is
okay.
Love. Yeah.
But now we come to the story that immediately precedes it. And this is Utopia, written by Brian Bendis and Matt Fraction. It's got a little bit of Mike Carey stuff, but the main part is it's a crossover between Dark Avengers and Uncanny X-Men. I have to say this, having gone through it this weekend for the first time in a while, it feels very present to now. Like there's this, I'm so happy we're doing this show.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Oh my, yeah. Every time
it feels like there's this minority that's been demonized, but they're a tiny fraction of the population. There's one sanctuary city that has accepted them, and the whole country, including Norman Osborn's Dark Avengers, decides that that's a problem. I mean, I'm almost like getting a little emotional about it. It's now. It's what's happening right now.
And they're literally like protesting on the streets and
did you just get like chills looking at it because it just feels so present?
Yeah. It's like completely relevant today, even though it was 16 years ago. It's still completely.
In 2009. So, I mean, mutants as the minority never really goes out of style. But here's the thing: the reason it resonates so well is it's not just like everybody hates mutants and now the Sentinels are killing them. It's this really layered story about like that kind of teases what will happen later in Krakoa with like, should they have their own ethno nation? Does that make it a ghetto or does that make it a homeland? Like it's really deep, but in all those deep questions, it's just a lot of really fun action of the X-Men and the Avengers punching each other.
Yeah. And I think
this is my Avengers versus X-Men.
Yeah, I think this really is a good use of the Dark Avengers in that, like, I think it is the perfect, like, between them, and I think it really ties into
I'm willing to give it an A.
I'd give it an A. Yeah.
I mean, what were you gonna say? Don't let me bully you.
No, I was gonna say I was contemplating the idea of Uncanny, but no, I think A is best.
Oh, so you're gonna put it higher?
Yeah, I just I really enjoy it a lot.
Higher than Age of X?
But no, I think you're right, actually. Maybe I'm just getting too hyped up on the emotion. Like, yeah, I think that's a good.
I mean, I got really emotional rereading it last night, and that was not on my list of things I thought was going to happen. I knew I liked it, but I don't think I was
I just
expecting
think
to go back to it.
it's like just so relevant now, and because I think in the beginning they're not even protesting, they're protesting over a law that's like trying to be put in, like Proposition X or something like that. It's
Yeah.
about like reproductive rights,
Oh,
and then it
yeah.
becomes a fight with the Dark Avengers, and gets pushed in out of San Francisco. But yeah, so I keep it at A, but
Okay.
I just think it is like just a really great story that I think is probably quite underrated. I think a lot of people, when you look at X-Men events, it's not really one that shows up in a lot of
Yeah, I don't
reading
know
orders and
why.
things.
And it goes
So
to prove that I don't always hate Bendis, because I think Bendis crushed it on this. I think Bendis does better when there's something a little sinister, like, and creepy. Like, I think he's got more darkness going on that I think that he lets sneak into his plots usually. I'll have more to say about this in the after show, because it's very relevant to something happening in New Zealand right now. So now we take a step back again, just months prior. There's a lot of stuff happening in this 2009, 2010 to Messiah War. Now, you've heard me talk shit on this as part of the Messiah trilogy omnibus, but that's just because I don't think it belongs there. As an actual story, Cable and Hope are marooned in the future. Bishop's chasing them. Now Strife is onto them. And so the Wolverine X-Force team from the present gets sucked to the future to help them deal with that. Look, on the rule of cool scale, that's cool. Like, how much cooler could it get?
Not much cooler, to be fair.
Not much cooler.
I would say this is the weakest of the Messiah trilogy, though.
Fair.
I think it's good, but I think it is the weakest. Maybe that's just because it's X-Force and Cable, and those just properties don't interest me as enough as just general X-Men. But yeah, I think B. I put it in B.
I mean, it's just really fun, and it's significant for Cable and Hope because it's the first time anybody else experiences Hope. Like, they come back from the future and they're like, "Oh, it might work." Like, to me, so that feels too significant to put in C tier for me.
Yeah, and it's definitely you sort of do need to read it from going from Messiah Complex into Second Coming if you want to get the full picture. Like, it is necessary. That's why it is part of the Messiah trilogy, I suppose.
I might even move it higher on B tier.
Yeah, I don't know if it is that low. I'd put it.
Say when.
I would have put it. I would have stopped it before Inferno, but I know you feel differently about Inferno.
No, that's fine. So. I'm very agreeable to that. People in the chat are affirming us, and we love affirming comments from the chat. That makes us feel great. Okay, we're going to continue. Now, this one, I remember reading it, but I have to say, if this is an indication of where it's going to go at all, I'm just dragging them wherever, by the way. Where I initially put them has nothing to do with my opinion. This is Original Sin. It was a crossover with an event single issue between X-Men Legacy by Mike Carey and Wolverine Origins by Daniel Way. I remember reading it, and I read it again yesterday. I can never remember what it's about.
Yeah, I read it, and then I was looking up the uncannyxmen.net and like synopsis version to see if I could remember it, and I mean, I think it's interesting. I know this is the introduction of like Miss Sinister and things like that, I think. And
it's also where Daken becomes relevant outside of just Wolverine.
Yeah.
But there's just no... I mean, the art's good. The story's interesting. Xavier's an asshole. Great, always a fun go-to plot.
It is the weakest part. I'd say this is the weakest part of X-Men Legacy.
I would agree. And I have positive feelings about it, but I'm realizing it's because I like both of those series individually. But this story, I literally cannot tell you what it's about, and I just reread it yesterday.
I think is it like retconning some stuff with like Wolverine joining the X-Men as well, or something like that's part of the Original Sin. I don't even...
I think it's got to go on the D tier, unfortunately.
Yeah, and like
it's kind of right around that Vendetta area of like, what is it about actually?
I don't want to say I think it's about this because I don't know if it is. So I don't want to spread misinformation. So yeah, I think D is all right.
So then we get a little breather for a couple of months as we travel backwards, and now we're in 2008, and we're talking about Messiah Complex. Messiah Complex is kind of kicks off this whole era that turns into Utopia and turns into AVX, and it's also kind of really dealing with the mutants taking agency over their own plot after House of M. I have no idea how you feel about it. We've never talked about this before. Tell us what tier you put it on and why.
Oh, this is uncanny, 100%. This is to me, this is the best like direct crossover I think
Oh,
this
so
is
you have it higher than this is why you wouldn't
yeah,
let me say that about Second
yeah.
Coming.
I think Messiah Complex just hits, and I think as well. I think all the writers were in a sort of way with like the Hellfire God. Like everyone was working together in such a way that you kind of if you're not really paying attention, you kind of it is quite a seamless read through in terms of I know it's like 4 different writers, but
Yeah.
it's very cohesive, and I just love it, and it really picks everything up from the dark days of the Decimation and like propels the X-Men forward. And obviously it's the start of everything that
Here's the
carries on.
two, we don't have to have a big fight about it. It's uncanny, no question.
Yeah.
Here's the two things I would put below Second Coming. We're talking about the difference of one spot here. One is that I feel like the art is more consistent in Second Coming. In Messiah Complex, when you get to the Umberto Ramos issues, it's very distracting because the other books do not. They have this very kind of like grounded, rendered look, and then it goes full cartoon, which I understand because it's the new X-Men issues. But there's that, and then also because it's the beginning of an era and not the end of an era, it doesn't really have like a payoff. I love it. Again, it's on the uncanny tier, but it kind of ends with like Mystique is running away and Sinister stuff happens, but it's like there's no like satisfying feeling. It's kind of just like keep reading. So for me to like hand that to somebody versus Second Coming, I just feel like Second Coming like delivers a little harder. But at the same time, because they're both part of the same trilogy, I'm not going to fight over the fact that you need Messiah Complex to enjoy Second Coming. But that's my piece. That's what I have to say.
That's fine. I mean, we could put it below Second Coming if you want.
No, you're letting me bully you now. I'm bullying you to not let me bully you.
Fine, we're keeping it there.
Stand strong in your stance that we're keeping it there. But we both agree that it's the uncanny tier.
Yeah, so good.
And Max loves it. Jamie C loves it. Logan Wayne loves it. And going back one, Jamie C says, if someone was to ask me what the X-Men original sin story was about, I'd have guessed it was the last will and testament of Xavier, which is another story called Original Sin, but not that story. Okay, we're not even at the halfway point. It seems like we're mired in
gosh. And we're at 2 hours. We're at 2 hours.
We just keep cruising. So this is Phoenix and War Song, which is the second one. This is all about Emma Frost and the Cuckoos and tying them into the Weapon X project. OneWheelChairX, what tier and why?
I would put this in low C, maybe.
I completely agree.
I think not. I guess spoilers for the next one, but I think Ensong is way better than this, and it feels just like a mini series for a mini series sake, and like I don't know. I just don't think it's as interesting. I think it tries to grapple with the concepts of like new X-Men and the Cuckoos and the Weapon Plus program, but it just isn't as interesting, and I don't think the art is good either. Actually, even though Greg Land is, even though it's Greg Land, but the other one, but I think this one is just.
I was just a little disappointed by Greg Pak here. Like I love that it was trying to do something big with Emma, but I think it was still stuck on trying to make it Phoenix Forcey when it probably was enough to just do the Weapon X part. Like I don't know that you need to do Weapon X and clones and Phoenix. It just felt like it was a little too much for it to, but it does have, pardon me, lasting effects on continuity for the Cuckoos, for Gwen Quire, for Emma, and I think that it's a fun read, and I think people ought to read it. It's in that Phoenix, the third Phoenix omnibus, but that's about all I have to say about it. It's for me, it was like teetering on D, but if you want to put it on C, I'm not gonna object. So now we're pre-Messiah Complex. We're kind of into like the House of M zone, but happening right, and I did check this. Technically, Beast is in that after he's in this. This is X-Men Endangered Series, which is really Endangered Species, which is really just like a big prologue to Messiah Complex of Beast being like, what is the state of the mutant race? Can we jumpstart the mutant race? I think it's a really interesting read. There's nothing bad about it. It's very well coordinated. It was as backups through all the issues at the time. I think it's almost all written by Mike Carey, but it's kind of like not significant on its own. But I think it's really, if you're into that kind of like hated and feared grim aspect of the X-Men and you want to think about like philosophically, how do they respond to that? That's exactly what this is. Philosophically, not with punches, but with thoughts.
Yeah, it is a lot of talking. So if you're not looking for, if you want some fights, this is not for you.
But it does do the cool thing of visiting all of the science bad guys. It
Yeah,
visited Sinister, Evolutionary, I think maybe even like MODOK at one point.
I think.
I
And
could be making
again,
that up. What
if
tier would you
you,
put it on?
oh, I'd maybe say, I would say maybe C, because I think it's I wouldn't say it's like 100% important, but I feel like it's good context to have going into Messiah Complex and other things. Also, I think in terms of like the Beast arc just over the years, I think this is also a
Yes.
very interesting look into sort of the him falling down the science at any cost
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Actually, now that you put it that way, I think it's actually one of the best Beast stories. And it's interesting because he
Mm,
doesn't do a whole lot, but it really lets you into like who he is in a way that he
mhm.
doesn't, because he's such a thoughtful character that most comics don't give you a chance to do that. And I think Endangered Species does.
Yes.
I just kind of arbitrarily threw it towards the middle of C there. We could put it
Yeah,
lower if you
that's
want.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Now, this is not really an event, but it's a status quo bannering a book for a while. It's Supernovas in X-Men 1991 when Mike Carey first takes it over, starting with issue 188. It's got Chris Bacallo on art. It is very beloved by fans. It also introduces significantly the Children of the Vault. Wills, what tier would you put this on and why?
I'd put this, I think where you've put it right now, at the end of B maybe is decent. I think other stuff that Mike Carey does is better, but I think this is a strong start because I think this is the very first arc of, so this is the first X-Men stuff that Mike Carey is writing.
Yeah, it's like
And
him arriving.
and I mean he goes in with a full punch. So yeah, I think this is a decent part, and obviously it sets up Rogue's team with like Cannonball and Cable and Sabretooth and Mystique and Lady Mastermind,
And
which
the
is
thing I like
a
about it
crazy
is it
choice.
yeah, it's like bold choices right from the beginning. Like it takes an X-Men book that had kind of been struggling a little bit for
Yes.
relevance and to be interesting, and it's kind of like we're doing weird shit. We're bringing in characters that have never been on this team before. We're inventing new bad guys, and I like when an author invites new bad guys and then they feel significant enough that they don't just kill them off. And Children of the Vault, of course, come back and be used really well in Krakoa. I just think this is kind of like an evergreen story arc where I think that no matter where you are in your X-Men reading, you can kind of be handed this and it's going to feel cool.
Yeah.
All
100%.
right. Now we're on to one that I insisted be on here, but we're really combining two things into one here. So this is War of Kings, but we agreed that because War of Kings is not like super an X-Men event on its own, we're kind of in using this to stand in for the whole sweep of everything that's involved in this, beginning with the rise and fall of the Shi'ar Empire, which starts, I think, at like Uncanny X-Men 475.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm obsessed with it. I don't think, here's my bold statement, and you could live react. I don't think any X-Men space arc ever delivered on the grandiose scope of the Shi'ar Empire prior to this. This kind of pays off what everybody had been suggesting could have happened with space shit ever since Dark Phoenix.
I agree. Actually, thinking of that, I think you're right because I remember reading The Rise and the Fall, and it feels. I mean, it's a massive 12 issues, but it feels like massive
Yeah.
in that way. That feels massive, and then War of Kings obviously feels massive too. I mean, I don't care too much about Vulcan, but
Does
I
anybody
actually
care much about Vulcan?
But I think actually, I know there's some people that don't like the Rise and Fall of Shi'ar Empire, but I enjoy it. I actually think it's really fun. It's really different. And again, I think I'm trying to remember what happens. Just I think the issue before that is the end of Chris Claremont's
Yes.
third run
And
of the
then
Reload period, and then
Brubaker takes over it
takes
at
and
that
goes straight
point.
into that. And I think again, much like Supernovas, which I think was at the exact. I think
Yeah.
Supernovas came out at the same time. I think much needed like propelling push. I think it. I prefer the Rise and Fall better than Deadly Genesis.
I am
So
going to make a bold statement. I think it's an A. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's like the space story for X-Men.
I would have put it in like low B. So I'll let you have A. I'll let you have it.
But you would put it, so you like it there, like at the end of B?
Yeah. But if you want it in A, look.
No, because now I don't know that I could. Yeah, it's better than the Necrotia. Do I have to use? Does that mean I have to use an override to get it to A?
Well, you've already used one. I mean, if you want to.
I don't know how, but you were not thinking A.
Well,
I think you're being too easy on me, and I should probably have to use an override to put it on A.
use an override then. I mean, you've got plenty to spare. So
You say that now, but we have the same amount right now. Now I'm going to be at a disadvantage. All right, I'm using an override because to me it's the best space story. Oh, I took away one of yours by mistake. Hold on. Okay.
I mean, I
All
think
right.
it's good. It just, yeah, but we can put it
now.
in.
You've already teased how you feel about this, which is the story that comes right before it, which is Deadly Genesis. People hate Deadly Genesis. Are you one of those people?
I don't know. I'm not. I wouldn't put it in F, but I'd put it in D, maybe.
Wow. So why, in your opinion, is it a D?
It just, I don't know. It just feels so. In terms of like the Charles Xavier, it's like really like pushing him almost like too far. I feel like in the context of 2026, it's a bit different because he all the stuff that happens in Krakoa, but it just is like kind of crazy that I guess these 4 children, like, I guess spoilers for this, but these 4 children like die on my watch, and then I erase it from everyone's minds and pretend that it never happened. And I kind of like don't care. I think Darwin is mildly interesting, and I think the others are interesting, but again, they don't have anything. There's nothing to them. They're just sort of there to get murdered, and I don't know. They are just sort of fodder, and I think it's an interesting way to like loop it into the original Giant Size story, and I think to fill that gap of like how did Cyclops escape is interesting, but like I don't know. I just don't really care for it that much.
It's interesting because I think you represent the majority opinion. I think that's what like everybody says about it. And I've never really understood that fully, only because to me, like Professor Xavier is a jerk. I do think he would have kept a bunch of dead kids secret. I think also Hoxpox makes it even better.
Yeah,
but I just think that at the time I read it and it felt to me like some of the jerkiness of Professor Xavier was explained well by it. I kind of was like, oh, now I get just like what the stakes were of X-Men for him at that time. Like, yes, naturally he would have had another class of X-Men. Naturally, he would have like pulled like it kind of like filled in a gap that to me really felt like a gap. So for me, I was going to put it probably as the last thing on B, but you wanted to put it in D.
Well, I guess this is
it's kind of like it averages the same. We said if we were one apart that it goes in the middle, or you could override to force it to be in D.
Oh, but then I've only got 3 left.
That's I just used one of them. We've been kind of like neck and neck in our use of them.
I don't. Oh no, because when you say things like that, you kind of convince me that maybe it's not as bad as I feel it to be.
Yeah, but you came out of the gate strong.
I know.
Look, I'm not saying I'm going to put it on B. The average is C, so we're just going to pop it right at the end of C.
Yeah, right at the end
unless
of C.
you use an override.
Yeah, actually, no. Let's use an override.
Ooh, okay.
Let's use it.
And so tell me where you want it on D. Well, I
wouldn't put it. I would. I would put it in between Phoenix and Trial of Magneto.
Okay. There you go, folks. A book that you've heard me be an avowed fan of over the years. But we're doing some compromising today, and so that's where it goes. A lot of people in the chat were trying to tell you to put it in F with your override.
No, I don't think it's that bad. I think again it has its merits. I think it fills out the like things with early Krakoa, but
well, that was our midpoint. So at 2 hours and 22 minutes, we're halfway through.
Oh my god!
And the next, but I think we're accelerating now because we had a lot to say about Krakoa. So the next one is Decimation, which was a little bit of a banner, but there are a lot of mini series, but it's basically what happens like immediately after House of M. And I think that I think that it makes sense. Everything that happened makes sense. And if we're going to only have 198 mutants, these are the things that would occur in the world. Does that make it interesting to read about? No, it's absolutely not. It's like, okay, so all of your favorite, like, what is it called? Slip Glotto, the Star Wars joke about like the most insignificant characters, everybody's favorite character. All of them are dead. And also now we're policing this minority even more now that there's less of them. It's just not fun to read.
No. The only thing I actually remember from rereading this stuff is like that there's that whole like Sentinels, there's a whole Sentinels miniseries about the one Sentinels and the people that, and like,
yeah.
It's
like,
just
not... So now you're employed by ICE.
Yeah. So,
so that's a D, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an F because like it's not badly put together, but I don't want to reread it.
No, also I think the things in Peter Milligan's X-Men where they're like, oh, Iceman doesn't have his powers and Polaris doesn't have his powers, but then actually Iceman still has his powers. He was just so scared or whatever.
Right, like all of the initial ramifications, they kind of like dialed it back on almost all of them. Only Danny Moonstar got shafted, I think, like out of every
Danny and Jubilee and
important character.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that's why they made her a vampire, because she didn't have powers. Okay, so of course, directly before that, we have House of M, which is sort of like the act break in Astonishing X-Men. Is written by Bendis, even though it's got the Joss Whedon team, and it's an alternate reality caused by Scarlet Witch. I think at this point, everybody knows what House of M is. But what tier would you put it on, and why?
Is it controversial to say A?
Maybe, I don't know. Why is it an A for you?
I know people hate it. I know people hate it, and X-Men fans hate it. Of like, oh, this is like the end times for X-Men. But we did get Messiah Complex. We got like, I think if you think about it in terms of, I think it was. I don't like it editorially. I don't like the like decision behind it. But I think as a story, I think House of M is really interesting to be like, oh, this is a alternate reality where mutants rule. And I know like the whole Scarlet Witch thing is like overplayed, but I mean, it's an interesting idea. And again, I think it really propels the X-Men into a new era, because I feel like they were kind of in a lull. Maybe, I mean, we had Astonishing X-Men.
Yeah, but not much else was going on. What else was happening? After the end of Grant Morrison, it was kind of like wheel spinning.
And like, I know Astonishing was super delayed by that point. So you're probably getting an issue every 3 months. So I feel like just not a lot was going on. I feel like it was sort of needed, particularly for things like, like New X-Men, Academy X. They needed that to like, it was a good jump start, I think, for a lot of books, even though it is like a,
Chat's come out against it hard. House of F, House of M, C, because I'm overing it. House of M. Oh, hold on. Is a trash event, but Saz Murph is with you, giving it an A. And by the way, D. Marcel is finally here because he just finished up his obligations for the day. Max Appleman saying it was the first comic I picked up and I wanted to get into comics years ago. It left me thoroughly confused. It's an interesting idea, but definitely not first reader friendly. And Edwin Billiot saying low B or high C. The thing is, I don't understand what there is to hate about it. Like
I think it's a good story. Like, I think it's well written. I think this is Bendis like in his prime almost, like of like doing.
And I think here's the thing. I think it's better as not an X-Men story than an X-Men story, because it does so many interesting things for like what's going on with Cap and what's going on with Miss Marvel, Carol Danvers, and things like that. And then I think everybody gets so hung up on the No More Mutants because it was like editorially mandated and there were too many mutants, whatever. But if you let go, and now we've all been, that wound has been healed. Okay,
we don't have to get angry about that. It's been 20 years ago. We can move on.
Right. And so now that we know that, I think that looking at the story itself, it's crafted perfectly fine. Would I give it an A? No, because I look at the quality of the things on that A tier and I'm like, I don't know if it's that good. I don't know if it's like
the art is Olivia Coipel's art.
I do like
so good.
Look, I like Edwin Billiot was gonna kind of put it B, teetering on C, but I can't actually say I was gonna put it on C. I was gonna put it on B. So the question is that, and I don't care enough to override it. So if you really want it to be an A, but I'm leaving it there.
Yeah. It's clinging on to A with its fingernails, but
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy with that. And we are now at the halfway point. So
Woo!
now this one, I am so curious to hear what you have to say because you made us at it. And there are qualities about it which I have opinions about, which is Phoenix Endsong. This was another act breaky series in the middle of Astonishing. It has the whole Astonishing X-Men cast. It should be in an Astonishing X-Men companion omnibus, but this is not a mapping show. It's by Greg Pak and Greg Land. And it's about Jean coming back, question mark. So what's your what made you insist that we put it on the list?
Well, because it's like it's Jean coming back. We feel like that is itself is like quite momentous, and I feel like it should be more relevant than it is. If that makes sense. I feel like what Greg Pak was setting up in terms of how the Phoenix works, in terms of Jean has to put the pieces back together. And I think Matt Fraction was actually there was something there with like Jean is in the background doing things in the White Hart room. And I enjoyed the thing of like, oh, she has to pull the pieces back together. And this was really, I think, the start of them really going like, well, maybe Jean and Phoenix are the same thing. And I just think it's a really interesting, and I think it's iconic. Like that, I mean, the covers are iconic. If you look up Dark Phoenix, that cover of the first issue is like one of the first images you'll see.
And I think this is Greg Land. I think this
Yeah.
was him first coming to Marvel from DC after having done things like Birds of Prey. And like the art in this is cool. This is not just Krisis likes Greg Land.
Yeah.
It is cool looking. And I agree with you. Like, I think it was too soon to fully bring Jean back. So that was probably never on the table. She'd only been dead for like a year and a half at this point. But like, I think Greg Pak doesn't get enough credit for like expanding what the Phoenix Force mythos could be. And I think I'd never thought about it this way, but you're right. Fraction actually was trying to connect this. And even though it's been like subverted a couple times with AVX and stuff, I do think that this still matters because it kind of establishes that deeper connection between Jean and the Phoenix. So what tier would you have it on?
B.
Yeah, I think it's a very enjoyable B.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would put it higher than anything else on B because these are some great stories, but it is not a C.
No, yeah, I agree. I think it's B, and yeah, I like Greg Pak's idea behind the Phoenix, and like the idea of Jean has to pull the pieces back together, and then once they're all together, she will come back. And I think again that was something that was fed throughout the Fraction run. Like the Cuckoos had a piece of the Phoenix, and the Shi'ar guy had a piece of the Phoenix in his sword, and then the pieces all left that, and they came back, and then Hope came in. So
yeah, I think what we're saying is if you have never read Phoenix Endsong and you've read all this modern Jean Grey stuff, you should probably go back and read Endsong.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one, I don't think we have to spend a lot of time on this. It is X-Men Black Panther Wild Kingdom. It's a brief crossover between what's his darn name? Peter Milligan's X-Men adjectiveless and Black Panther. It's so insignificant. It's just truly about nothing.
And this is I think just before their wedding, I think, or I don't know if they've been engaged. I think this is around the time of their wedding.
After Civil War, so it might be right after.
Or is it? Or maybe right after.
Yeah,
okay.
But it's just not. It's just a nothing.
Yeah,
it's not an F because it's not bad, but it's just not.
It's just
anything.
Nothing. It's just nothing.
But it does have some good art in it. But I was scrolling through the pages, just being like, "What is anything going to happen at all?"
Yeah.
So I think that kind of.
I couldn't tell you what happens in it. So
there's apes. There's apes.
Oh, okay.
That explains everything. All right, so low D.
Yeah.
Okay. Because on the other side of that, so now I've already mentioned earlier that we're not doing anything that's in Grant Morrison's new X-Men. To us, it's a series. It's one big series. You can't break it up into like events. Same thing for Astonishing X-Men. It's a series. I know we have some long story arcs in here, but those story arcs are very snappy. Even though I love Riot Xavier's, I love E for Extinction. I think there's so many great stories in there, but we're just skipping to before that because we could talk about that. Could be a whole other 2 hours where we rank every arc of new X-Men. So we're now directly before that with Eve of Destruction, which is kind of like, let's say farewell to the X-Men as we know it before Grant Morrison makes everything weird. What tier would you have this on and why?
Low D. I just don't. I don't care for this at all. I think Scott Lobdell has some good stories in the late 90s, but this is not one of them. Um, I just don't care for it. And like I think maybe there's something interesting about Jean controlling a bunch of mutants and being like, we're going to do this mission to, but just yeah, I just don't like it at
Yeah, it
all.
just feels very minor league. Like it's kind of fun. It's got Dazzler. It's like, like they're
Yeah,
in Wolverine
and
and Cyclops together in the
Frenzy, I
sewers.
guess, but
But it's
like
like really we're back in Genosha. There's like more Magneto. It just is like not
no.
significant. Okay, well, we made clear about that. Now we're into the 90s. Well, 2000,
Well,
on the verge of the 90s, because we have X-Men Dreams End. And the kind of Dreams End existed to kind of be like, let's resolve a bunch of stuff. Let's resolve the legacy virus. It's like really putting to bed a lot of 90s plot lines so that we can be released from them and move forward. And it's a direct crossover between like a handful of books.
it's so weird the issues. It's like X-Men, Uncanny X-Men, Cable, and then the last issue of Bishop, the Last X-Men, which
Because
is
it was
such a
kind of been
weird,
like, oh, come back, Bishop, like
yeah,
be relevant again.
like so random. So yeah, this is fine, I guess. I think it has some poignant moments.
I don't,
Well,
again, it's one of those ones where like I know there's a couple big things that happen in
yeah,
it with major characters,
yeah,
but as a story, it's kind of just feels like the books are really struggling at that point,
yeah,
and it just kind of exists to be like, let's give the fans a little bit of closure, which I
yeah,
appreciate. And for that reason, I don't know if I can put it quite on D, because you've seen that I like kind of give more credit to stories that like
yeah,
accomplish
yeah.
something,
I mean,
but it's
they did
not
stuff.
good.
No, it's not. Yeah, and there's some psychic plane sex at the end. Very odd.
Oh yeah, naked psionic Mora and
And then
Xavier.
Cable and Gina like helping, trying to pull them apart at the end, and it's
They're like, oh, hose them down. Okay, so we're gonna leave. I mean, I don't think I can't put it on D because it's not bad.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
important. And there's like I guess it's an interesting. It's always interesting looking at Dream's End and then thinking about House of X and the
That
Moira of
it
it
gets
all.
better for me because of
Yeah,
House of X,
yeah,
but we can't always calculate that.
no,
So the next thing is Maximum Security, which technically was the second event, third maybe. It was Avengers versus X-Men is what I'm saying.
yeah,
And here's the thing, I was rereading it this weekend, Wheels, and the X-Men don't need to be there. Remember
no,
earlier I was like, when there's an X-Men crossover, I want to feel like there's a reason that the X-Men are there.
yeah,
They're not, even in
no,
their own book, there's not a reason for
no.
them to be there.
I literally read this for the first time today, and I was like, I read the main series, and then I read the X-Men tie-in issues, which is like Uncanny X-Men.
And can you explain why they were even there?
No, there's something about the only thing I remember is the fact that there's one singular Dabari left that tries to kill Jean, and that's it.
Yeah.
But that's
I
not
mean,
even relevant to the main story either. Is
and
that
the
something
thing
about
is,
ego?
as a story, I'm not like against it. Like the idea that we've seen DC and Marvel both play with this idea that Earth winds up being the place where the aliens that are bad aliens are put or whatever. Like that's not a new idea. And it wasn't even a new idea at this point. And as a general line-wide story, it's like, okay, I do ranking Marvel events. Maybe at some point I'll give it like a C or a D. But in terms of the X-Men participating in it, it's a D for me because it has nothing to do with them.
Nothing, absolutely nothing. And like,
Why is there even in the title?
it's written by Kurt Busiek, who's writing Avengers at the time, I believe. So, like, I guess it's like his own focus is just on the Avengers, but like, what there didn't need to be the X-Men time. And when I read it, I thought, oh, maybe there'll be a heavy like Shi'ar element, but
Right?
even the Shi'ar, Lilandra's just like, whatever happens, I don't care.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
now we're moving backwards into one. We actually are merging two stories into one here because we couldn't really figure out how to extricate them from each other. So this is X-Men versus Apocalypse the 12, as well as the ages of Apocalypse that spawn out of that, because it kind of resolves to end the 12 story.
mm-hmm.
We've heard me talk about this a lot on the channel. Wheels, what tier would you put this in and why?
I'd put it in F.
Great.
Just like, oh, what is going on? What is happening? Why is
what
this happening? Why?
the thing I
Like,
always come back to is, again, Nick saying here, like the
I
12 had
literally,
such
I'm about to
promise,
say, and
like, but then all of a sudden they're in bubbles. That's all I remember every time I reread it. The only thing I come away with is, and then Apocalypse put them in bubbles. That's
and
the
then
only thing
yeah,
that I remember.
and Nate Gray has some relevance, and I'm like, why does Nate Gray have any relevance in this story? Um, yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think our unison yeahs really
yeah,
say all that
yeah.
we needed to. Now, before that, and this is a book that I really had some interesting times with in the past week rereading. This is X-Men: The Shattering, which was kind of a status quo, but it really was a headline across both Uncanny X-Men and X-Men, kind of coming out of this Kelly and Siegel part that came before this, going into the 12, where it really is an X-Men disassembled. And we've seen the X-Men taken apart a few different times. Claremont did it heading into the Outback era and out of the Outback era. We saw it in 2018. But for me, there's just something really interesting about this because it's quite personal. Like in the X-Men book, it's very much about like Colossus and Marrow and Colossus's brother and how he has to do with Marrow. And the other book, it's kind of Rogue, kind of once again being like, do they need me? Do I need them? I don't think it's a blockbuster story, but in terms of a non-event that's really about the X-Men as individuals kind of going away and finding themselves, I actually find it quite pleasing.
Yeah, I think it's better than X-Men versus Apocalypse the 12 for
Oh, for
sure.
sure. Like to
And
know that this was ending stuff to set up for that is like,
it's like what? Yeah,
but it's not
just
significant
no. I mean, I
in
think
any
it was
way.
one we really debated over, including when we were like, is this? It's very much overlooked, I think.
To me,
Yeah,
it's a C. Like there's nothing wrong with it. And it's actually
that's
some of
fine.
the issues are good,
Yeah,
but it's not memorable in any way.
no,
No. Okay. All right, so now we're into some 90s goodness. Prepare yourself for like several rows worth of 90s goodness or not so
this is a
goodness, as the
lot.
case may be. So we're going to start out here with the Magneto War. Magneto War was 1999. It was Alan Davis steering the line, and it's kind of like the first big Magneto plot of actual Magneto and not Joseph, pretty much since Fatal Attractions, really.
Yeah,
And he it's kind of like a redux of Mutant Genesis from the beginning of X-Men 1991, where he does all the things he was threatening to do in Mutant Genesis, and he does them. He like does shut down the electromagnetic grid. He does crash all the planes. He does all the things he's been saying that he's been doing, which is maybe disappointing to see Magneto do a heel turn again, but at least it's a story that finally has him following through. But what tier would you put it on and why?
I'd say D.
Just
But
loud,
it
coming right out.
just because I think it can't be F because I think it has some well, it has major ramifications in terms of Magneto and where Magneto goes from that.
That pays off in Grant Morrison.
Yeah. But it's not really that good of a story.
No, I remember reading it and being like, the setup of the Magneto part, which I think I already have given voice to, was so cool. And then it's kind of like, and so I remember there's a lot of them sitting around in the snow. It's a lot of them like
Yeah.
arguing. Like they don't really have much agency in the story, really.
It just sort of happens.
Yeah. In fact, I would probably put it lower on D because some of these are more fun. I would put it below Black Vortex, which I think is fun. I think Dark Web
Yeah.
is fun. I just don't think it's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
It's even Poison X is fun. I would put it like around there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Age of Revelation is not fun, so you can keep that.
Now here is the one that I had never read before.
I
Because
also haven't read it, but
we're
I
like
read it now.
20 issues, not even. We're like 15 issues before this in our house read right now. So this is called Blood Brothers. It's X-Men and Cable. And I did read it for the show, but it's the only thing on here I'd never read before. And it's kind of, I mean, I'll just give my one sentence pitch for it since I just read it for the first time. Then I want to hear what you think about it. It's kind of like it's meant to be the concluding story of Cable, all of the Cable nonsense. It's like we're going to resolve the Cable stuff and we're going to resolve the X-Men stuff and we're going to resolve their connection to Strife. And we're like, this is it. This is but of course, because this is like insignificant mid 90s X-Men, nobody lets it be it. And we revisit these things like 1,000 more times. But at the time, it really truly believed that it was telling the definitive Cable and X-Men story.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's all right. I read it for the first time earlier today, and I mean, it happens. I think it's fun to see Cable and X-Men team up and then take on Strife. But it's only a 3-issue crossover. It's not nothing major. And the one thing I'll say is because there's a Madeline Pryor in this book, and there's some weird, the continuing weird incestuous vibes just
Oh,
continue through.
it's so bad.
Like X-Man and Maddie itself is bad, but then Strife and Maddie is even worse because that is her son's clone. Like at least with X-Man, it's like that's
It's
an
like he's
alternate
from a different universe. Genetically,
that
maybe
is
he's a little bit
my
different.
son and his clone. That is my son. Like, so
I will
it's
say
just
the art's
interesting.
pretty good. I think it's like
Yeah.
J.H. Williams, and I forget who the other, but it was like kind of like I couldn't even believe my eyes at who the artists were. But this is before any of them were big.
Mm.
And I guess where I land on it is I kind of wish if this story had been told in some other era, like if it had been told a little bit earlier in the 90s or in the 2000s, I think it actually could have been really satisfying. But at the time in the 90s, this is what you got. In the late 90s, you got 3 issues. It was insignificant. There was weird Madeline Pryor vibes, and we're on to the next.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a D, but it didn't suck as much as I thought it was going to suck.
No, I also think as well, though, that the X-Men issues are better because the Cable issue, the half of it is like not even about it's like
no, it's just like
random
random
of like other stuff, and then it catches up to where it was in the first issue, so it felt kind of like defeating the point. But I think the X-Men stuff was interesting, but I haven't read the rest of X-Men. Maybe things would make more sense with Ness and things like that.
Let me tell you,
and like
I'm reading it right now, and it is a struggle. Every issue is a struggle.
I can't believe this still had another like 27 issues to go.
X-Men ran for 75 issues and like 2 annuals and a special.
And now we can't even get 5 issues of anything.
And the thing is, nobody liked him. I was there for some of it at the beginning. There was no big fans. There was no, I mean, all that existed that made him cool was that he was a clone of Cable, but Cable was actually popular. I'll never understand how he made it 75 issues. I would still buy it, like the weird little freak that I am, Nick. I would absolutely buy it if they would epic collect it or whatever. But I'm telling you, it is painful to read it. Okay. All right, we're going to continue. And by the way, I just put that in D while we were talking. It seemed like that's where we were mentally.
It's super insignificant as well. Again, X-Man hasn't been relevant for years at this point. I don't know if he ever will.
Well, he had a brief moment to shine in 2018, and we've already talked about that. So this is another one that honestly, I never can truly remember it after I'm done looking at it, which is The Hunt for Xavier. So why don't you tell us what it's about? Because I could not possibly tell you.
I think, well, I read it and then I completely forgot about it as well.
Okay.
I mean, obviously Xavier goes missing. There's something about like a little alien child. Aren't there like some weird version X-Men characters that they fight? Because this is technically like the 35th anniversary of the X-Men crossover, I think. I don't think this was worthy of that.
No. It's one of those ones where I read the title, I'm like, oh, Hunt for Xavier, cool. And then every time I look at it, I'm like, wait, so this is what that was about?
Yeah, and I think Cerebro is evil, maybe? I think that's it. I think Cerebro is evil. I think that's maybe it. I actually can't remember.
I think it's like almost bordering on an F for me because it's just so. But
there's stuff. Yeah, there's stuff to enjoy about the Siegel and Kenny run, but
it's probably for me not the best part of that run.
No.
Is it better or worse than Eve of Destruction?
I mean, I can remember more of Eve of Destruction, so maybe
worse. Better or worse than Maximum Security?
Better because it's an actual X-Men story.
Okay, great. So now we come to one that I think you have strong opinions on, if I'm not mistaken, which is Zero Tolerance.
I mean, I think some of it's I like. I think the strongest part of this of Operation Zero Tolerance is the Jubilee stuff.
I would agree
with Daria and stuff, and then everything else. I think honestly, X-Men 97 kind of does a better job.
Oh, for sure.
Like you're just condensing it down to those 3 episodes is so much more interesting, and I think Bastion becomes way better in X-Men Second Coming. So
the credit that I'll give it, and I know a lot of people think of it fondly, is after the mess of Onslaught and Bastion. I'm being reminded now because I'm literally 4 issues away from starting Onslaught in our house read. Is that they had been building up Bastion for a while. They're talking about Operation Zero Tolerance even before Onslaught, and I do think that like because it had been so long since I had even looked at Onslaught when I finally read this when the hardcover came out in like 2012 or whatever. It kind of just didn't seem that significant to me. But now that I'm being reminded of how they built him up, actually, of all the X-Men are being hunted, hated, and feared stories, it's executed pretty well. Because you know why? Because Bastion is actually a signature villain. Like he's actually interesting. It's not just some random human with some random Sentinel factory. Like he is intriguing. And so I think purely for that reason, it can't be a D because it's actually a well-executed version. So the question really becomes, is it a B or a C, I guess? Some people really love it.
I'd put it on the higher end of C.
I would too. I think in terms of mid-late 90s, there's a lot of worse stories than this.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of promise. And as you said, I think Bastion's a decent, but like as you said, he's built up all the way through Onslaught, so you have that connection. He's not just parachuted in as like
right. It's not just like this story just started and here's a bad guy, which I think I assumed when I read it the first time, but then now I understand that was not the case.
And it's also interesting. I mean, this isn't really relevant, but like Uncanny X-Men, that during that period, that's when they're all in space, and then comes the trial of Gambit. So half the team aren't even on.
Yeah, they're not even there. There's only one issue, 346. That like ties in. Max remembers reading it when it was hinted at in X-Men 97 and really struggling with it. Wheels just said everything I was about to type, says Jamie C 4799. I do like it, though weirdly, I think those core aspects of it are engaging ideas. And Nick says he loves Bastion's origin regarding Master Mold and the Siege Perilous. Ed thought we were heading for B and not C, but no, we both landed in C. And the comic book report is here. Hello to you. It's an unbelievable undertaking. And it's unbelievable that we're not quite at the 2/3 mark. We have a couple more to go.
Oh my gosh.
So here's the big poppy of them all. It is X-Men Avengers Onslaught, which is the book that drove me away from comics. It drove Omar away from comics, but you were coming into it with hindsight.
Yeah. Because I did not exist back in 1996. I think this had strong promise and unfortunately did not live up to it at all, and it went so far sideways. And it's so a lot like Age of Revelation. There's just so many books. Phase 1, Phase 2, Impact.
And after they'd been building up for a year. And then it had all the look. I love a well-developed story. I love like making us like tease out a plot, but they didn't have any ideas. Like for I mean, I'll leave aside the Road to Onslaught, which I hate on its own. But in the actual event, it kind of like goes from 0 to 60 without anything satisfying, which is weird because there's all these fucking phases. So it should have been plenty of satisfying things happening. But it's kind of like goes to nobody knows where he is to he's got the world in his hand. Like there's no in-between escalation that's satisfying.
Like I think that first, is it Onslaught X-Men, that first issue where like Onslaught, well, Xavier becomes Onslaught and then Jean realizes, and then I really like the way they tied it into like Bishop's origin of like,
which I love.
That was really good.
Yeah.
But then after that, it like, and they're fighting Sentinels all the time, and then the Avengers and the X-Men teamed up, and like, I think this is one of the, I've heard a lot that apparently Scott Lobdell never used to script ahead, would just do it as it came to him. And this is like a prime example of why you shouldn't do that, because you get this. And also the fact that the whole like retcon that Onslaught is Xavier and Magneto together is in Wolverine issue like 103. Why? Like it's not even in a main X-Men title. It's in like Wolverine off on the side. Like
it almost, of all the titles that they've ever gone back and like retold or did like a forever version or whatever, I would love to take on the challenge of like doing a 4-issue Onslaught, like What If or Onslaught
Yeah.
Forever, where it's like if you only had 4 issues to tell this in a coherent, satisfying way. Because I'll say this, every time they bring back Onslaught as this kind of like psychic echo that still exists,
Yeah.
which happened in Way of X, it happens in Axis, it happens in there's a few times.
Yeah.
It's actually, it does kind of work. Like, it makes sense that he's like their weirdly aborted love child between Stinger and Magneto, but it just, the actual Onslaught event, I mean, it's an F, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a high F though.
High F? I mean, it's, I keep looking at Hunt for Wolverine being at the top there, and it's like,
Onslaught is better because, again, I think it had promise, and so I think that has something, whereas I don't think Hunt for Wolverine, well, Hunt for Wolverine also had promise, but I just
I still kind of feel like no, there's nothing on that tier that's better than that. I mean, I know you like Battle of the Atom, but that ship has sailed. Okay, so before over a year before Onslaught, the last true event, there's stuff that happens in there that kind of crosses over, but it's just because the books are braided together. At that point, the last true event was Age of Apocalypse. And Age of Apocalypse was, as everybody I think knows at this point, it was in 1995, and it was all of the books. We thought the universe was over. Basically, we thought X-Men just had stopped happening and that we were just going to live in this other universe forever. The way the solicits were at that time, you truly did not know that the X-Line was coming back. Like, they really held the poker face that this was it.
That is just an insane concept to me that I can't.
Because now they can't ever hide it. Because now that we've seen them do it once, we always know what's going to happen in the end. I mean, they've heard me talk about, I've reread it so many times, probably one of my most reread comics of all time. And every time I'm suspicious it's not going to hold up. And every time for me, it does. So I've never heard you talk about it.
I'm just going to say, it's an uncanny for me, I think.
I mean, we're straight up arguing how high it goes.
It's just like, it is just so good. Like, I don't think every single miniseries is at the same level of quality. I think there's
there's always going to be the Gambit and the externals of it all.
But I think, comparing it to its successors like Age of Revelation, things like, it's miles ahead. Like, it's just so good. Like, it's just a very good.
And it's fully realized. Like, they really, again, you can always tell when the who knows? I don't really know what was happening in the X office at that time. I don't know the lore that well, but it just seems to me like at some point they must have all been on a conference call or gone somewhere to kind of be like, okay, so you talk about like, what's happening on the ground, and you talk about kind of like the super powery apocalypse. It felt really like they truly carved up this world. And to me, that's a problem I often have with big events, where it feels like they've set this big canvas, this big world to explore, and then like nobody actually took the time to slice up the pie. And so everybody's kind of just talking about the same thing in that event or the world. And I think anytime you have an event with this scope, like, you want to explore everything. And the fact that they revisit it so many times, I think tells you how fertile the ground was. I don't think many, I often say the only thing that for me you could even compare it to is Death and Return of Superman. That's the only other comic book thing that like just executes at Nightfall tried, but Nightfall was terrible. Death and Return of Superman was at that same scope of like, we're going to take a whole line of books and make it about something totally else, and we're going to let you believe that it's really over for you for like a half of a year. Have you ever read Death and Return of Superman?
No, I haven't.
I would love to read that with you. It's really satisfying. Okay, so the question is, how high on the uncanny tier?
I mean, I love Second Coming MSI Complex, but I feel like it has to maybe go higher.
And if it goes higher than them, it has to go higher than Dark Angel, because
you need
the inspiration of Dark Angel.
Does it go higher than?
Now the chat thinks we're crazy for having Judgment Day at number 2. You need to know that they think we're insane, but it's our show and not theirs.
I actually don't think I'm insane. So I think, but does it go higher? It's so hard to tell, because it's like it does precede all of this.
It has highs and lows. I think like Judgment Day for me, there's like a couple of bad arcs, but none of the main part of Judgment Day is lows. There's a couple of bad issues in it, but we're talking about like a 50 issue event almost, of which like 40 of them are great. I'm comfortable with it there for now.
I'm happy with it there.
Okay. Max Appleman saying we're crazy for having Judgment Day number 2 because it should be at number 1.
No,
Max, your
no,
day
no,
is
no.
your time is coming, Max. You'll get on the channel and we'll argue about something soon. Okay. All right, so now we're into like classic X-Men stuff. So just before Age of Apocalypse is the inciting event, which is Legion Quest, which is Legion kind of comes out of his long time coma that it was set up a long time. Well, actually, he's awake briefly in the Muir Island saga, but this was all set up long ago by Claremont and New Mutants, and he immediately is like, what if I use my plethora of powers to go back in time and just take Dad totally off the map so I don't even exist and X-Men doesn't even exist? Or maybe he's going to kill Magneto. And he kills Xavier. I mean, I should know this. I just read it.
He goes back to kill Magneto because he thinks, oh, that will solve everything because then there won't be any more fighting
and Dad will have time to pay attention to me or something.
Yeah, something like that.
It's a little messy.
Yeah, it's messy. I think, it's messy and it's, but I think that final issue where the crystal wave is coming to them and they're
everybody
all like,
kisses.
Everyone's kissing and they're like, oh, this is the end. I think that is a really good like issue in itself, but it's a bit messy.
It's kind of just, and I say that it's messy because not only because I couldn't quite remember what it was off the tip of my tongue, but also like the way that it's cutting back and forth between the present and the past stops making sense. Like in the present, there's nothing to happen, but all the characters that are like the big characters are in the present. So it keeps cutting back to them like standing there pretty much.
Like, oh, what are we doing? Oh,
Crystal's approaching. And then when we go back to the past, the whole thing is like them trying to find clothes to wear in Egypt. Like it's really wasting a lot of pages.
Like, oh, and Psylocke's like, oh, I'm an Asian woman with a British accent. I hope no one notices that I'm in Egypt. Like this.
So I think, I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't think it's as good as anybody remembers it. I think it's low C, maybe even D. If you wanted to put it in D, I would not argue.
No, I'll put it in C, but I think it often gets booed up because it's the direct thing to Age of Apocalypse. So you just clump it together.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think people give it credit because it births this amazing story, but actually on its own, it is not satisfying.
Yeah, like I think X-Men 41, which is the issue where they see the crystal and they all like cry and Rogue and Gambit kiss. I think that's a really good issue, but the rest of it is just like,
yeah.
So
great covers though, really good covers, like the one with him like in Magneto, like yeah, and then him in the chair all falling. Okay, so now just a couple months before that is Phalanx Covenant. So this had been built up for like almost a year in just very small subplot pages, which was really, so when it happened, it was very satisfying. And it was the idea that like all of these Phalanx, all of the kind of like creatures that are part of the same race sort of as Warlock and Magus, finally were making their play for Earth, and they were making their play to turn Earth into one of their planets in their dominion, which becomes important to us later in the Krakoa era. So it's actually 3 different mini crossovers within X-Men, and they're not connected at all. There's no like event book. It's like Uncanny X-Men and X-Men crossover, Wolverine and Cable crossover, and then the other 3 books, X-Force, Excalibur, and X-Factor crossover. I think I have that right. And that's it. So Wheels, I've never heard you talk about this one. For me, this is clearly deep into I was actually reading at the time in the 90s.
I love the main X-Men Uncanny X-Men one. I think I'm biased because I'm a big fan of Generation X, and this is the
inciting event, really.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other ones, I don't care about that much. I don't think they're that good.
Yeah, I think people really say that they love this, and I think they tend to be thinking about those main issues, which are cool. They're just really cool. It's like they assemble all the Generation X kids, and then they keep getting like kidnapped and taken, and then
one of them is a secret hidden one that's cosplaying as a mutant child with them.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's just it's just, and Andy Kubert on art is kind of probably this is as good as he gets. I feel like after this he starts slowly declining. This was like as great as I think he was on X-Men, but actually on reread there are some cool parts about this like potential death, like suicide mission that like Wolverine and Cable may be on, and then Jean is there too, which is
that the one with like, the massive spy in the Himalayas or something?
Yeah.
Okay, that one's better than the other one. That one's better than the Excalibur. One, whatever that one. Yeah.
So for me, the question for this really becomes, if we were just talking about the Uncanny and the X-Men stuff, it's like B verging on A. It's such a quote plot. So how far down are we going to grade it for the other stuff? Just being, it's not bad, but it's kind of
No.
like,
But
so
then
how
again,
far down would you put it?
but then I feel like to that as well is that the other ones like aren't relevant either, so they don't have much future impact either. You know, like you could read the Uncanny X-Men issues and not read the others, and you wouldn't
Oh yeah,
know
there's a
anything.
reason in the
So,
Epic collections why they don't have the whole rest of the crossover, because it's irrelevant.
oh, so I'm like, does it? So I'm like, does it even bring it down that much because they don't matter? But then,
So you're saying like since they don't matter, it doesn't
like
matter that
does
they were boring because those
but
4 main issues
but
are
it
like.
does matter because they are part of that event.
But see, I don't think the Wolverine and Cable issues, I think they're actually fun. It's those
Yeah.
other 3. And actually the X-Force issue I think is pretty good. It's really just Excalibur and X-Factor that don't hold up their end of the bargain.
Yeah, thinking back, the Wolverine and Cable ones are decent. They're just not as good as. So we could put it at the end of B if you wanted.
Yeah, it feels
Or,
rude to put it on C because it's pretty beloved and it's pretty significant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You end of B.
I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm happy leaving it there.
Okay. We now only have 30 left. So
Oh my gosh.
This one is pretty minor. It happens just before that, and it's X-Force and New Warriors Child's Play, which is just kind of, they were the 2 young teams, and then they had this Upstarts thing with Game Master that had been happening for a while. They cross over. It's all Fabian Nicieza because he's writing both books. Have you ever read this?
I realize now, going through this is the one thing I missed off the list. I haven't actually read. I thought I read it, and then I went, "Oh no, I haven't." This is the one thing I missed, so I haven't. All I remember, I think I might have read the X-Force issue. I read things about it, so I know. I think this is Husk's like first appearances in this, and she transforms into a bird
just prior to Phalanx Covenant. That is true.
And something about the Games Master, but this is all I knew. This one because yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? I do love me some Fabian Nicieza. And so it's really hard for me to say that I disliked a crossover that he's entirely under control of, but not, it's like, and I really do like the Upstarts. So I'm going to go directly to my notes on this as it was happening and see what I wrote. And I kind of just gave this solid, I gave the first issue from X-Force a 4 out of 5, and then everything else was either a 3 or 2 out of 5. So that means to me, it's probably a C tier. It's a very enjoyable story on its own, but it's not particularly memorable. And I think it matters more if you had been reading all that Upstart stuff. It kind of like puts a little bit of a cap on that. And that had been going on for like 3 years at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just not particularly significant. Okay, let's continue because now we're getting everything from here back is very significant, I would say. And the first of those is Blood Ties, which happens directly after Fatal Attractions. We realize that Magneto's grandchild is on Earth and is probably pretty important, and so is what he means to Genosha. And those 2 things cross over, and it brings the X-Men and the Avengers kind of to blows for maybe the second or third time in their existence. What do you feel about this one?
I think this one's all right. I think Fatal Attractions, well, some of Fatal Attractions is better than this. I think this one is often overlooked as well because it happens, as you said, immediately afterwards. Like issue 25 of X-Men is the whole Wolverine thing, and then issue 26 is Blood Ties. I don't know if I have that strong opinions of it, to be fair, though. It's just a lot of the X-Men running around Genosha as riots on Genosha, and then they have to fight Exodus and the Acolytes.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that like the story's pretty good, but in execution, it's kind of a lot of walking back and forth and fetching. I remember at one point they like land there and they're like, okay, we're gonna split up, but like that becomes a whole issue of the story is okay, we're gonna split up.
Yeah, I think there's interesting things as well of like Magneto is now no longer there, so then Fabian Cortez and Exodus are, well, it's Fabian Cortez, where they're acting like as the voice of Magneto, even though Magneto isn't even there. And I think,
but I think there are cool parts of it, like when Fabian Cortez is like holed up with what is their Luna, and then like they like break in, and it's like he's like, I'm gonna like kill the baby. Like I do think there are cool parts of it, but I do think it's got some 90s excess and decompression.
Like it's 5 issues. I don't know if it needed to be 5 issues.
Is it where in? It sounds like we're in C because we don't hate it.
No,
But where in C are we, Wheels?
I'd definitely put it above Child's Play.
That you've never read. Very generous of you.
I mean, we could go further, but I'm like,
I think it's probably better than WMD.
Yeah, that's
Is
fair.
it better than Zero Tolerance? I think it's a little more centralized than Zero Tolerance. Like you even said that Zero Tolerance, the best part is the Jubilee stuff.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. We can put it ahead of it by 1.
Yeah, but I'm comfortable there. Like it's not the stuff at the top of C is stuff that actually would be a B if the story mattered more. And like that one's, I'm fine with that. I don't need to justify it any further. Okay, now we're at Fatal Attractions. Now, a lot of people are just thinking probably of what the full contents of the Fatal Attractions hardcover is, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the actual issues of Fatal Attractions, which were the ones that had the hologram covers. So each of the X-Men books, including Excalibur, for the first time it was ever pulled into any of this nonsense, basically had one big story that was sort of about the familial ties. You could have really called the whole thing Blood Ties, honestly. I love Fatal Attractions. I don't think it's like a cohesive crossover, but something big that matters happens in every one.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I love it as much as you do, but I think obviously X-Men 25 is so pivotal in terms of like of the whole Wolverine versus Magneto thing. And I think, that's really the most pivotal one. I think that's the one people remember the most.
I think most people, when they're talking about Fatal Attractions, in their mind, it's just X-Men, Uncanny X-Men 3 or 4, The Funeral.
Yeah.
X-Force 25, which they forget as part of it, where they almost decide to go to the moon, then or to his base. Then X-Men 25, where they actually go to his base. Then Wolverine 75, and they kind of forget that like X-Factor and Excalibur.
Because I mean, Excalibur isn't that that's just like Colossus.
It's Jean's first conversation with Rachel.
Yes,
which
I love
to me
that
makes
cover
it uncanny.
really
but that's I mean, what can you say against it? I get like we're kind of taught there's no negative part of it.
No,
the art is great. The story is cool. It's one of the most significant visuals of all time with Wolverine. Is there any way to not make it an A? Were you going to really put it on B?
No. I was happy putting it in A. I don't.
And I think it's better than House of M because it's like short and to the point. There's no wasted.
I would even say it's better than War of Kings Rise and Fall.
Is it better than Utopia?
I think I feel like I get more reaction from Utopia. So, but if you want to.
No, I'm comfortable with it there for the moment. I think it's an A. I think the chat was going to revolt if we didn't put it in A, but I agree with them. Okay, so about 6 months prior to that was a huge direct crossover, one of the biggest ones that had ever happened in the X-Men line. This is Executioner's Song, which was the birth of the Legacy virus. It was really Apocalypse's first big story since Fall of the Mutants. I've never heard you talk about that. What are your feelings about this book?
I actually really love Executioner's Song. I think aside from Age of Apocalypse, it's the best event of the 90s. I think it's just really fun. I love the way they all cross over. I think the Jean and Cyclops and Strife stuff is really interesting. Obviously, this is like the revelation about the connection between Cable and Strife. And like it also has Apocalypse in there, Mr. Sinister in there, obviously X Factor, and it's like also the first time like X Factor and X Force and they're all like together for the first time really since like Muir Island Saga sort of thing. So yeah, I think this is the best event of the 90s bar Age of Apocalypse.
Ooh, interesting. I've reread this many times over because I had all the individual issues. Now I have the hardcover, and now I have it in omnibus. I do think it's pretty successful. There's a little bit of a feel. I feel like I approach everything from critiques. I'm trying to see if there's a way to get it down from like the uncanny tier. Maybe at points there's a little bit of Apocalypse seems like he has more of a plan, but that's kind of the whole point of this crossover, which is that he has a plan which is interrupted. Like there are he always thought he was going to be the only force at work, but there's Sinister at work, there's Strife at work. Like Apocalypse has caused all of this, right? We later find that he's the reason Sinister even exists. We already kind of have an inkling that he's the reason Strife exists. And this is really kind of all of his creations sort of getting out of his control to the point that he goes crawling to the X-Men at one point to be like, can you guys like help me? Which is such a cool issue. I remember when he like arrives there and they're all going to beat him down. He's like, no, wait. So I just think, I agree with you. I think it's just so satisfying. And like, there's always this sense of like, it's hard to get a story that totally pays off in every single way. Like on rereading it now, it's like, okay, maybe we could have done a little bit more here or there, but it's got so much in it. It's got like so much big stuff with Strife, a Wolverine and Cable confrontation again for the first time since Executioner or Extinction Agenda. It's just got like so many featured moments. And then to end in that really subtle way with the guy opening the canister of the legacy virus, only for that to be the plot that dominates the whole 90s of the X-Men. I'm like, this is an A. I could hear an argument that it's uncanny, honestly. But where would you put it now that we've both talked? You've called it the best crossover of the 90s. Is that an A or is that an uncanny for you?
I mean, I might have to retract my statement just thinking about what comes next. But anyway, I would say high A, maybe the top of A. But
let's check in with chat because not that I'm trying to contradict you. I just truly don't know if they think we're crazy right now or not.
We could be crazy.
So Max is saying uncanny, life is for living. Kyle says lower A or higher B. At times it feels like an info dump. Ryan says B or A. Nick N says B to C. I sent my phone at the time, but AOA is A, maybe A minus. Ryan doesn't think it's the best of the 90s. Saz thinks it should do well just because it has those cards in the poly bags. So it seems like people maybe are not quite on as high on this, but only two people are trying to put it in C. So maybe they don't feel it's as high on the A tier as this. Here's the thing.
We can move it down that A tier, but I think
the more we talk about it, the more I think the problem is that we probably need to move the Hellfire Gala down because we put it so high because we were so high on Krakoa.
We were so like,
But we've got like whole stories up here, and the Hellfire Gala is more just like a very executed.
It's a. If you think about it, it is one day.
Yeah. I'm not taking it off the A tier, but I'm saying we probably need to like drag it down a little bit behind these like epic stories, right?
Yeah.
No, yes.
I would put it. I would keep it above War of Kings on a personal preference, but.
Well, I overrided War of Kings to get up there, so we know you would put it higher than War of Kings, but that's fair. So now having made that adjustment, now I feel like so the question is Executioner Song or Age of X?
Oh, Age of X. Oh.
Okay. Executioner Song or Utopia? I'll have something to say about this. If Utopia makes us feel things in the current day because of the oppression of current day minorities, Executioner's Song at that time, it starts with this like pro-mutant rally, and then there's gun violence at the pro-mutant rally, and Xavier gets shot and nobody knows he's a mutant. They just think he's an ally. Like it has a lot more layers, I think, than people give it credit for.
True.
I don't think you get to Utopia without it. Doesn't mean it's better, but I do think they're similar.
That's a good argument. I'm happy with it there.
Yeah, better. So better than Utopia.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, chat can just be angry. But we still kept Age of X there. Age of X honestly might graduate onto the uncanny tier by the time we're done.
I wouldn't say no.
Let's just see what else we put up there. I don't want too many things in the uncanny tier. Okay, so this is this is an annuals crossover called Shatter Shot, which is so weird. It was the first annuals of all of the 1991 era of books, including X-Men 1991 and X-Force 1991, but also the status quo change in Uncanny X-Men and X-Factor. But it's kind of like a story about Mojo World, but nobody actually interacts with each other, and it doesn't actually really line up that well with it. It's truly puzzling.
I read this like the first time this morning. I I reread the last issue because I was like, what the hell is? Because the last issue is like an alternate time, involves alternate timeline characters and stuff, and like what? I was like, where did that? There was no cohesion between the issues, and the only redeeming quality to it is the spiral, I think, reveal in that, and that's it.
I think honestly that people have love for this purely based on that Jim Lee cover of that one issue.
I don't even think it's that good in terms of
and they don't
Jim
even have
Lee
a
covers.
recollection of what's inside. I truly don't think anybody remembers what these issues are about.
What was going on? It's just people going, oh, Mojo being like, oh, we need to do this, and then things doing this, and other characters doing this, and what? I actually thinking about it makes my head hurt. Like,
I think there's a story to be told that I think is interesting about the idea of like in a whole media-based society of Mojo World, is the revolution going to be any better than what you have? And sort of like, and you can't frame that in the real world idea of revolution because it's in this made up media empire world. So it's like all about the evolution of or the revolution of like what's more popular than whatever. Like it's almost like the idea of like reality TV taking over for sitcoms that were like terrible 90s sitcoms. Like was one better than the other? No, it's kind of just like all time wasting entertainment. And from that perspective, it's interesting, but that's the only perspective from where it's interesting.
I think it goes. Oh, does it go above Mojo Worldwide? Which is the other Mojo.
No, Mojo Worldwide makes way more sense than Shattershow.
Yeah, okay, good. Because
I want to put it almost as an F. Like, right? I want to really punish it.
We could put it like, ooh. I mean, if you want, I was gonna say at least below X Manhunt if we're keeping it on D, because at least X Manhunt had some like there was a through line, whereas this did not have a through line, and I literally had to reread that last issue twice. Go, did I miss something from the like part 3 to part 4? Like, I actually, and not many comics do that, so.
Yeah, I completely agree. Even for me, who has read it many, many times, I really struggled to explain it. Okay, I think that's probably more discussion than it's ever deserved.
Also, I just don't care for that Jim Lee cover. I've seen people saying it's a go to Jim Lee cover. I don't see the big deal about it.
I mean, every Jim Lee cover.
Every Jim Lee cover is great, but I'm just like in terms of Jim Lee covers, it's not my favorite.
Not your all-time favorite. So speaking of Jim Lee on X-Men, now we come to a little mini crossover that actually, for me, packs a lot of punch, which is Big Trouble in the Big Easy, I think is what it's called, unless I'm making that up. Brood Trouble in the Big Easy, which is the crossover between X-Men and Ghost Rider. And I want to point out, again, as somebody who's buying the comics off the rack at that time, this was a big deal because X-Men did not just arbitrarily cross over with anything. I'm trying to think back, like, maybe at this point X Factor had just crossed over with Incredible Hulk, and of course we had things like Mutant Massacre where like books were to the side of an X-Men thing happening, but I want to emphasize that this was a really big deal that an X-Men book was like deigning to cross over with another Marvel book. And I'm sorry, this is friggin' cool. It's the Brood, but they're in the catacombs in New Orleans and Ghost Rider is there. I know that that's just a very 90s rule of cool, but being from that era, to me, it's cool. Now you're reading this with hindsight. Is it that cool to you?
Not that cool, but there's. I mean, look, Brood Ghost Rider is like interesting. I personally, I think the X-Men issues are stronger than the Ghost Rider issues. Maybe that's just me as like, but like all the stuff in like X-Men issue 8, because that's the issue where they're having their picnic and then Bishop turns up and is like fighting Gambit, and then that's the reveal about Belladonna, which is like just so good, and that's really good Jim Lee art. So I mean, I don't think it's as cool as you think it's cool, but there's cool stuff to it,
and it's solid B to me, personally, because it's like the Brood. It's so easy to go totally over the top or totally insignificant, and I think this strikes the right tone of them being legitimately scary. You can't, it's almost, I mean, they're based on aliens. You can't use them too much in their own story or else they're not scary enough. So to me, it's like a solid B tier story.
Yeah. And I guess for Rogue and Gambit fans out there, this is like, these are important issues for Rogue and Gambit.
Oh, right. Because you just reread all the Rogue and Gambit.
So I had to reread it all. And obviously, I think Howard Mackey's writing the Ghost. Does he write the Ghost? So then he goes on to write the Gambit story and
I hadn't put that together.
He writes both the Gambit and the Rogue miniseries after that. So Yeah,
So I would
it's
just like to
important
point out
issues.
that there's a very specific divide happening in the chat right now where every time Mojo comes up, there's a number of people who say, I hate Mojo. It's no matter what we say about Mojo, they're like, well, it can't be good because it's Mojo. But then as soon as Brood came up, it was like, well, Brood Trouble is great, or like anything Brood is good. So we clearly, there's a haves and haves not happening here where Mojo bad, Brood good. I'm happy putting it towards the bottom of B. I think because of our problems with the other stuff in Flying's Covenant being kind of boring, this is just 4 issues. And
Yeah,
so it's like,
it's
if
quick.
Flying's Covenant was just those 4 Uncanny X-Men issues, I would put it ahead. But since it has that other stuff dragging, Brood comes out.
Yeah.
Just okay.
I'm happy
Now we're not quite to what I thought we were. So here's one that I snuck in because again, it was really unique at this time to have titles cross over with other books. We had the X Factor Incredible Hulk one in here for a while, but we decided it's just not. It's like X Factor basically just shows up to
They show up in the issues,
yeah.
but it's not a crossover like with an X-Men issue or an X-Factor issue. So I was
and Peter David was writing both. So it was his prerogative, but that's why it's not here. However, this one is called Sabotage. Sabotage between X-Force and Spider-Man at the World Trade Center. Always a touchy subject when I go back and read any comic where people are bombing the World Trade Center, which happened a lot at Marvel because that's what the World Trade Center was. This, I mean, bless them. This was Liefeld and McFarlane participating with each other right before Image. Neither of them has the first idea of how to put a plot together. It's just the most nonsensical. And the thing is, there's something interesting here about Black Tom and like Juggernaut, like holding people hostage and Deadpool. Like there's something to it.
But nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
It like something happens in the beginning. We somehow get to point A to point B, but you could have done that in like two panels. Like nothing happens. It's a whole lot of punch Juggernaut. Oh, I'm gonna punch Juggernaut this way. Oh, Spider-Man turns up. I'm gonna punch Juggernaut this way. Like reading it again, like reading it for the first time, like it was just a whole lot of. It was just a beat 'em up, and that was it. There's no like. There is something there, but there isn't. It's very surface level of just them beating up Juggernaut.
I'm maybe willing to go above a couple of the things at the bottom of D tier because at least it's like a little bit fun. And then
there's something fun to it. But I mean, also it's so random that issue of Spider-Man issue 16 is the last issue of Todd McFarlane. So on the last page, it's like thanks for everything, and that's it. Like his last issue of Spider-Man is like
deuces.
It's just so crazy. Also, there's a whole bit in the beginning where Siren keeps going, "Oh, my cousin is in Black Tom," and it's like that's not your cousin, and that just bothered me. I'm a very stickler for certain things, and yeah, she kept going, "My cousin." Oh. So
I do love Siren, one of my favorite X-Men characters.
Deserves way more than
she gets. All right, now I mean it's all heavy hitters from this point out, so this is why I feel good about how much space we've left. So look, this is called Mutant Genesis. It's the first 3 issues of X-Men 1991, which is the last 3 issues of Chris Claremont ever. Some people say that they don't like this because it feels ponderous. They feel like Chris Claremont got like forced at gunpoint to make Magneto bad again. Also, it was my first comics ever, so I have a huge bias for this. So you're gonna have to be the voice of reason here because I have too heavy nostalgia for this.
Okay, well. I really like this. I think this is a strong like first 3 issues. I understand the complaints about making Magneto more of a villain, but I feel like it's Chris Claremont does his best. I feel like it probably was like mandated, but I feel like he does his best with the whole like, oh, was he like genetically?
Yeah, he like sews up a lot of themes of like, why is he going from good to bad? Is it because people are manipulating him? Is it because he's actually evil? Like, it just feels like Claremont, knowing he only had 3 issues left, was like, at least let me try to do something that helps make sense of all of the things that I've done with Magneto. And for me, it does. To me, this is the end of that Magneto arc. And I think if you read everything from X-Men #1 in 1963 to X-Men number 3 in 1991, I think you get like a very intriguing, tragic arc for Magneto where you see he's had so many chances to be something else, but fate kind of keeps putting him back on this path. I I love how confusing the first issue is when you first read it, and it's like there's these astronauts, they're docking in space, the X-Men are fighting each other. Like, especially for me being a brand new comic reader, that's why I'm in deep in the ADHD hours now, Wheels. I can't finish the sentence.
No, it's fine.
This is why in the modern day, when people are like, comics are confusing, I'm like, in my first issue, the X-Men were fighting each other and we were following a bunch of Russian astronauts that I couldn't tell if we had ever met before. Comics are confusing, and it's still the #1 selling comic book of all time. Suck it up, Buttercup, and just figure it out.
I don't get that completely. Also, because it wasn't the first issue I read, but one of the first things I got was like this X-Men trade, which I think is just in the UK. It was called Marvel Platinum, and it like collected X-Men 1, Giant Size, God Loves Man Kills, Days of Future Past, and X-Men 1 from 1991, and also E is for Extinction. So I didn't really get much context for any of the stories, and I still really enjoyed that first issue. So
for me, because of its landmark quality, because it's Jim Lee introducing the new outfits that go on to be the animated series outfits, because it's the biggest Magneto story really ever, to me it's uncanny. But where would you put it?
I mean, I'd put it in A, so not that far below, but like I mean, again, but I don't have that nostalgia for the 90s.
Like, that's why we need you here. Like, I don't think I should use an override because like I know I'm not talking sense. Where would you put it on the A tier?
Because, but then when I think about it compared to like Age of X, I'm like, oh, like, are we just rating it then on its impact of like how iconic it is?
Well, no, you should rate it on if it was a good story. Was it a good story in addition to for me, I think that it's a good story that also has a lot of impact. I need you to be honest here because I have no rational.
I don't know. Because I would put it. I would maybe put it below Age of X, but leave it there. But I don't know if
that's reasonable. That's reasonable. It's still one of the top 10 X-Men stories of all time right now.
But that's
I might later come back and use an override, but it was important for me to hear your.
I don't deny the impact of it. I just, again, like the 90s is not. It's not my.
Yeah, you like Bendis and I like the 90s, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
We all have our
now we're to a story that directly precedes that, literally by just a couple of months. I'm just putting on A so we can see it. Which is the Muir Island saga, which is all these X-Men have been disassembled for so long. X Factor knew that X-Men existed because it's only a few months after Extinction Agenda. But they all come together on Muir Island to realize that there's been this slow simmering Shadow King thing happening on Muir Island for literal years worth of Claremont's writing X-Men at this point. And it all comes to a head as we realize Shadow King, who really had not been used aside from that one arc of New Mutants at this point, has kind of like established a beachhead and is making his play to kind of like take over the mutant world. What tier would you put this on and why?
I'm leaning towards B, I think, because I don't think, and obviously we know, well, you can tell from reading, well, you can't really, I think Fabian Nicieza does a good job of trying to keep up the Claremont voice, even though Claremont has left by that last Uncanny X-Men 280. But like, I just don't think it ends with the grandiose that Claremont obviously intended. Obviously, we know that he wanted to go all the way to 300 and stuff, but so I don't know. I feel like it doesn't have the punch that it's trying to have, if that makes sense.
No, I completely. I think it's a solid B. I think it's like at the beginning, it's so cool.
Yeah,
they're like all assembling. You're getting people fighting each other that you've never seen fight. Rogue and Gambit meet for the first time. Colossus gonna like crush Professor Xavier's skull.
I think is it Adam or Andy? One of the Cubic brothers, whoever's
and Andy. It would have been.
I think his art as well is so good in this. In like when Colossus is coming out of the fire of that car.
So cool.
So good.
And it kind of establishes that he really can stand up to Jim Lee, which I don't think anybody really thought before that issue. I don't think that was anybody's opinion at that time up until there.
But
I think it's a solid B. I think that it kind of does fizzle at the end. Like it was almost like Claremont had already fucked off to go do the Magneto plot in Mutant Genesis. And he was like, I don't know, something with the psychic plane and make sure Xavier winds up in a wheelchair. Figure it out.
And then Fabian had to like fill in the blanks. So I think if you're not paying attention, you probably wouldn't notice that it's a different writer at the end, but which is a testament, I suppose, in this scenario of like trying to keep it cohesive. But again, it just doesn't have that punch.
I'm fine with putting it at the end of the beats here because it's like not as significant as it feels like it probably should be, but I still enjoy it very, very much. Okay. And the chat, all of chat thought was kind of with you. Super Job was totally with you. Nick basically said the exact thing you said, started good, fell off quickly. Logan Wayne saying it's a B. So I think the people are with us on this one. So now we come to another annuals crossover. And we didn't put in the annuals crossovers that were line wide, like Atlantis Attacks or whatever, because they're not just X-Men. But this is mostly just X-Men with new words. It's Kings of Pain. You look like you're going to be like physically ill.
This is like, I hate this with a passion. Oh my gosh. So if you're putting it if you want to put it any higher than F, I will veto it and make it sure it's going to F.
Wow. The plot is that there's a mutant who eats things that they keep on a leash.
Yeah.
And it's truly inexplicable. And who grows bigger and bigger on each cover because they keep eating things.
And there's like that Alliance of Evil is there as well. I don't actually remember what the point. I don't actually remember the point. Like, and it's all written by. Is it all written by Fabian Nicieza?
I think it is.
And like I enjoy a lot of his work, but this is awful.
I have to, and what's funny in the joke that everybody's making in the chat right now is that this is one of the most reprinted stories of all time because it's in all of the different omnibuses of each of the series that it's in. And so Super Job is like, I wonder if this is available in collected edition. It's in New Warriors, it's in X Factor, it's in New Mutants, it's in X-Men, it's everywhere. I maybe would have started out saying it should be in D, but due to your truly visceral hatred of it, I'm very happy for it to be on F.
Awful. Please just never you don't even need to read it either. It doesn't. The only upside to this is there is WizKid in the very first issue
for like a second.
For a second, he gets beaten up and then he sees the thing and then that's it. Like awful, truly abysmal.
I will say there's a backup story in these same articles that we decided not to have as an event, but it does cross over, not in the New World Warriors, but the other three. That's about the Freedom Force, like the old guys in Freedom Force, all basically getting killed as they get like embroiled in a conflict in the Middle East, and that's more interesting than the Kings of Pain A story. Okay, we're into our final fifth now, so things are trucking along, and we've got a pretty big one here, which is Extinction Agenda. So Extinction Agenda, all of the X-Men books had been very separate. All of the other mutants thought the main X-Men team was dead, mostly. A couple of them knew, some of them were alive. Some people, I guess at this point, everybody knew that X Factor were really X Factor. But this was the first time everybody really came together, because during Inferno, not everybody got to be with everybody else. So this is like the remaining New Mutants and X-Men and X Factor, and it brings this Genosha plot to a head, which Claremont had first launched in like Uncanny X-Men 235 to 238, I want to say, something like that.
Yeah.
And that was really it. It had kind of like been percolating a little bit in the background of some of his B plots in Uncanny, but this kind of made it into a thing. That they were a mutant-driven nation, that mutants there were kind of getting like gene wiped into these blank-eyed mutates that could just use their powers as tools of industry to help establish this nation that very, very kind of like South Africa apartheid sorts of vibes of like, we're gonna fly in and benefit from the people who have been living here already peacefully. My one objection I have to this, and I'll turn it over to you, is I wish the art was more consistent, because it starts out really good and then there's one or two issues in the middle that are just look fucking crazy, that are not the same caliber. But what do you think about the actual story, and what tier would you put it on?
I love it. This is why I retracted my statement about Extinction Agenda.
You're gonna put this higher than Extinction Agenda?
I just I think this is really, really good. I mean, I totally agree with the
Executioner Song, but we know what we're talking about.
I totally agree with the art things, because Jim Lee's doing the Uncanny issues, Rob Liefeld's doing the New Mutants issues, and John Bogdanove is doing the X Factor issues. I do not understand the appeal of Rob Liefeld at all. I hope he's not listening, but
probably
particularly these issues, I'm like,
hear about it on his podcast.
I don't understand his appeal, but I just love the story. I think the reunion with like Jean and Storm in the beginning, and like I'm also Jim Lee's art here is just like amazing. I think there's obviously the like spicy drama stuff with like Wolverine and Jean and their like kiss in that one X Factor issue, and the fights with like Archangel and Wolverine, and then also the reunion of Wolverine and Psylocke and Jubilee with the rest of the team. Yeah, I just think it's really good.
I am more of a like mid-low B on this because of the art inconsistency, because I thought the Wolverine and Jean did not make any sense at all. Like she's so with Cyclops at that point, and like they have a baby that they're taking care of. All of a sudden they think they're gonna die, so they're just gonna like have sex on this cot, like until somebody. I think there's a lot of cool stuff in here because we see toys getting mashed together that weren't before. And I do think the actual core of the story is really interesting, that it's actually Cameron Hodge behind all of
and
this.
Cameron Hodges is a great villain with like this headless thing. I think he's really cool.
I just don't, for me, I don't think that this is as coherent as anything else on the A tier. I might have to override this down to the B tier. But then you might override my override. I'm a little afraid that you're going to Uno reverso me. I'll
let you do what you want first.
Oh, I see. Well, you're secure that it's A and I'm secure that it's B, so one of us has got to negotiate or override. I have to override it. There's no way that I can let this be on the A tier. So I'm going to use an override. And I'm not going to move it far. I still really like it. Like, it's not a bad story, but when I'm looking at all these great cohesive stories that are like have solid art and tell like a story that makes sense with no dips in it, I just think that this is a little, it's still an event, so I'm going to put it higher than Nation X, but I do think Messiah War is like more consistent than this, so I'm going to use one of my remaining 3 overrides to put this onto B tier. Now the question is, are you going to override my override?
Yes, I'm going to override but I'm going to change my opinion. It's going to be slightly further down on A, but it still belongs in A. I think it should go above Fatal Attractions, but before Utopia. God.
All right, well, I don't think we have a rule about if you can override an override that's overriding an override. So I think we're going to have to leave it there for now. Let's see whose side was the chat on. So, wow, a lot of comments happened. All right. Use an override for Dark Angel Saga could be number 1. Can we just override each other until we run out? We haven't made any bylaws about that yet. Nick N said ignore the X Factor issues, and that Nick N thinks it's better than Executioner's Song. Kyle the Mighty thinks it's an A. The chat might be on your side. Yes. Logan Wayne's on your side. Yarne's on my side. Logan Wayne might be on my side. It seems like it's actually pretty split. Jamie C says it's an A. It's Ryan says it's a B. It seems like basically the chat is having the same problem we are. Okay. It's an A or a B.
That's good.
So it feels like that was a conflict well spent. But now we're rolling to another annuals crossover, which is the Days of Future Present. And so this is dealing with the fact that Rachel Summers is in the present day, but also that Franklin Richards is kind of like the key to the whole future, because we saw him in the original Days of Future Past, that he, is going to be involved in the mutant life in some way. And so this crosses over the X-Men books with Fantastic Four. I think this is okay. It was like the first time that a lot of these characters are meeting each other. Rachel's been off in X Factor or Excalibur for a while, and she gets like suddenly imported to make this work. Cable gets to meet some other characters for the first time, as this happens right before Extinction Agenda, but it actually kind of makes things confusing in Extinction Agenda because you realize that Cable has met everybody already. Yeah. So it's okay. I think the idea of it is better than the execution, but I'm actually comfortable with it right around where I have it. To me, it's like a low C. Yeah, or maybe even high D.
I agree. I have read this before. I reread it today just because I wanted to get a better, like, refresh it in my mind. I think the concept is really interesting of like, let's revisit Days of Future Past with Franklin, but it does just feel a bit of a nothing story in the end. Like, I guess, is this the introduction of I can't remember. Is this the introduction of Ahab, or does Ahab appear before?
already from the original Days of Future
Right.
past.
So I guess that, and it is weird that technically in all, if you ever look up a wiki, the first appearance of Gambit is in Uncanny X-Men Annual issue 14, which is the final issue of this, which is odd. And I like the Rachel stuff, and obviously this is where Rachel and Jean first meet, and then Rachel's like, "Oh, mum," and then Jean's like, "No, no, I can't have a child. I'm like
too
20.
young to be a mom."
So that's fun, but yeah, it's a bit.
It kind of is all over the place. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't.
is a bit.
It was a great idea.
Yeah. I honestly think the best issue might just be the Uncanny X-Men one, which is the last issue, and that's got Art Adams art as well,
which we know has no power over me. So
I think
would you put that on C or D?
I'd put it as C.
Higher on C?
No, it's fine there.
Okay, I'm totally happy with that. All right, now we have now we're kind of like a lot. We're past the direct crossover era now. We're before that, so we had to, and we didn't want to just end there. So we picked a lot of like long-running stories that in the modern day maybe would get eventized. And one of them is the Cross-Time Caper in Excalibur, which starts in, hold on, I just have to reload this window.
It's issue 12?
Yeah, starts in issue 12, and it runs for like a whole year of Excalibur. It's issue 12 through 24, and it's kind of what introduces us into the X-Men going through multiple parts of the multiverse. In a way, it kind of like sets up the future of things like Exiles and stuff, but it's also dealing with the Captain Britain Corps, and it also just kind of like a kooky book. Here's the thing, and I look back at my like original ratings and comments on this. It's very up and down. It's kind of like there's some issues of it that are hilarious and such a good concept. There's some issues of like, why are we still doing this, Chris Claremont? And it was like Claremont didn't have a book where he could just have fun. He had just come off of New Mutants, I think, at this point, or was about to. Uncanny X-Men, he was like dragging through the mud with all the, you know, Siege Perilous stuff that was about to happen. So this was, or happening, I guess, at the same time. So this was kind of like his one book to have fun. And I think Claremont's idea of fun sometimes is not quite as good as others, but Alan Davis art and Nightcrawler, Kitty Pryde, Rachel, all of that. So I don't hate it. I mean, I love it. I love all of Excalibur. I can't give it an A because I'm telling you right now, there's bad issues. But what do you think?
Well, I read it for the first time the other day. Excalibur is actually one of my blind spots. I have Excalibur Volume 2, but I haven't actually read it. So it's one of my blind spots. So I read it and I enjoyed most of it. I think it drags on too long to the point where there's even a fill-in issue. There's even a issue like issue 21 is not related to.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, we all needed a break.
Like that was, and there's some issues where the art is just like, for me, it's the ones where they're on that Earth with Jamie in the race car. It's like a bit. I miss Alan Davis at that point. And it also feels that last issue, it feels very rushed into that last issue where suddenly they were on that Earth where being a superior is illegal. And then suddenly Saturnine's like, I'm going to come get you. And so there are some issues, but I think it's fun overall. I just think it drags on too long and it loses its way, but then comes back at the end. So
where would you put it?
I'm like torn between C or B, but I don't know if B is too high.
Even as the one whose Excalibur is my favorite series, I think B is too high.
Okay, that's fine then. I'm happy with it being in C.
But I do think it's like really entertaining.
Yeah,
and it's even even with the crappy issues, it's still a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I like it right in the middle of C. Like we could probably argue over if it's better or worse than some of these, but to me, it's like right in the middle.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, here's one where we might have some things to say. This is the original big one. It is Inferno. And we're not going to talk about all of the Marvel Universe doing Inferno. We're just talking about the X-Men X-Factor crossover, Exterminators, which is the introduction of WizKid, and New Mutants, which is kind of like the death of Darkchild off to the side. I know you have strong feelings on this, so I give you the floor.
This is like uncanny tier. This is, I think, of the 3 original events, this is the best one. Yeah, it's just so good. I love it. I think there is some dissonance between Claremont and Simonson when they're writing Maddie and like but obviously they have different
They have some different ideas about who she is and what her motivations are.
But even that, I think you can kind of like brush it away as like Maddie going crazy or what have you. But yeah, I just love it. It is kind of crazy to think that Maddie being a clone wasn't always the plan because it fits so perfectly. So yeah, I just love that. Obviously, the introduction of WizKid, incredible. I love Exterminators, and I think the New Mutant stuff as well is really good. And like sad. So yeah, it's just it's uncanny for me. Like no debates.
I guess
for me.
I know that I'm overruled not just by you, but by the entire chat on this. So I'm not gonna put up a fight here. I know it's beloved. I will say the same thing, pretty much the same thing I said about Dark Web, although it's way better than Dark Web, which is that I wanted more demon stuff. Like the setup of Inferno is so cool. The elevator eats all those people. And then it's like, after doing a lot of work to set up that New York is turning demonic, we just pivot super hard into the Maddie Pryor stuff and like away from that. And then we like pivot even farther into it being like a Mr. Sinister and the Marauders story. And so at that point, the Claremont and Simonson X-Men X Factor thing isn't even about there being demons anymore, which I agree makes a certain amount of sense because that's very much the Ileana part of the story. But I've just always had like a basic level of dissatisfaction that like I just wish. Actually, Exterminators is one of my favorite parts of it because Exterminators is dealing. I like the whole like kidnap babies plot way better than I like the Marauders plot, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay,
but that's really my only complaint. And as complaints go, it's not a big one. And this is just so significant because they find out they're all alive again, and Maddie Pryor and Jean and Ileana, that it's obviously uncanny tier.
Yeah, and the art as well is just what you've got. Mark Silvestri and Walt Simonson, like it's really good art. So
super job with the hot. We've been having a whole hot take conversation in the background of the chats, but his current hot take is that Mark Silvestri is actually the best X-Men artist of all time. I personally feel that unlike a lot of the Image artists who didn't necessarily peak at Image, some of them kind of needed the editorial structure. I think Silvestri got better and better once he was out of Marvel, actually, personally. But that's just me. Okay, well, I mean, Inferno and Kenny tier. I think only one person in the chat disagreed, which was Brett Acher, who said it's C tier. I don't even know I would put it on. I think I maybe would have put it on like the very top of B. But I'm not gonna have a fight about Inferno in an X-Men ranking. That's crazy talk. So, all right, which means now we go back to the next prior line-wide event, which is Fall of the Mutants. Fall of the Mutants had no interaction whatever between the books. It was just bad shit happening to mutants in 3 different comic books, including Bird Brain in New Mutants. But here's the thing, and I say this all the time, so I need your opinion. You have X Factor, which to me is like best X-Men comics ever made, which is the Fall of the Mutants X-Men. Then you have the X-Men ones, which kind of pivots from being about the adversary to being like the fight at Freedom Plaza, which is good. And then you have Bird Brain. So like, how do you rank a book that has that level of stratification?
I mean, I completely agree on all the rankings. Like X Factor has the best stuff with the Apocalypse things, and then X-Men is fun, and I guess it's like tying up all the Storm and Forge stuff, and then it leads to the Outback, which is an era, a period of X-Men that I love, and then the New Mutant stuff is just awful. So I would say like bottom of B.
Let's say at the same time, low B.
Low B.
Yeah.
Like, because it is also super significant as like in terms of X-Men, it's like the second X-Men event ever. So
I mean, it kills me because again, I don't think there's many comics in the 80s better than those X Factors.
Yeah.
But everybody in the chat is kind of agreeing that like because of the New Mutants issues, New Mutants is an F. Like, so overall it's a B. It's a B. Kyle wanted it to be an A. I guess you must like Bird Brain, I guess.
It's quite crazy to see Louise Simonson's jump from these issues to the Inferno issues, which are so much better. Like,
Even Edwin saying New Mutants pulls it down to a B. All right, well, I mean, no need to belabor it. Now, we have a couple of things that in the modern day would have gotten elevated to like a line-wide event, but at this time we're just miniseries. One of which is X-Men versus Avengers, which is really kind of the original trial of Magneto, because the Avengers basically come to fetch Magneto. And he had already kind of been on trial in Uncanny X-Men 200, but this kind of like brings them to blows. This was a rare X-Men comic book not written by Chris Claremont, and so it just is not entirely consistent with what's happening. It kind of feels like Marvel was like, do a thing with the X-Men, and Claremont was like, I don't care. And so they just had somebody else do it. It's fine. It's not bad, but to me, it's like mid-C. It's just like a fine X-Men. It's well plotted, but it's like not as significant as you would think X-Men versus the Avengers are.
I was going to put it in D.
In D? You think it was bad?
Because I don't think it's fine in the first bit, but I also feel like at this point we had Uncanny 200, so he had been on trial, so it felt like, why are we doing the same plot again? It felt a bit like that. And
I do feel that way.
The last issue is not written by Roger Stern; it's written by Tom DeFalco, so it's not even drawn by the same person either. So it's a completely like pivot, and like becomes all about the helmet, and like, my helmet has telepathic.
Oh, right, because it's all about like, if the helmet was doing mind control, then could we blame him for his
and then he's like, I'm going to use it to take over the world or something like that, and then he destroys it in the end, and it's complete pivot from the rest of the series, and I'm just like, what's going on? So,
all right, you might have convinced me just there. Hold on, I'm going to go back to my original ratings of this. So here's what's really interesting. The first issue I gave a 4 out of 5, and I said a dense opening shot with pieces of Magneto's asteroid M falling to Earth and the X-Men reluctant participants in a multi-party fight with the Avengers and the Russian super team. And then by the end, I gave it a 2.5 out of 5, and I said this shows why Claremont was the papa of all mutant comics. For all their talents, no one else can come close on anti-mutant sentiment, and gets all tangled up in Magneto's obsession with humans being afraid of him. So yeah, I'm willing to leave it on D, because apparently I
would have put it in a C if it wasn't for that last issue, because it felt like such a pivot, like just completely like as if Roger Stern didn't want to write it anymore or whatever happened, and then Tom DeFalco just coming in fill the blanks, and it just felt like. Also, I don't care the fact that we have the Soviet Guard like in there is what
that doesn't sway you in either direction.
I feel like it's already X-Men versus Avengers. We don't need this is like the bad Judgment Day when there's 3 teams fighting against each other, but.
Now, a story that already the chat is starting to talk about is Fantastic Four versus X-Men, a very different thing than the Avengers book, because this kind of felt like a big deal at the time that Doom was getting involved in Franklin Richards, and it's, it at the time and in retrospect, it feels pretty major still to me.
I love this miniseries. I reread it again yesterday, and just. So good. And it's kind of crazy to me that I think obviously the X-Men stuff is important, but I feel like the Fantastic Four stuff is more interesting.
Yeah.
It's just and that is someone who's not really read much of Fantastic Four. It was so interesting about the whole like Reed debate with himself about if he has or hasn't done these bad things. And also Franklin is just so cute in this era. He's just like so adorable. And obviously the stuff with Kitty is really sad, particularly the one issue where she just contemplates just letting go and fading away.
She's so intangible at this point that she's afraid she's just gonna like fade away.
So at one point she does just like, she leaves the containment and goes out on the edge, and then Franklin's like crying to her, begging her not to go, and it's like really sad and moving. So
yeah, I love every issue of this. I think it's just a really good story, and it's like again, so often when you mash up 2 different lines or 2 different teams, it kind of feels like one of them is guest starring in the other one's book. Even though the Fantastic Four stuff I think has prominence here. This is Claremont writing, and it's almost like he was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna make sure that I focus on the Fantastic Four enough that it doesn't feel like I'm cheating them, but I'm gonna spur it into action with Kitty, so it feels like an X-Men story." I think I debate on this. Is it like high B or like the end of A? Because it's really good.
I low-key want to say low A.
Oh, well, then I think we should go with that feeling. The chat was saying a lot of B, but I love it.
I just love it. Again, I think it's just super. It stirs a lot of emotions, I think, as well. which is a good sign of a comic, I think. So,
all right, we're getting
yeah.
close to the end. I just want to give a quick shout out to Engret, who's a first-time commenter, released on this stream. Thank you. I wanted to say this makes me want to restart my X-Men journey. I stopped right after Hoxpox. Well, as you can see, we love Wheels and I are like the Krakoa boosting committee. We love Krakoa, so you're not going to hear any Krakoa slander from us. All right, we are down to, I think, the final 10 here.
I can't believe it. We're here now. Oh my gosh.
I know.
It's
I
only
mean,
been 4
after
hours.
14 months and 4 hours. So, and in a way, these get easier because they're very straightforward from this point forward. So this is Mutant Massacre. I just say this is an A. I mean, it's like the first X-Men event. It's got that cool decentralized order where you can kind of like read it any way that you want to. And it's like scary. X-Men, it was like, it felt like people were really at risk. People were dying. Colossus kills somebody. Kitty's stuck being intangible. The Morlocks are all killed. I mean, it's
you think
serious stakes for the first time, really.
The end of that of Uncanny 210 where Tommy gets like murdered, like
it's chilling.
And then you obviously get the introduction of Psylocke to the team and her racing against Sabretooth to try not to get murdered, and all she has is a knife. Things like that, and the Wolverine and Sabretooth fight, like the Alan Davis art in that issue, like the art throughout.
213 is possibly my favorite X-Men issue of all time.
So good. Just
Psylocke versus Sabretooth.
Yeah. Like
it's uncanny to me, no question.
Yeah.
Is it better than Inferno? You've got to decide, because I already recused myself from Inferno.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think I'm just debating because I think there are some higher highs. Oh, but then I think just X-Men is all good, all over. But then I don't know if X Factor is as strong.
I can't say, because it's up to you and the chat. Your responsibility that will show in how chat responds.
I'm happy leaving it there for now.
Okay. All right, folks, you heard it here. Inferno is better than Mutant Massacre. That's at OneWheelChairX on all socials and on YouTube.
Yeah.
So next we have something that I had to remind myself what it was about.
Yeah.
Which is the Asgardian Wars, which is, it's really like a collection of 4 issues. It's X-Men / Alpha Flight in 1985, which kind of sets up that Loki has like taken an interest in the X-Men. And then it's the New Mutant Special Edition where they go to Asgard. And then it's the X-Men Annual. For me, this is kind of like 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I think the X-Men Alpha Flight is incredible, plus Paul Smith art. I think the New Mutant Special Edition is really fun. And then at the end, it kind of just falls into like everybody's trapped and everybody's prison. And then I just don't like those very circular plots, which is kind of where it ends. So I don't think I could possibly say it's an A, but it's not bad. And it's memorable. And some of the art is really cool. It's like C. It's probably, it's C for me.
I don't particularly have strong feelings. I guess it's cool to see the new, I guess it's their first crossover really with the New Mutants and the X-Men. But it is really very centralized around the New Mutants, particularly that, and then the X-Men just come in at the end to. Well, they're coming at the end. It's all right,
and they kind of have to, because it's like that's what X-Men were at that point. You couldn't just let New Mutants like resolve the story. It probably would have been better if the New Mutant story kind of just ended.
Yeah,
but so it's a C. It's fine.
Yeah,
great art.
It's fine, and then it leads straight into Uncanny 200, which is 199 or 200. So it's kind of crazy to read that into that. So
okay, I told you these are going to be easy. Now I insisted that we put this one on here.
Yeah, you insisted,
it's the original Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars, and to me this is primarily a Doom story, but then secondarily it's an X-Men story, because it's where Magneto turns good, which is crazy that Jim Shooter kind of like plants the seeds there, and then Claremont, because Claremont had already started that path in Uncanny X-Men 150, and Shooter is usually so oppositional to like anything anybody's doing that you would almost think that he would like make him more of a bad guy. But actually Magneto for me comes across as very sympathetic here. And also you have to remember that the X-Men had very rarely interacted with anybody outside of X-Men at this point. I mean, we had a little hint of Fantastic Four during Days of Futures Past. We had a little hint of X-Men during Avengers Avengers Annual 10, the first appearance of Rogue. But this was like the first chance to really see the X-Men play with everybody else. So I know a lot of people just think it's dumb and toyetic and there's nothing to it, but I insist. Plus, it has a great monologue of Wolverine like reading Cap about like, oh, Captain America, since when do you care about mutants? And so for me, it's always going to be like B. Like, I just think it's a great story that people want to just say that it's a toy story, but I just think it's a lot more than a toy story. Wheels?
Well, I again, you put this on the list. I didn't, but because I never read it before, so I read it for the first time. And
Wow, you did a lot of reading for this, considering I only had to read
brilliant.
one thing. And you
And I actually, it was supposed that how there was a big like X-Men like portion to it. Because they sort of, even though it's like heroes versus villains, it almost like they become that third faction
yeah.
to themselves, and so that is really interesting. I don't know whether I would maybe say low B though, just because I feel like it's a bit. I wish it was a bit shorter. I don't know. I think 12 issues is just a bit long.
So would you put it below or above Fall of the Mutants?
Bless you. I would say below, but maybe that's my X-Men bias. But
I've just got to keep it on B. If you were going to put it on C, then
fine.
I would get heated. But I think it's better than anybody usually gives it credit for. Cat seems divided between B and C. We got a C, B, C, B, C. So I think teetering on the edge seems to be what they're indicating. Okay. All right. This is another one that I forced us to put on here because hear me out. So this is the X-Men versus Cool on Goth story in X-Men, Uncanny X-Men 190 and 91. It's called An Age Undreamed Of. Claremont basically is like, oh, you mean there's this Conan villain that I can bring into the modern day and then turn all of New York into, what is Conan's place that he lives? Hyperborea. And Claremont basically writes like a line-wide event. He uses the Avengers, he uses Spider-Man in just 2 issues. Claremont is like, I'll just handle it. Don't worry. Because this was before that was a thing, really, other than just Secret Wars. And like, I don't think it's great. And I'm probably going to put it on C tier. But I just think that people don't realize that Claremont did this line-wide kind of Age of Apocalypse style event in 2 issues of Uncanny X-Men. I just don't think anybody knows that it exists.
No, I agree. I mean, when you put it on the list, I was like, but when I read it again, I was like, oh yeah, like it is technically like it's not just an X-Men story in that it is an X-Men story, but there were like Captain America was prominent, the Vision is prominent, etc., etc. So,
and plus it's a cool like Kitty and Ileana story, which I kind of have a soft spot for. But if you're happy to put it in C, I just want to say it and put it in C.
It's nothing crazy. I'm just sorry. Let's see what I wrote in the notes. In my notes, what did I write? Did I write anything? I guess I didn't write anything. So I didn't write anything in the notes. But I thought it was fun. It was.
You didn't even put up a fight when I said that I'm going to include it. Okay, so next, and actually, you know what? We should have done that before Secret Wars. That was my mistake because that Secret Wars ends at like Uncanny X-Men 181. So this is like 10 issues later. So that was the only time we've messed up the order, I think, this whole time. So next, if we're talking about things that in the modern day would be treated like an event, I think you've got to use the Brood Saga, which really there's some themes of this happening for a while, but the main part of it happens between Uncanny X-Men 162 and 166. I'll just say my one sentence that I always say, and then I'll turn it over to you. I feel like this is where Claremont figured out how to write everybody. There were points before this, some of them were kind of useless. And this is when X-Men becomes X-Men plus the Brood. Wheels.
I completely agree. I think this is when this is the real like I wouldn't say peak because I prefer maybe the sort of later stuff, but I think this really gets into it. And then obviously straight after this is it's from the ashes then, and the introduction of Maddie and stuff. So yeah, I enjoyed this on reread. Not my. I think the stories we get to next I prefer, in some ways. But I think this is probably like a B for me.
I want it a little higher on B, I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
It gets better as it goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ken, here's the question. Is it better or worse than the Brood coming back for that Ghost Rider thing? I think better because it's
better.
The whole space storm turns into a ship.
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy with it there for now.
Yeah,
if you are. Okay.
It's I just wrote on my notes that it's not as engaging as some of the other things that we'll get to.
Well, speaking of
Personally.
which, now we are to 6 of the biggest, most foundational
Oh my
X-Men stories
gosh!
of all time, and so it's going to be a struggle to not just put them all in Uncanny. The first one is Days of Future Past, which is really only 2 issues, and it's our first glimpse into the dystopian future of the X-Men, a landmark not just for X-Men comics, but pretty much just for comics in general. Not that nobody had done time travel. I mean, Legion of Superheroes had existed for over a decade at this point, but I mean,
it packs such a punch in those two. Like rereading it, I was like, it does just pack such a punch in
so
those
much
2 issues.
happens.
Yeah, which is the thing. I was like, oh, I can read through a lot of these quite quickly, but particularly in this period of like the 80s and the 70s, comics are just so much more dense than they are now. The decompression nowadays is like insane. Whereas with these, you can like this. A whole movie was made out of these 2 issues.
And I think the thing that a lot of people forget, because, or maybe just me, they just are always thinking like, okay, so this in the future, all the X-Men are going to go die. So Kitty goes back to the past to like prevent it. But they forget that the inciting event is that Robert Kelly is going to get assassinated. And that actually there's a substantial modern day plot, which involves Mystique, if I'm not mistaken, about that, which I almost think the future of it all kind of disguises that it's actually like the Mystique story that Claremont invented her elsewhere in Ms. Marvel, but he clearly wanted to use her for this. Is there any way to not put this on Uncanny? Like, it's one of the most significant stories of all time.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say but it would just be that it's like it is so short in comparison to other stories. But yeah, I don't know if I could disagree that it can't go to Uncanny. Like,
plus it's the end of John Byrne on X-Men, which is kind of like significant.
And this is the start of when the title becomes Uncanny X-Men. It doesn't.
That's right. In the middle of this, in the indicia, it officially becomes Uncanny X-Men.
So, but I'm happy with it at the bottom of Uncanny. I don't think it's.
Yeah, it's significant, but there's a little bit more to it. But it's it's the first hint that it's one of the first hints that this book really is going to be so much more. Even coming off of Dark Phoenix, I think it's still, which is of course next because it happened right before this. I think Dark Phoenix, it still felt like this was in the realm of like, okay, this is Justice League, this is Legion of Superheroes, like this is Teen Titans. Like there were other books that were kind of like at the level of drama of Dark Phoenix, although I don't think any of them had an issue as good as 137. But then I think Days of Future Past was like, oh no, actually, this is something on a totally other level than like all of those other books. Which brings us to talk about Dark Phoenix. I mean,
we don't have to. It's Uncanny, obviously.
I mean, is it the best X-Men story of all time?
I would still put House of X above it, but I think I'm going to get the tomatoes in the chat. They're going to get me.
For me, it's kind of, I've struggled over the years. This is one of the oldest comics I originally owned. I got it at a comic convention. It was probably my most valuable possession. I still have it downstairs. I have an original 137. Sorry, I can't tell if you're surprised at that or if you're waiting to say something.
I know. I'm just like, wow, I'm gagged. Yeah.
Oh, one time I was at work and this guy's like, oh, I have this comic you might like. And he walks in and he's just got like a 8.0 copy of Giant Size X-Men, just like in his hand. I'm like, God, put it in the bag. What are you doing? I was like, because it's got that beautiful white cover. I was like, what are you? He's like, oh, I thought you liked X-Men. I'm like, stop touching it. Stop touching it.
Keep your greasy fingers off it. Yeah.
Yeah, really. So here's the thing that I always struggle with this. 137 is a perfect issue. I still will remember reading it to Kid Krisis. We were in our previous house that we lived in New Zealand. I was crying. Kid Krisis, who was like 6 or 7 at the time, was like not crying, but was like, whoa, because that's heavy at the end with Jean dying. She didn't know. I didn't tell her Jean was going to die. And then I hear crying from outside the room that other members of my family who happened to be there at the time had been listening in and they were crying. Like, it's just, I don't think there's any issue. I think 137 is a masterpiece. It's like an event all into its own. Then you start tracking back issue by issue. I mean, there's the fight in Central Park, then you go back another issue, then there's all the Hellfire Club stuff. Then if you go back to the beginning, you know, people forget that technically this kind of kicks off with like them meeting Kitty Pryde and Emma Frost. I mean, it's the Dazzler. It's the introduction of Dazzler, Kitty Pryde, Emma Frost, Hellfire Club, and it's the Dark Phoenix saga. To me, it's my only possible critique of it is that people attribute that the space stuff has been happening all that time when really the space stuff is only happening in 137.
Yeah,
But
pretty much.
there's a reason it's historic.
It is. Yeah, I'm happy with it at number 2. I don't know if I could put it above House of X-Files 10 though.
All right. Well, chat doesn't
We'll
seem
see
to be
the chat.
complaining that we have it above or below Hoxpox yet. So let's see. Are we down to the final 4? And unfortunately, I don't know if any of these are quite as exciting as that, but these are ones that I felt like if we're going to elevate those to events, we got to talk about these 4 too, especially because of Hoxpox. So right before that, issues Uncanny X-Men 125, 6, 7, and 28 is the original Proteus saga, which because of Krakoa now has such a greater impact. But I will say, even without Krakoa, it has a huge impact because it was it really made Mora into a real character, and it showed that Wolverine could be intimidated by something, which really he had no like levels before this. And the art is so cool. Like reality is bending. There's this like cyclone of reality bending coming towards them. It feels very DC actually to me. This feels like a very DC 70s comic, but I actually think this is in some ways just as cool as Dark Phoenix, even if it's maybe not as like operatic as Dark Phoenix. What do you think about it, Wheels?
I think it's really good. I think this is where Claremont like gets into this. This is where Uncanny picks up. I think it's like reading from his beginning to now. I think this is where things really start to click finally.
Yeah, like it starts rolling and
here.
snowballing, and like things are getting like bigger, and he's figuring it out.
So I think that's I think it's a really good story. I would put it in A.
I would also put it in A.
I would put it in Uncanny, but
it's a little, the characters are still a little underdeveloped. So I'm comfortable with it towards the bottom of A because it's still so early. But if people haven't read it and all they've read is Dark Phoenix, I think you need to go and read
you need it because it also is setting up a bunch of stuff for Dark Phoenix. The Mastermind stuff is all in these issues of her getting the time slips.
We could almost say that it's part of Dark Phoenix if we had wanted to. But also, if you people love Hoxpox and you've never read this, this is one of the most important stories to read.
Oh, yes, 100%. Oh, yeah, for the Moira and the Proteus of it all, you need to read this.
All right, so we've only got 3 more, and one of them is one that you asked to put on, so I will let you talk about this. You wanted the original Phoenix saga, not Dark Phoenix, but Phoenix itself, which kind of ranges from Uncanny X-Men 98, where the Sentinels show up, all the way to the resolution of the original Macron crystal.
Well, I thought we needed to include. I thought we couldn't include Dark Phoenix and then not include the Phoenix Saga. I just thought we had to include both. So obviously this starts with them in New York at Christmas time, and then they get abducted by the Sentinels and they go to space, all because of Stephen Lang. And then that first bit ends with obviously Jean sacrificing herself and piloting the ship down to Earth, which turns her into Phoenix, and then the second half is them going to space, meeting the Shi'ar Empire for the first time, seeing the Starjammers for the first time, and then Jean sort of finally accessing the higher power of the Phoenix and rebuilding the Emcron Crystal and saving all of reality.
So what tier would you put it in?
Ooh, I would put this in, I think it's either low A or high B.
I think it's high B just because the characters are not as developed. It's definitely where Claremont, I mean, we're like 3 issues into his run when this starts, and he immediately is like, oh, guess what? This is going to be one of the best comics in the industry. You could see like all of a sudden reading it being like, whoa. And I love when Jean Grey calls Lang a Nazi when they're on I mean, there's so many good stuff, and it's clear that Claremont is like locking in, but a lot of the beats of it kind of are like a little back and forth. The Macron crystal stuff is a little bit silly. It still feels very much like we're writing this like Justice League Legion of Superheroes type of book, but there's glimmers, especially in 100, and that it's like going to be a lot more than that. So yeah, I'm happy with it. Like it's a wonderful B.
Yeah, I just thought we couldn't include Dark Phoenix and not include the precursor to that. I thought.
Is it better or worse than the original Brood Saga?
Worse.
Okay.
I think.
Better or worse than Phalanx Covenant?
Ooh, better.
Okay. I agree. All right, we only have 2 left. even though it's only one issue, it is a giant size issue. And it feels like, how can we talk about epochal events in the X-Men without talking about the mama of them all, giant size X-Men? I mean, if you think about the audacity of, it was this canceled book. They bring it back with a single giant size issue. They have a living island swallow the entire team. They invent a completely new team, which they introduce one by all their international locations. And then they like stage a rescue mission. It's audacious. Like, it's crazy talk that this issue even exists and that it launched the biggest franchise in comic books. To me, it's uncanny. Like, it's iconic. And it's good. It is good. It's actually good.
Yeah, I think it needs to be uncanny, even just for its iconicness. But we wouldn't have anything in the uncanny tier without that. So
I mean, I'm tempted to put it at number 1 just for it being perfectly in opposition to the Ms. Marvel giant size X-Men being at the bottom. So we can have one at the top and one at the bottom. I don't think it's as good as a story as some of these.
Because I think the draws would be that they're interesting, the characters, but they're not like fully realized characters. It's more like, some of them are, but
none of them are. I don't think any of them are really characters in giant size.
It's just like, there's this person and there's a sort of conflict that they have. And there you go. Which I guess is
the only one of them that, like, because of his introduction is so dramatic, I feel like Colossus is like, "Duh, I'm on this farm." Like, it's there's really not a lot there.
Yeah.
But incredibly significant, beautiful artwork. Yeah. Okay, I made us put one more because I wanted to have at least one Silver Age story. And the thing is, a lot of the Silver Age stories, I mean, there's the stuff with the Living Pharaoh that goes on for a few issues. There's like the debut of Juggernaut. There's the original Magneto. But none of them feel like eventful. And so I was looking through the Silver Age, and I actually realized I have really strong feelings, about Uncanny X-Men, at the time, really just X-Men. These 3 issues, which is 14 through 16, which is Among Us Stalk the Sentinels. And it's the original introduction of the Sentinels. And honestly, I think it's a lot more interesting and mature than many of you might assume that it was, given the Silver Age, because it really does go into like the mutants being hunted and feared. It really plays with the idea of like, what if the robots decide humanity is also a risk? Like, it deals with all of these themes that are going to become very prominent sci-fi themes and themes in the X-Men books for all eternity. And it looks pretty cool. I found myself again and again really like marveling at some of the art that they carry off, especially the sequence where like you see into Cyclops' visor before he like starts shooting his optic beams. I just think that a lot of people say all of the Silver Age is bad. And for me, if I did like make somebody read 6 issues of Silver Age X-Men, all 3 of these issues would probably be on that list. I cannot call it a C because I think it's really significant. And it's the first thing that kind of sets the tone for the hated and feared part of X-Men for me. And this, as a Sentinel story, it holds up to this day, in my opinion. But Wheels, had you already read this, or did I make you read this?
No, I've read all of Silver Age.
All of Silver Age. So what do you feel about it?
Not the first time, but I haven't read Silver Age in a long time. So going back to it, it was almost with fresh eyes, and I was pleasantly surprised at how actually enjoyable it was. Because my main like memories of reading the Silver Age is, oh my god, what a slog is this.
It's such a slog to read it all.
But these were,
I always do it in like little slices.
But this was actually quite like there was like really interesting things in this. Obviously the Sentinels themselves as an idea is really interesting, but it's also really, I mean, I didn't read any of the previous stuff to get into this, but like it feels like one of the first times where the team are actively like working together and working well together as a team, and not just like Professor X telling them what to do. Which I thought was really
there's a real sense of them like having some agency and being really worried about each other in a way that's not just this very cartoony. A lot of early Silver Age, the danger that anybody's in feels very cartoonish. In this, in so much as anybody's in danger in the Silver Age, it does feel quite scary at points.
And I just think the way they work together, like there's a bit where they're all trapped in a bubble, but then they figure out how to like use Cyclops' powers to like break them out and whatever. And there's just like some Beast backstory in this as well.
I know Beast gives his whole origin story because he's under hypnosis and he's like, my dad worked at a nuclear plant, which is like really one of the first looks we have at like, okay, so why are you a mutant?
Yeah. So I actually was pleasantly surprised by this story because I was expecting like, oh, this is going to be a slog, but it was actually quite enjoyable. So I'm happy with putting it in B as well. I don't think it's like the
I think it
best
might
story
be a little
ever.
bit more worthwhile than Secret Wars.
Yeah, I'm happy with that because
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, so a lot of people are saying, what about this? What about that? Again, what we said at the very beginning, we started out with, we wanted to do everything that was ever a direct crossover or an event book. And we came out, I think it was like 89 or 90.
Yeah, it was literally like within 10 or so spots. And we're like, we can't leave it on 80, not like
No,
you need
it's
to
just
just
not.
go all the way.
And also there were a couple of Wolverine, like one issue crossovers that
Yeah.
we really did not have
Yeah.
any interest in
There
talking
there
about.
was like that, the Akihiro Punisher one that we almost thought about doing. There was a X-Man Generation X 2-issue crossover we almost did. Like, yeah. So
Yeah. And so
but
then we said, oh, well, if we want to make it fun, and because I kind of was like, what's the point in ranking all this stuff if we're not going to like compare it to the Dark Phoenix
yeah.
saga? It's no fun if we just end at Mutant Massacre. So I wanted to have like a little tail. So I have 2 overrides remaining, and you have 2 overrides remaining. This is our final list right now on the screen.
Ooh.
Is there anything that you clearly some of the things we can negotiate about because we were happy with them, but is there anything that you just straight up are being like, I'm moving it? I don't think there's anything. I feel like we really have a
Yeah.
good list here. I'm tempted to move AVX lower just because I don't like it. But I think in terms of thinking of not just you and me as people, but like X-Men readers in general, I'm very confident about this list.
The only thing I actually is the only thing I'm debating is actually one thing I overrided myself, which is that the trilogy in Grey. So I feel like I can keep it in B, but I don't think it is
You
higher
got it
than some.
awfully high.
Yeah,
How far down in B do you want it to go?
I think it should go. Ooh, it should go. Let's put it below the Sentinels, but above Secret Wars.
Okay.
I know people are very unhappy that I put it that high, but
Well, it's your show, and you
I
had an override, so they can suck it.
yeah.
I will say I was just having a reaction like that to one too. Oh, I feel like maybe we let Death of Wolverine stay a little bit too high. I think we were young and innocent then, and it was in hour
Okay.
1, and I think we just put it there because it doesn't suck. But looking at the rest of the things on this tier,
Yeah.
I think we should move it lower in C tier. Not all the way off of C tier, but I don't think it's as good as the things that we have after it.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So I even think Phoenix Endsong is a little bit more interesting.
Yeah,
So I would maybe put it there. But otherwise,
that's okay.
um,
Uh,
I
yeah.
keep thinking, and I think all the stuff at the tops of the tiers makes sense. Like Age of X is almost uncanny, but it's not
Yeah.
like the all-time best. I think X of Swords like has some detractions, but it's just so fun. I think Collision is like a great example of what 2 side books can do
Yeah.
if left to their own devices. I think Curse of the Mutants is like, yeah, that's what happens when you let the
Yeah.
editors dictate it. Like, I'm really happy at what's headlining each of these tiers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
No more. We're going to leave 2 overrides on the table. Turns out we only needed 3 each.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, chat, I would normally ask you if you have any overrides, but oh my gosh, it's been 4 hours and a half. It's way past midnight for OneWheelChairX, and I still have an after show to do, which who knows, OneWheelChairX, are you going to show up for a little bit of the after show?
I can do that.
Sleep?
I've got nowhere to be. I said bank holiday tomorrow. There's nothing I'm doing tomorrow. So
All right, so as a reminder, first of all, I mean, I don't know that I can actually make this much bigger. I was going to say I'm going to blow this up as big as it gets, but like this is as big as it gets. So afterwards we will put in the we'll put it in the description so you can go and see kind of our final version of what we ranked it. Plus it's just on tier maker, so you can go and do your own tiers and put it in the order that you want to put it in. So before we say goodbye, let me first say, if you want to come to the after show, if you're watching this live, you're invited. The link is in the description below. It's only after the show is done being live that it just becomes patrons only, and then you can get the link on crushingcrisis.com. And I have some things to say about that in the after show because some things happened on Crushing Crisis this week. So before I do my farewell, Wheels, OneWheelChairX, where can folks find you and what do you do?
So everyone, you can find me on YouTube at OneWheelChairX. You can find me on Twitter at OneWheelChairX. You can find me on Blue Sky at OneWheelChairX, and you can find me on TikTok at OneWheelChairX. All the same name, so you shouldn't get too confused. What do I do? I mostly make YouTube videos now about X-Men stuff, a bit more focused than what Krisis does, whether that be comics, the games, movies, it's all there. And my next video actually is a ranking about the costumes in Marvel Rivals, so a bit of a different one, but it's about
Going for
X-Men costumes.
the people who actually
Yes.
watched videos. I see.
So
Unlike my stuff about comic books.
so yeah, that's my next video, but that's pretty much what I do. So but yeah, thank you all for having me. I'm glad I wasn't burned at the stake for my opinions. So
No, I think
that's
you
good.
can all see now why I've said on many occasions when I pull up his comments from the stream that OneWheelChairX is one of the few people whose X-Men opinions that even if I don't always agree, which a couple times I didn't, I very much endorse the reasons he has them, and I think they're very well reasoned. And of course, as you did see, we probably agreed like 80 plus out of 100 times, so you can understand. So I'm so happy to have had you as my first official guest on a Crushing Crisis live show. If you want to come back for the after show, please do. Next week, there's going to be something. What that is, I don't know, because later this week on Near Mint Condition, I'm going to be revealing the top 60 DC most wanted omnibuses as voted by a record number of people, over 3,000 votes. I'm working on the slides right now, and let me tell you, there are some surprises. So you better get ready to tune in. That will be, I believe, on Wednesday, early evening in the US time, I think around 5:30 in the afternoon. But keep your eye on Your Mint Condition for that. And then I'll be back next week with something TBD. Until I'm back, let's just try to remember in this world, I mean, we spent a whole 4.5 hours talking about the X-Men, and all of us love the X-Men, and we talked about how great of a metaphor they are for people in the real world who are being oppressed. So what are you doing for people in the real world who are being oppressed? At least you can show them love, admiration, support, and respect as human beings, and maybe you can go a little bit further and fight for them in some way that you like to fight, whether that is on the internet with donations, showing up to a protest, contributing to legal fees. Join the fight for the people that you need to support. That, if you think you would be a supporter of the mutants in the comic book world, then why wouldn't you in the real world? So with that thought, I leave you and I say, please, until I next see you, whether it's a Near Mint Condition, whether it's later this week, or whether you're a OneWheelChairX fan who's just here as a temporary guest, please do not have a crisis unless, of course, it's me.